Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing one.
All right. I don't know if everybody heard what I said, but I'll say it again. What up, everyone? Carlo and I posted up right here on a Tuesday night. Went on a nice evening walk. Got some Subway. We got some tuna Tuesday. What's up, Carlo? You like tuna? Oh, you like tuna, boy? Good boy. We got Carlo the Husky right here posted up with us. So now we're back. It's about to watch Donald Trump related news. Everything that we're gonna play is stuff that happened as of today, July 21st, 2026. It's 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time over here in Los Angeles, California. It's like 100 degrees, but it's all good. I'm about to make a hot coffee actually, and smoke some bongos and start this. We'll start this off with like a Donald Trump press conference he did earlier today with the President of the Republic of Lebanon. And we'll check out some other stuff. But I hope everyone's having a good Tuesday out there. And thanks for hanging out. We'll be chilling for the next foreseeable future, catching up on all Donald Trump's crimes against humanity and his war crimes. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with the President of Lebanon, highly respected in his country and actually
what's up, Pashe?
His country. We've spoken.
How you been?
Previously, numerous occasions through representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that Lebanon has been a very mistreated country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, professors, doctors, lawyers, great intellects, and it's been hit hard for many, many decades, really. It's been hit very, very hard. And yet I have people that live in Lebanon, people that are parents of friends of mine, many cases, that they would never leave. They would not leave under any circumstance. They love it. They love the country. And it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but they live in areas, they say, we hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve.
Hey, what's up, Pashe? Yeah, we're doing all right. Thanks for asking. Just hanging in there. Going through a heat wave right now. It's like 100 degrees. What's up, Dora Duncan? How's it going?
Problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem, but we've done some things that I think the world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I've been looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
That's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. We can have anything. Now we can have anything. Would you like to say something?
No, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. And you have tremendous spirit on your side. You got people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We're going to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it? You will raise it with President Trump?
The Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them. They're economically successful. It's been that nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon is a very important place.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front?
We'll see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. That was
All right, Pache. Nate, thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a good night. Hope to catch you on a Carlo adventure stream soon.
about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of this.
Rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, and he speaks for Hezbollah. He's Hezbollah's big brother.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south, but unfortunately, things the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supported what we are doing. But we need to be careful. His position as a speaker and as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Verri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the war once for all.
I think when he sees, because I've heard that he's a good person, good man. And when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
From Lebanon, from NBCI TV from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week, you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How do you describe
Which one are we talking about?
the Iraqi Prime Minister? Yes, how do you describe President
So I say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East, actually. And we do this because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, is there a clear timeline?
They're in the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeployed.
Is there a
Mr. President, the Lebanese army needs help, and the United States said that it's very important for the Lebanese army to take over the villages that Hezbollah got to withdraw from. How are you going to help them, and how?
Well, we're going to be speaking about that today.
Sure,
Yeah.
that will be in the
We'll be
south.
speaking about that today with the president, and we have some very concrete plans already in store for that, with others going in and helping. But they're also becoming much more self-sufficient, and we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
My question is, Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw which I believe President Allen is planning to ask you.
Well, I just heard about that before this conference just happened, and we'll be looking at that, yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the
Well,
plan
how
to
would
just
you
keep
know
bombing
that?
until
How would
they
you
give
know
up?
if there are no signs? What, you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies. and
You don't know what
Americans.
the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are.
You know
still
something that I
possible,
don't
right?
know. You know something I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet. And until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
So
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure consequences on China for what you announced about the meddling in the 21st election?
Well, we'll talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China's maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do think. It's not a one-way street, but we'll be talking to them, yeah.
Mr. President.
Something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but Border Patrol reported 14 consecutive months no leases at the southern border. If this is something you talk a lot about, campaign trail, on the job to the southern border, you feel similar.
Hey, what's up, Cindy Prim? That's hilarious. You nailed it right there. The loser couch. JD Vance, Bessent, and Kegsbread. What a bunch of dweebs. They're also criminals.
At this point in time, in midterms, considering how well the job you've done, what is the lesson you've learned about Border Patrol?
Well, thank you for that.
Those are the terrorists right there on the couch and the orange turd next to them.
The fact is, and maybe it pertains a little bit with respect to you and borders and everything else, we had a border that was totally out of control. I probably won the election, at least partially on the border, would you say? And the border now, we literally in 14 months, I think it came out this morning, actually, it was just announced that in 14 months we had nobody coming through, zero people. I have to understand, millions came through, and we had zero people come in illegally into our country. And that's made by people that happen to be Democrats, largely Democrats, the people that do those stats. I'm sure they don't like saying it, but we really had virtually nobody coming in, and we actually say nobody, not even virtually. So it's amazing what's happened there, and very people talk about that anymore. You know, they don't like.
I mean, hey, Trump, we're doing a poll right now in the chat, and 65% of the people that have voted are not winning in your economy, buddy. The people are speaking. The people have spoken, and the people will speak this midterms.
They don't like talking about Venezuela, where we lost no people. I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel it's a great honor for me to do. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple data. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have. They have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happen, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Would you like to say just how we're doing, generally speaking?
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who commit to the cause just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they built up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that they...
Jesus, these guys are psychopaths over there. 1 second he's going from talking about the soldiers that lost their lives, and the next second he's over here praising Trump like he's some kind of god. These guys are deranged.
willing to stand up to them. President Trump was and continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're gonna shoot at commercial shipping, then we're gonna hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president, they can talk, otherwise they can deal with the War Department and we're good.
And the blockade is up and fully, I mean, it's, nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, there was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What in your view is prompting these attacks, and do you have a message for those who are attacking ICE?
You're talking about the fire that was set in front of the federal building? Well, this is what's happening with the people that they allowed to come into our country. They shouldn't have allowed them to come in. They shouldn't be here. They're radical lunatics, and I'm getting them out. You know, we're getting them out at a pace. You know, we've gotten rid of more than any other president. I read stories that try and give you phony stats. I was with Tom Homan this morning. I'll give you the statistics if you want.
Have they even released the info on that? Whoever did that alleged attack? Whoever did that alleged attack?
They should know.
I think that was a false flag right there. I mean, it's just coincidence that happens right after Stephen Pimplehead Miller does his Nazi speech, his Goebbels speech. And how does he, if they haven't released the footage, how does he know that, the person was not a U.S. citizen or something?
Come in, they shouldn't be here. They're radical lunatics.
No, you're the radical lunatic, you orange turd.
I'm getting them out. We're getting them out at a pace. We've gotten rid of more than any other president. I read stories that try and give you phony stats. I was with Tom Homan this morning. I'll give you the statistics if you want, but we're getting bad people out of our country at levels never seen before. There's never been a time when more bad people, and you take a look just here in Washington, we took out almost 5,000 hardcore criminals, most of whom came in during the open border periods of the previous administration. An amazing statistic, and this is something that I hate to be talking about in front of the president of Lebanon, but he's got his problems and different problems, but we don't have any problems in Washington, D.C. We've wiped out about 92% of the crime, and we're going to get very close to, I believe we're going to get close to 100% of the crime. And if you take a look at this city and compare this to what it was 15, 16 months ago, this was a dangerous city. I don't know I better not compare it to Lebanon because I don't exactly have your stats, but it might have been Lebanon was safer. This was a dangerous city under the previous administration, Biden, and now it's a very safe city. And there was an article that came out 2 days ago that Washington, D.C. has made the greatest progress of any city in the nation. Now, Memphis also, and New Orleans also. And if they would ask us for help in Chicago, we would turn that around so fast. If they'd ask us for help in New York, we would turn that around so fast. Los Angeles, we would turn that around so fast. But the stat that's so amazing is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. It's a great stat. Because if it was 70% of the people, that's a problem. If it was 20%, 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. 2% of the people, you can handle that easily. So Washington, D.C. is now one of the hottest cities in the country. We have the hottest country in the world. But Washington is now hot. And I do have to say one other thing. We just had the World Cup, as you know very well. And it was the most successful World Cup ever. We didn't even have a protest. We had no crime. With all those events, it was like having many, many Super Bowls. Each one was like a Super Bowl. And with all of that, we didn't have crime. We didn't have bedlam. Everybody left here with a different opinion than what they read in the fake news. They love this country. I saw Scotland. I saw Norway. I saw all these countries. I mean, the level of love. Nobody wanted to leave. And I just want to congratulate everybody, the job that we did, and all of us, everybody in this room, because everybody in this room was involved. The vice president was very much involved.
This fool right here literally got booed at the World Cup game. This guy's delusional.
It was amazing. I was with Johnny the other day. The job he did is great, but he said he never thought in a million years it could be so free of any difficulty. Think of it. We didn't even have a protest. Not only no pride. Now, there's a reason for all this, but part of it was that people just wanted to pull together. This country, for like a 4-week period, just pulled together. Really amazing. And I didn't want to say it before the final. I didn't want to say how well it was doing.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Speed Demon? Oh yeah, for sure. This guy just rambles on about a bunch of mumbo jumbo. I just feel like it's our patriotic duty to call him out on his bullshit, though.
Final, because you never know. It only takes. But we just had the most successful World Cup in history. Did 5 times the business of any World Cup in history, and I can't wait to get him back. But I think we won't be able to get him for the next year.
Here, especially with this
Say what?
do you feel safe? Especially considering
I
the
feel
course of your life.
I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe?
President Trump is
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with
Well, I don't
Hezbollah.
want to say that, but I would speak to everybody. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out.
Mr. President,
I would say this, if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time. And if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, I would, you know, I would.
On Iran, if the Iranians do not make the deal ultimately, how long will it take for you to stand out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take around 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran. If we didn't do what I did with regard to 2 things, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, I terminated that. If I didn't terminate it, you wouldn't have Israel right now because they would have had a nuclear weapon years ago. And if we didn't do the B-2 bombers, knocking out the nuclear sites a year ago, one of the first things we did early in the administration, they would have a nuclear weapon, and you wouldn't have Israel, and in my opinion, you wouldn't have various other countries in the Middle East. They'd all be gone. They would have been terminated, extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran, who's very evil people leading that country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids, they kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now, nobody knows except the Iranians the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success. But we're not leaving tomorrow.
Their ability to threaten the Strait, though,
there's a bill right now that's being considered that would allow illegal aliens who are working in farming to get legal status. Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
One, are those
No, that's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what, is there anything?
It's only response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. You know, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
Tony Brown at the CITV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah?
You mean coming in and doing something with Hezbollah?
Yes.
Well, it's a concept, you know, we're getting along very well with the president of Syria. He's done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. He's pulled Syria together. He would like to come in and do something with Hezbollah. You know, he's been fighting Hezbollah for a long time. I think it'd be very effective. So it's something I think.
On tariffs, you increased tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say
we're looking at that? A lot of damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly, and the wind has a tendency to blow right over New York City, right over. You saw Detroit; they had to close the whole place. Michigan was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the forests.
Iran is trying to impact the midterm elections by threatening the Strait of Hormuz.
It won't have any impact on me. I'm just going to do the right thing. I don't view it as you having an election in a period of time. You know, everyone says, "Oh, I'm doing something before." No, the election. I can't think about that having to do with this. I think people are very impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now have a great relationship with Venezuela. We went to war with Venezuela, and the war ended in one day. And we have now an incredible relationship with Venezuela. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil. They're making more money now than they ever made before, ever. And we're making a lot of money. We paid for the war many times over with Venezuela. We lost nobody. We didn't lose one. And it was a
This dude literally stole all Venezuela's oil, and now Trump's selling Freedom Gas in like New Jersey. He's got gas stations called Freedom Gas where he's selling stolen natural resources from Venezuela.
Violent attack. As you know, we took out a man who was a very evil man. What he did was very evil, in many different ways. We took him out. But you know, Venezuela, they said the same thing. When I did Venezuela, everyone said, because look at the drugs, look at what they did, where they took all of their prisons, they opened up their prisons, and they have every.
Hey, what's up, Almost High? I was thinking the same thing. That Freedom Gas is probably watered down with like sugar.
In a prison.
Like sugar water or something.
And through Biden's absolutely insane open borders policy. And we did that in one day. Think of it. And now we are working very closely with the administration, and we get along very well. Venezuela is a very happy place. Had a tragic incident with the event that took place a week ago. What a terrible thing that was. They had a movement, a shifting of earth that was unbelievable. They've never seen anything like it. A lot of people were killed. So it's all unrelated. But by the way, we were the first ones there to help. We were there to help Venezuela. It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake. And we were able to do a lot of it. But they lost a lot of people.
I heard the reason they had that devastating earthquake in Venezuela was because of Donald Trump. Trump's over there doing drill, baby, drill. They're fracking over there like no one's ever fracked before.
Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there. The jobs, everything's happening, and we're taking out many times the money that we spent on the war. This one, Iran is bigger. It's a more complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild, and I don't believe they could ever rebuild. And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet. We've been nice. We've been nice.
Haley Wolf-Garcias, thank you for the question. Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain? When you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. So maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is. And we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. And normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon.
Jesus, this guy thinks it's some kind of game. This guy's nothing but a draft dodger right here. Coward, spineless crook. He's over here playing with the lives of service members of our military lives. He's all saying that's where the action is, like it's some kind of video game.
And very heavily.
From 2 years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you told me on MTV Lebanon that the peace will happen in Lebanon. And every word you said during the interview
what's up, Hortz?
Today, like from the first day in the administration, you were working hard for peace.
It's true.
Because
I understood Lebanon. And I understood how horribly Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and with Hezbollah. But Lebanon's been treated very incredibly badly. And maybe I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends. There's so many Lebanese friends. And so I understand Lebanon. Tom Barrack is Lebanese, the ambassador.
The Lebanese army currently have the funding, equipment, and manpower necessary to implement the agreement. Or you are asking today President Trump for additional U.S. assistance today to do the job?
Definitely, with the support of President Trump, and we spoke over on the phone, and I told him I need 2 things from you: political support and supporting of the LAF, which is the LAF is the most trusted institution in the country, and it has the most powerful weapon, which is the trust of the public. Like any armed forces in the world, the Lebanese armed forces is the backbone of security and stability. We need to support the LAF. The LAF maintain the country safe and stable. Without the LAF, everything will collapse. We don't want that. I think President Trump doesn't want that. In 1975, the first institution to collapse was the LAF. And as a result, we saw the emergence of many local militias, and the South was empty, allowing the Palestinians to rule the South and launch attack against Israel. We don't want to see that back again. All we're asking is keep supporting the LAF. And they know that the LAF is doing a great job with performing its duty to the fullest. I fully trust the LAF. I fully trust the leadership of the LAF.
We will have they did a great step forward with the recent signing with Israel. That was a big step.
Are you going to allow direct flight from America to Lebanon again?
I can see that happening.
Question for President Trump. Tony Brother from NCI TV. So, Ambassador Reis, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon.
Hey, Dan Fries. Hey, what's happening? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Hey, what's up, everyone? How you guys all doing? Thanks for tuning in. So, we're watching this Donald Trump press conference he did earlier today. And then this is almost done. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch like everything that happened as of today, July 21st. We're going to watch like all the politicians, like the politicians and see what kind of moves they made, Like after this, we'll see what Micro Johnson is up to. We'll go see what he's crying about. And then after that, we'll go see the Senate leaders, see what they have to say. Then it looks like the Democrats did a press conference, so we'll check that out. So yeah, we'll be chilling for a while. I just made a coffee right now. Hope you guys are all doing well. What's up, Almost High? How you doing? What's up, Cindy Prim? Good to see you. Hey, what's up, James? What's up, homies? What's up, Resit Mill? How you doing, buddy? What's up, OHS? Good to see you. Yeah, I've been reading everyone's comments. I've just been chilling, making a coffee, but now I'm posted up. All right, we'll let this ride out. It's like another 30 seconds of Trump speak. Trump's like nails on a chalkboard. But yeah, like Cindy said earlier, that's the loser couch over there. Look at those clowns. Scott Bessent, JD Vance is just sitting there. All those fools are just Donald Trump's little puppets. They're like, he's like Smithers. And JD Vance is like Smithers from The Simpsons.
Told me that the president will not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much.
All right, so we'll just do a little bit more Chud watch because we got to see what these MAGA meat-riding politicians all got to say, you know. And then once we're done hearing them all cry and yap, we'll move on to the good politicians. All right, here we go. Let's go check out MAGA grinder Mike Johnson. Let's see, he has a press conference in here somewhere. The Smithsonian had like a hearing today, so we'll watch those highlights. We got Jasmine Crockett. We got Senator Presley. We got Jim McGovern in the queue. We got Walkinshaw in the queue. We got Jamie Raskin in the queue. We got Mam Daddy in the queue. But we got to get through these MAGA meat-riding Republicans real quick. See what they're crying about. All right, let's go see what MAGA Mike Grinder Johnson's crying about.
Move the ball forward on reconciliation.
Let's rewind it to the beginning of this press conference. I haven't seen this yet, so let's see what these fools say. There he is, MAGA grinder Mike Johnson. He's more concerned about not jerking off than feeding the hungry.
One of these days. That's bad, see? That's good. That's good. Well, good morning, everyone. Hope you're all having a good week. Before we get out of here, before our work period, we got a lot of work to do. But what I find very interesting is how the radical left feel.
Oh my goodness. This lady is insufferable right here. All right, let's see what she has to say. Oh, good. Just keep in mind, folks, every single thing that comes out of this lady's mouth, just like Donald Trump, is nothing but fecal matter.
Need to hide what their policies are. They soften the language. They invent nicer labels. They call themselves democratic socialists, almost as though they're ashamed to tell the American people what they actually believe. I mean, they should say it loud. They should say it proud. So let's call it what it is. It's communism. And I'm glad y'all are reporting on it. That is exactly what we need, because that is exactly who the left is. They don't need little nicknames like
These people are so stupid right here. Donald Trump's the one that rolled out the red carpet for Putin. You dumb broad.
Socialists of America and these acronyms. Just tell the American people what you believe in. Communism. And of course, communism arrives wearing a face. It never arrives wearing a face of who it really is, right? At first, it sounds compassionate. It promises fairness, security, a government powerful enough to solve every single problem and provide for every need. Then, little by little...
Damn, I don't know who's worse, her or Jeanine Pirro. Oh man, they're both despicable human beings.
The promises kind of go away. And what happens? Those promises go away and it gives government more control. A shopkeeper is told that his business no longer belongs to him. A farmer is ordered to surrender the land that his family has farmed for decades. A father actually stops talking freely at his own dinner table because he's afraid of what his children might say in school the next day. And eventually, slowly, the country that promised everyone everything can no longer provide the basic needs. And just look at the images behind me. These people are not waiting in line for a luxury item. They're standing in the bread line in the Soviet Union. Men and women bundled against the cold, parents waiting for hours.
Dude, you guys are over here making Hoovervilles great again and soup kitchens.
Stretching down the street towards a store whose shelves may be eventually empty when they actually get there. Think about that for a second and just look at those images. Images reaching, imagine for 1 second, reaching the front of that line, finding nothing and returning home empty-handed to your family because you've now become dependent on the government, right? The radical left wants you to believe that communism has never really been tried. Well, it has. It's been tried again and again and again.
Jesus, listen how stupid these people are. They're over here while we're all paying expensive ass gas and groceries. They're over here fucking dillo-dallying with some like McCarthy shit from the 50s. Get out of here, you dumb broad. These guys have no policy.
You know what? It's failed every single.
But anyways, hey, hope everyone's doing well tonight. All right, we just got to listen to these insufferable human beings, and then we'll get to the good guys.
Communism tries to make you dependent on the government.
I'll try to make it fun, though.
Now, let me share with you one adage that I teach my children. I don't want my children to be dependent. I don't want my children to be dependent on anybody. I don't want my children to be dependent on their spouse. I don't want my children to be dependent on me. And I sure don't want my children to be dependent on the government. And that's what communism does. It makes you dependent. And think about it, not because the wrong people are in charge, not because communism just needed just a little more time.
What you're talking about with the children.
Here's Mega Mike not knowing nothing about nothing.
I've been so busy on all this, I've not had a chance to dig into the details. I've been so busy with this, I haven't had a chance to dig into it. I don't know what you're talking about with the children. Okay, I haven't seen that, so I'm not going to comment on it. And I'm not sure exactly what the president is referring to there.
That performance in front of the generals?
I didn't see it.
Is so dangerous.
I don't know what you're talking about with the children. I do know that ISIS...
U.S. citizens, according to ProPublica, have been detained by ICE so far since January.
Okay, I haven't seen that, so I'm not going to comment on it.
There were significant cuts to staff at the special...
This fucking guy doesn't know shit.
Are you comfortable with those cuts?
It failed because communism itself doesn't work. It wants you to be.
All right, lady, this enough of you with your stupid rhetoric. Let's get to MAGA grinder Mike Johnson with some last boss rhetoric over here. All right, here's MAGA grinder Johnson.
Morning, everybody. We have a lot on our plate this week. It's going to be a very important week for the country and for House Republicans. I spent a lot of time on the road when we're not in session. I'm out campaigning in the swing districts and with our candidates and our incumbents all across the country. The last 2 weeks, I've been from California to New York, Iowa, Nebraska, many points in between. And everywhere we go, the American people are seeing and understanding. They're articulated in their own way the stark contrast between the two sides. As we say all the time, this is not your father's Democratic Party. The chasm between the two sides and their visions for America and what we believe, our principles, our priorities, our platforms, has never been more divergent than it is right now. As I've said here many times, and I say across the country, a few decades ago, Republicans and Democrats in Congress are arguing over marginal tax rates and shades of regulation. Now we are quite literally in a contest to determine whether we're going to maintain our status as the world's great superpower, the greatest nation in the history of the world, as a constitutional republic, or we're going to tear that down to the foundation like the communist Democrats want to do and go down this dark road of Marxism. Not on our watch. We're not going to do that. And I am very confident. In fact, I'm very enthusiastic about the upcoming midterm elections. I believe.
Hey, so Hunter Biden did an interview recently, and he broke it down how I guess like all these Republicans, like Mike MAGA Grinder Johnson, and they're all pretty much like they all have like these like gay orgies and stuff. Like Hunter Biden was breaking it down. Oh, we'll play it at some point. We'll play the Hunter Biden.
We're beginning to see this, and it is going to motivate voter turnout for true Americans who love their country and want to keep it. We're in the process of making it better every single day, and you're going to see that on display this week on the floor. We said this is a contrast. We had been saying for months, you heard me say, a contrast between common sense and crazy in the midterm, and now it's common sense versus communism. This is real. So this week on the floor, let me talk to you about a few things that we're going to have been mentioned by the leader. This week, House Republicans are going to take an important step to restore Americans' faith and trust in Congress and in American elections with the Stop Insider Trading Act. As Leader Scalise noted, this is something the American people have been very interested in for a long, long time. We have finally cobbled together what we believe is the Vote Coalition to make that happen. I want to commend the good work of the House Administration Committee and Chairman Brian Stile for their quarterbacking of this collaborative effort, and they've drafted a bill that I think is really, really well done. Too often, Americans struggling to make ends meet have watched as lawmakers have entered office to leave as multimillionaires. There's a handful of glaring examples. A couple of those people are still serving, notably on the Democrat side. The Stop Insider Trading Act does exactly what it says. It bans members of Congress from purchasing individual stocks from publicly traded companies, and it helps prevent public officials from profiting from inside information. It's a very logical thing to do. The bill also includes a very common sense and popular provision to ensure that voters must show a valid ID when they go to the polls to vote. Virtually all Republicans support that common sense measure, and over 70% of Democrats do, as acknowledged most recently by Chuck Schumer himself. And yet, watch, I bet you not a single Democrat in the House or Senate will support these measures. Democrats only talk about corruption. Republicans are actually delivering real solutions to actually restore the public's faith in our institutions, because we believe in this country. We believe in our matchless Constitution that is the envy of everybody around the world. And we believe on the 250th anniversary now is a very important time to stand on that. Later today, House Republicans are going to move closer to responsibly funding the government as well. We're going to pass a totally clean, very simple continuing resolution that will fund the government through November. The CR is as clean as they come. There are no poison pills. There's no hidden maneuvers. There's nothing other than a simple extension of current funding levels. Now, this is going to be one to watch. Unfortunately, given that Democrats have already forced the two longest government shutdowns in American history in this Congress, one of them for...
Bullshit. Nope, that was you, buddy. You and your Trumpstein files caused all these government shutdowns.
8 days. They've already demonstrated they don't care what kind of pain.
It was the Trumpstein shutdown.
On the American people. They do this to try to score political points. I think they're making the wrong calculation here. Republicans are under no illusions about Democrats' intentions ahead of a very consequential midterm election. Today's Democrat Party, I think they have a very false impression. They think that they can score political points by trying to inflict pain. It's not going to work. They've shown there's nothing they love more than a government shutdown, as tens of millions of Americans head to the polls in November. But this clean CR is an opportunity for both sides. So they have an opportunity to demonstrate they're committed to responsibly funding the government through November. And again, I bet you they don't help us on it. If the Democrats can't support this basic principle, then they are alone are going to own the chaos that ensues if the government shuts down after September 30th. On reconciliation this week, of course, we're going to move the ball forward on Reconciliation 3.0. We pass our budget resolution. That's what we'll do, send it to the Senate. As a reminder, this legislative vehicle is our best shot at accomplishing two key objectives of the people of this country. And these are very popular and important and necessary objectives. Number one, secure American elections by passing the Save America Act into law. As much of that as possible. That's the objective. Number two, protect and strengthen.
Nope. Screw you and your Save the Maggot Act. MAGA Grinder Johnson. How about that?
How do we do that? We'll be providing supplemental funding in line with the administration's request to support our national defense, and our farmers. Why is this necessary? Because Democrats have yet again refused to work with Republicans on basic election integrity and strengthening our nation's defense. As always, Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election integrity, and we will demonstrate that again this week. Another big thing on the floor, as you know, is the NDAA, National Defense. Now, there was a time, all you remember, not too long ago, that funding for our national defense was a bipartisan exercise, because at the end of the day, everybody put the weapons down, metaphorical weapons, political weapons, and said, gee, you know, both parties have to acknowledge the necessity of maintaining our defense and supporting our troops. Surely that's the last thing we can agree upon, everybody would say. For 65 consecutive years, Congress has done exactly that, enacted the National Defense Authorization Act without fail. I am sad to tell you that is no longer the case, because the Communist Caucus, the Democrats now, have decided that they're not into that anymore. Republicans will once again be the only adults in the room as we vote to authorize this critically important funding, just as we have done under previous Democrat administrations for more than a century. Why? Because Republicans understand the priorities of the country, and even when we don't get our greatest preferences, we're still willing to do the right thing and support those who put on the uniform. But Democrats aren't there anymore. One final point, this week will prove beyond dispute Democrats' reflexive obstruction. That's what they do now. It's obstruction for the sake of obstruction. It is driven by Trump derangement syndrome and other maladies that they have. It's shocking to say, but today's Democrats would rather endanger our national security. They'd rather threaten the livelihoods of hardworking Americans. They'd rather punish their own constituents than work with Republicans to advance any meaningful policy under this administration. But here's the good news. Republicans refuse to allow the Democrats to railroad the legislative process with their relentless and childish obstruction tactics. No matter how hard they dig in their heels, we're going to work 10 times harder. We're going to deliver for the American people. We're going to make our country safer and more affordable for millions of working families. We've demonstrated that over and over. We'll continue to do it this week and in the days ahead. And that is why we're going to win decisively in the midterms. This is not a game. We're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment. We're going to maintain the greatest country in the history of the world. Take a few questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These past 2 weeks, Democrats ditched their ballot after sexual assault allegations. 2 members of the conference, Max Miller and Corey Mills, faced domestic violence allegations. Why would you Republicans keep them in the conference, whereas Democrats are dropping somebody accused of criminally of sexual harassment?
Well, the key word there is allegation. We have a process here. The House Ethics Committee works on those things. If allegations are made, they work through a process. So I'm not in the business of commenting on investigations as they're in process, and we'll see how that shakes out. That's how this always works. And by the way, it's done for R's and D's on both sides of the aisle. Yes, ma'am. Second row, yes, sir.
We're now 5 months in, and the U.S. has surpassed the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Given that, at what point are you willing to put an AUMF on the floor or go for War Powers Act resolution to try and bring this in?
The administration is working very hard. The commander-in-chief and the whole Department of War, they're working very hard to bring this to a resolution. There's a lot of discussions about how that will be done. We're all closely watching those developments, of course. I don't think an AUMF is in order right now. I think we need to bring this to a resolution. Look, I think it's important for all of our international partners, this is my personal view, to have a role in this. I mean, we've got all of our allied nations through NATO. We've got the Arab countries over there, the Gulf states that are in closest proximity to Iran. Iran is now fired on all of its neighbors, and they're turning everybody in the world into an enemy. And I think this is an important moment of history for all of the world community to decide how they want to handle this. It shouldn't just be America's obligation. My view is that everybody needs to play a role. So we'll see how that develops. I think we have to allow the space to do that. And I know that this administration is working around the clock to resolve that in a way so they don't suffer any more troop losses. This is such a great tragedy. It shouldn't happen. But it is a very important objective that I believe we've achieved to ensure that the largest sponsor of terrorism does not have a nuclear weapon. That would be a disaster for everybody, and everybody around the world understands that. Now we got to wrap it up. Yes, ma'am. Fourth row, Becky. Did you raise your hand? Yes, ma'am. No, we had a good discussion in the House Republican Conference. It's not the full SAVE Act on the stock trading. It's just voter ID, which again, it's more than a 90% public opinion polling issue, as is stock trading ban in the House. So you're talking about, 2 90-10 public. It's probably in excess of 9 out of 10 Americans support both of those measures. Everybody's hard pressed to vote against that. I don't think any Republicans will. I think a lot of Democrats will. It'll be a vote that you should closely watch, and that everybody's constituents should take heed to. Yes, ma'am. Third row. Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe it would be acceptable in any situation. You have a role where you have members of Congress and their subordinates and staff members. I think it's inappropriate, as it would be in any workplace, and most companies have that. We should at a bare minimum in Congress have rules and traditions that are adhered to in corporate America. So that's an easy one for me. Yeah, last one. Yeah, Mike.
This is probably the last time we're going to see a press conference before the House leaders for recess, members going home for campaign ahead of the election, control the House of Representatives. Last week, President Trump gave a speech relitigating the 2020 election and bringing up the election fraud. Do you think it would serve your most vulnerable members, the majority makers, well, if President Trump?
Oh yeah, I don't remember that, but I'm not surprised if that went down. I heard Donald Trump was sending some new emails to his MAGA cult base, extorting money out of them.
I didn't hear him in that address say he wasn't relitigating the 2020 election. What he did was, I got a couple of notes here, but some of the things that he announced 280,000 non-citizens have been found to be on voter rolls in America. I mean, if that doesn't cry for the passage of the Save America Act in the law, I don't know what does. He announced that foreign adversary.
Man, this guy keeps crying about the Save the Maggot Act with his fake statistics. So how about we do this, guys? I'm gonna end this pool right here. We'll start a new pool. All right, so thanks for the 450 people that voted. And it looks like 70% of the people that voted are not winning in Trump's economy. So that's pretty much how the blue wave tsunami is gonna go, guys. All right, we're gonna start a new pool. All right, here we go.
Compromised American election data, and that our election system is vulnerable to threats. I mean, that should concern every American citizen. This isn't about relitigating 2020. This is about making sure that people have faith in our election system. If you do not have a free and fair election, it's very difficult to maintain a constitutional republic of government of, by, and for the people. And this is basic stuff. The president was highlighting that. Some of the findings are alarming. I mean, a lot of the Democrats who ran around breathlessly for years saying that Russia was intervening in our elections, you would think they'd be the first to step up and say, yeah, let's go investigate this and clean up voter rolls. I mean, that is part of our message on the campaign trails. We want to make sure that the states, all the states, including blue states, are doing their dead level best to ensure that federal law is complied with. What is federal law? To vote in a U.S. election, you have to be an American citizen. That's a simple thing. It's not being enforced in some of these states. That's why Save America Act is so important. And we want to make sure that we don't have deceased persons on the voter roll. We want to make sure that in states where they're doing ballot harvesting, they're not just rounding these things up haphazardly, that the exact number of ballots that are printed go to the exact number of voters who are registered in these districts and not extra persons. This is what makes people doubt the veracity of our elections. So there's nothing, in my mind, there's almost nothing more important than this. And that's what the president is articulating. And he's showing you the receipts. He's showing.
Man, this guy's so full of shit.
The things that have been found in these investigations. I think that does alarm a lot of the American people, and we'll continue to hammer that. Thank you.
All right, that was the end of the maggot Mike Grinder Johnson. All right, let's move on to another. All right, here's a press conference that happened today. All right, here's a Democrat press conference that happened today. So everything I'm playing is stuff that happened as of today, July 21st, Tuesday. It's for me, it's 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time over here in Los Angeles. Beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California. It's been a little too sunny lately, though, but anywho, all right, here we go. Thanks for everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
That Republican leadership is trying before the August recess. Not one will address the actual affordability crisis.
All right, so these are the good guys. This is where you'll hear the truth from.
That American families are facing.
Unlike all that gibberish from MAGA Mike Grinder Johnson.
Republicans are putting forward nearly $100 billion budget bill. But get this, not a single dollar, not one, will go toward lowering the costs that people face. Instead, Republicans plan to spend tens of billions of dollars on Trump's failed war in Iran, which has cost 3 more American service member lives over the weekend and has sent gas prices soaring yet again. Think about what we could spend with these resources instead. For what Republicans plan to spend on the war, we could fully fund a 3-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits and lower insurance premiums for millions. But Republicans are choosing a war over health care for the American people. At the same time, Republicans are also tying their voter suppression legislation to this bill in order to rig elections in their favor. This self-dealing in corruption is not what the American people voted for. Americans elected Donald Trump and Republicans because they were promised lower prices and a better quality of life. But Trump has broken every...
Oh yeah, that Cash for Clunkers, that shit was a big criminal scheme right there, orchestrated by a Bibi Netanyahu. Like the person that wrote the theme song for that was like one of Bibi Netanyahu's homies.
No promise to lower costs on day one. While Americans are getting squeezed at the grocery store, the gas station, and at the pharmacy, we're watching in real time Donald Trump profit off of the presidency and waste their hard-earned tax dollars on a war that they didn't want. It's no wonder that poll numbers have him tanking. Nearly 70% of Americans disapprove of his handling of inflation and the cost of living crisis. Well, November is right around the corner. And while Trump might not be on the ballot, Republicans who are greenlighting this agenda are Mike Lawler, Derek Van Orden, David Valadao, Jen Kiggins. These are the members who will have to answer to their constituents.
Oh yeah, all those MAGA meat-riding politicians are all getting voted out. So everyone do your part. Keep that blue wave tsunami going.
They
vote out all those psychopaths.
First, Democrats won't stand while Trump and Republicans waste American tax dollars, and we're going to continue to tackle affordable kitchen table issues that Americans are facing. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Private Isabella Gonzalez, age 19. First Lieutenant Tyler James Fian, age 25. And Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, age 30. Those 3 service members recently died in the unconstitutional war in Iran. Now, at least 17 U.S. service members have died in this unconstitutional war. And why did they die? They didn't have to die. They died because Donald Trump and his rubber stamp Republicans entered a war of choice with no strategy, a lack of defensive munitions, and a lack of planning. U.S. troops are now stationed at multiple bases that Iranian missile and drone strikes have hit. Because of the lack of planning and the inability to defend these bases, the sons and daughters of Americans are now exposed to Iranian strikes. And what are Donald Trump and Republicans focused on? Putting Trump's face on the $1 coin, putting Trump's face on a $250 bill, putting Trump's face on giant banners all across Washington, D.C., putting Trump's name on airports, putting Trump's name on federal buildings. Shame on Donald Trump for the callousness towards the lives of our American troops. And what is the Republican response this week? To give a blank check to the administration to continue funding this illegal war. And this—
Hey, what's up, Amber Leslie? Good to see you.
Also resulted now in gas prices rising to over $4 nationwide on average, for price inflation, for the cost of goods going up. we call on Senate Republicans to pass the War Powers resolution that the House passed and get it to the president's desk. And with that, I'm so honored to introduce my friend and colleague, Brendan Boyle, the ranking member of the Budget Committee.
Thank you. It was just a couple of years ago in 2024 that Donald Trump campaigned throughout my state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and indeed all of the battleground states. And his biggest single promise was when he said, and I quote him, "I will lower costs on day one." Well, here we are, 18 months later, and he has completely failed to keep that promise. Gas prices higher, food prices higher, inflation across the board, higher and going higher still. Why? Directly because of Donald Trump's policies and the rubber stamp Republicans who approved them. It started a year ago in what they promised would be a big, beautiful bill, but became a big, ugly law for the American people, ripping away health care from more than 15 million Americans in order to fund tax cuts, mostly for the wealthy and well-connected. They are now doubling down on that 1 year later through their so-called Reconciliation 3.0 bill, which passed the Budget Committee last week and will be on the House floor this week. Now, their bill, mind you, is $95 billion. Most of that money is going toward funding this reckless Iran gamble that Donald Trump has gotten us into with no plan on how to get us out of it. Most of the $95 billion goes toward that, with, by the way, no offsets whatsoever. So the crowd that always likes to cry crocodile tears about deficit and debt, the same crowd that added more than $4 trillion to our national debt through the bill a year ago, now is adding $95 billion more in deficit and debt. If you take the entirety of all of the bills that they have pushed over the last 18 months and signed into law, in addition to this one, $5 trillion added to our national debt, more than any other Congress in such a short period in American history. Now, you might be thinking, well, given that affordability, or the lack thereof, is still by far the number one issue on voters' minds, surely there is something in the Republican Reconciliation 3.0 to bring down costs, to bring down food prices, to bring down gas prices. We searched through it, 47 pages, 6,560 words. Not one word about affordability. Not one initiative, not one, to bring down costs for the American people. We have a president and a Republican majority that just doesn't care about the increased costs the American people are having to pay. The American people deeply reject this agenda by more than 2-to-1 margin. They are right. We will be proud to vote against this. Thank you.
Questions? Andrew? The DCCC is focused on winning elections. I think that's what all of us up here want them to be focused on. I think every decision that they make is through that prism. I know that may not be popular within every corner, but I think that's their mandate and their charge is to get 218 Democrats so we can end this chaos, so we can defeat even the hint of these reconciliation proposals and push back on Donald Trump. They're focused on getting 218. That's their focus. I think, we trust Susan DelBene on the tactics and how they get there. And I think a deeper dive and more questions are probably better off campus. Max? I think we can just remind people what's on their television and what they're going through, but I don't really think that they need a reminder. They don't need a reminder that gas prices are rising. They don't need a reminder that grocery bills and utility bills continue to go up. They don't need a reminder that Donald Trump said we were going to lower the cost on day one. He said he was going to cut your utility bill in 12 months from being elected. None of this happened. All of those lies, false promises, whatever you want to call them, while Donald Trump continues to rake in resources, trade stocks, make $2 billion, all of this. The American people don't need a reminder of it, but I think it's very clear what House Democrats stand for. We want to fix healthcare. We want to lower the costs that people face, and we want to end the corruption. That's a pretty simple agenda. And then we're going to also have a healthy amount of oversight and accountability from every committee on this administration. That's what we're going to do. And so when Sunday comes and we start the 100-day clock ahead of us, I think that's what you can count on House Democrats as we move around the country talking with friends and neighbors and voters about.
I urge the White House to send Donald Trump to every.
Hey, what's up, Long Bong? That's hilarious. Where can I find some of that No New Wars pills?
Single swing district in America. He can explain to the American people in those districts why gas prices are up, why the cost of living is up. And he can also explain why he was at his golf course and at a sporting event when 3 U.S. service members were killed in Iran.
Right? I don't know if a decision was made on whipping. I'll be voting no, and I'll be voting no with Ranking Member DeLauro. I think that there are some drafting errors within the CR that give Customs and Border Patrol flexibility to move money around. The administration said that all of that was funded within Reconciliation 2.0, and I think they're creating other opportunities to transfer funds. And we've seen what those agencies can do over the recent weeks, and many of us have concerns. I also haven't seen the list of, I think it's over 100 anomalies that the administration is requesting. That is not a part of this proposal as I understand it. So all of that are signs pointing to this just not being a serious proposal, it not being cooked in a way. And I don't think that Ranking Member DeLauro was a part of the process. And so I'll be voting a no. And if any members ask, I would encourage them to do the same. Mike? I think it's a fair question. I think my actions moving forward are going to be shaped by how Republicans have treated this Congress. It's an unfortunate reality that they have broken the Appropriations Committee and process. That's just the reality of it. They chose not to have bipartisan discussions. They have chosen to go down a reconciliation path to fund not emergencies, but to fund just everyday priorities that they have. Rather than engage in substantive conversations with us, they have chosen to use unpaid for money. They've chosen to drive up the deficit to enact their priorities and to give maximum flexibility to a lawless agency like ICE. That's just the reality of it. So I'm sure that that will shape members as they advocate priorities and think about how to accomplish things moving forward. But that's all at the hands of this Republican Congress.
I'll just, since you referenced me, and I think we've talked about this on a previous occasion. Look, take Russ Vought at his word. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, maybe it was last 6 months or a year ago, he said the problem with the appropriations process is that it is too bipartisan. So it is part and parcel of a pattern of this administration wanting unilateral power to stiff arm or give the Heisman to the judicial branch and the legislative branch and run things entirely themselves. So if you take that combined, when I say that, the fact that they're using reconciliation now for what had been ordinary appropriations, that combined with what they're doing on impoundments is a really dangerous overreach by the executive branch in this country. I have a bill, the Congressional Power of the Purse Act, that would give Congress more tools to enforce the law that already exists. And those are the sort of reforms that I'll be interested in come next year if there's a change of management around here, which I hope and believe there will be.
Is this something that we can expect to see any action from approval or?
It's possible. Obviously, with the limited calendar that we have in front of us, we'll be working with our ranking members to ensure that that we respond. I think many of us feel, especially on the heels of a successful World Cup with Canada and Mexico as partners, that the president just kind of waited until that was over to do this. But there's no rhyme or reason. He has no method to the chaos. His chaos is the point. A pain is the point, and harming our communities, especially the border communities and Great Lakes communities, is one of the sad realities of this administration. Those communities are going to continue to suffer as a result of this, and we need to forcefully push back. How much we do that, on the record, is dependent on the congressional calendar at times as well.
Tariffs increase prices, and Donald Trump didn't just increase tariffs on Canada by 50%. He now is increasing tariffs across a broad range of countries. After the Supreme Court struck down a number of these tariffs, the administration was forced to give refunds not to foreigners, not to foreign countries, but to Americans. And it's once again a Trump tax that is raising costs on the American people. And I really hope that the American people understand this when November comes. Eric?
Look, I think there was no strategy to go into Iran, and I think that's one of the most critical mistakes, is that this administration didn't have a plan. On day one, they listed goals. On day two, they listed more goals. Each time they come to Congress, they give a different set of revisionist history. It's incredibly unfortunate where we are, and it's going to take a high level of diplomacy to get us out. But that's exactly what we should be doing, is charting a strategy and a plan on what the next 60 days looks like, what the next couple months looks like, working with allies and partners. But each time the administration starts down that path, they step on themselves and they get in the way, and then they end up listening to different voices, and then they end up with more bombing campaigns, and then they end up this whipsaw.
I haven't seen much of it, but I saw a Midas touch that came out a few hours ago, and I guess Trump attacked Iran's nuclear facilities a few hours ago.
Diplomacy and aggression, I think, is confusing to everybody. But we aren't charged with those decisions. The executive is charged with those decisions. Our job is to hold them accountable and to ask questions. And each and every time we do that, we get different answers. And so I think that's going to make it harder moving forward.
Narrow the representation process in terms of saying Justice Kavanaugh. First, just your reaction to that, but also if the Democrats do the majority, is there really an effort to progress in the things?
I was just relaying what I saw. If you look at one of Midas Touch's latest videos, he talks about it, and he always has the receipts and the facts. So I guess the U.S. attacked Iran's nuclear civilian facilities.
I think it's shocking when members run around saying that they're guided by the Constitution, and then they want to rewrite the Constitution and get rid of birthright citizenship. And I think Congressman McGuire is just the latest in a long string, unfortunately, of those wanting to do that. The 14th Amendment is pretty clear. If Republicans have problems with the 14th Amendment, there are ways that they can work with the states, I suppose, to try to unwind that. And I would encourage them maybe to run for governor or state legislature to start those efforts. But I think all of us are interested and focused on how we preserve and protect the Constitution and our democratic system. And if there are ways and if there are opportunities that we have to ensure that, we're going to look at them. But we aren't going to rewrite the Constitution, and we aren't going to spend our time doing that when the highest court in the land has dealt a blow to Donald Trump. I think this is pretty settled law, even if our Republican colleagues don't believe so. The House of Representatives is a majority vote institution. We have opportunities. We have members that we have privilege.
All right, this press conference is pretty much done. Let's move on. Let's go see Mamdani made a statement. Let's go see what Mamdani had to say. Mamdani's going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
All right, so that was Mamdani laying down the law. Mamdani over here bringing back law and order. He's going to arrest Netanyahu as soon as he steps foot in New York. All right, let's go see what else we got in the queue. There's so much stuff that happened today. It's like hard to get it, process it all. Here's Hunter Biden about let's see. Or you know what? Let's play something else. Let's go to this John Thune. Like they had another conference over here to see what these dudes had to say real quick. All right, let's see what this fool says.
Bipartisan.
All right, this is this happened earlier today as well. This is Senate leaders brief reporters July 21st, 2026.
In the weeks ahead. There are a number of things that we can do, one of which would be a market structure bill. That's something that's a candidate for consideration. The Lindsey Graham sanctioning Russia legislation is also something that's being worked on and is something I hope we can get the necessary support to get to the floor. And then obviously the defense authorization bill, which was voted down on the motion to proceed last week by the Democrats, is something that also normally is a bipartisan piece of legislation. But none of those things get done if the Democrats continue their posture of trying to block even getting on legislation. And again, I use the defense authorization bill as an example of something that we've done for 65 years in a row, which last week the Democrats decided, even though not many of them, but a number of them had voted for the legislation when it came out of the Armed Services Committee, decided to block its consideration on the floor. So that's something that ought to be able to get done. And then obviously the most important thing that we need to do is to fund the government. And on that front, Chair Susan Collins is working with Democrats on the Appropriations Committee to find a path forward to have a continuing resolution to keep the government funded, to get past the November elections so that we don't have the specter of a government shutdown, something that happened a couple of times this last year. And the disruption, the chaos that creates is just something that both sides.
All right, this guy's full of shit right here. Let's fast forward. The only reason I wanted to tap into this video is because I noticed Sheldon Whitehouse is in it. So let's go see what Sheldon Whitehouse has to say. All right, Sheldon Whitehouse is a man of integrity, so everything this guy says is truth to power.
Easy marks. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chuck. Corruption is notoriously rampant in the Trump administration, and it is not just the sort of corruption that is an offense against political propriety. It's the sort of corruption that lands in family finances, with Americans having to pay higher costs in order to fund Trump's corruption. One obvious example is the crooked scheme to blockade low-cost solar and wind power and keep the low-cost power from coming to the grid. So in order to meet demand, the grid has to climb up the generation stack to more and more expensive power plants. Those power plants then set the price for every electron on the grid. So it is a huge dispersal of money out of regular Americans' pockets in the billions of dollars of added cost. And if you look at where on the generation stack that added money goes, it goes to the fossil fuel plants. It goes to the fossil fuel dealers who fuel those plants. This is a $1 billion plus transfer of wealth, a deliberate extraction of wealth from American consumers to send it to Trump's corrupt big fossil fuel donors. It could not be more clear, if you have the slightest understanding of how the grid works, to see this corrupt scheme in action. If you want to look at another one, look at the great climate insurance collapse that is coming, that has already landed in Florida, that has already landed in Texas, that has already landed along the Mississippi coast, that homeowners are experiencing dramatically in their lives right now. And the Trump administration cannot respond to that because it is so corrupted by fossil fuel that it can't admit that the climate risk that's causing the problem even exists. So here are two huge costs, electric bills and homeowners insurance, that are clobbering American families, and the Trump administration simply cannot be trusted on either of those issues because of corruption. And of course, I'll conclude by noting that the root cause of all this corruption is the filthy dark money that has infiltrated our politics, and that every Democrat in the Senate has voted against that dark money every chance we've had, and that every Republican in the Senate has voted to defend that dark money every single time. Thanks very much. Senator King.
Tomorrow at Dover, Delaware, 3 U.S. troops killed in the war in Iran will come home for the dignified remains ceremony. Their family members will be there. There will likely be another coming home soon, bringing to 18 the total of U.S. troops who have been killed in this war since February 28th. Hundreds have been injured. Our hearts go out to them and their families. And it's just hard to imagine what they're feeling. But one thing I know that they're asking, because this is what people ask if their husband or wife is killed in a military action, if their mom or dad is killed, if their brother or sister is killed, if their child is killed, they ask why. Why did this happen? What purpose did it serve? The 14,000 who lost their lives during the global war on terror, the 65,000 who were injured. So many of those families were Virginia, they asked why. 56,000 in Vietnam, their families asked why. And these 18, one of whom is a Virginian, Robert Marzon, a warrant officer, their families asked why. You better have an answer for that question. You better have a really good answer for that question. And as of right now, this war of choice that Donald Trump started, he cannot answer that question. Congress has definitively declared, both houses, that this war is illegal. Only we in the Constitution have that power. The president is ignoring this, even though that declaration was made by 2 Republican majority houses. And with the restarting of this war and the broadening of the war to include attack on civilian infrastructure and neighboring countries, it is widening. The families who've lost their loved ones aren't the only ones asking why. People are asking why they're paying so much more for gasoline, why farmers are having to pay so much more for fertilizer, why their lives are being made so hard. Why did Donald Trump decide now we need to widen the war? He said, we've been nice so far to Iran, threatening to escalate the war. Tell that to the parents of the children who were killed at the school in the opening days of the war. Right now, the administration is hell-bent on pursuing an illegal and foolish war and cannot answer that question that the families looking them in the eye deserve an answer for. And that's why what the leader said is right. We have got to do all we can to end this foolish, illegal, unnecessary, unproductive war. We've done what we can under the War Powers Resolution. The president is ignoring us. He can ignore the law. He can break the law. He can't change the law. Our option now, we need to move forward, continue to put folks on the record about whether they support this war or not. But our option now is to use the only tool that we have left where we have the leverage, and that's the appropriations process. We shouldn't be shoving massive increases in dollars over to the Pentagon where they're in the middle of a war that is illegal. And I'm going to do all I can to make sure that the most important thing we can do to support our troops is not allow them to be misused in the way that this president is misusing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Great senators. Thank you.
All right, we don't need to hear Chucky Schumer, but that was Tim Kaine and Sheldon Whitehouse. All right, let's go see what else we got. Let's go check out Jasmine Crockett. So there was this like Smithsonian hearing. I don't feel like watching that hearing, so we'll watch the highlights. But we will, at some point, we are going to watch a hearing about Donald Trump's crimes against humanity with his DHS ICE.
So the Trumper.
But yeah, there was this like Smithsonian hearing where Trump's over there erasing history. So let's tap into that. Let's see, where would it be at? All right, here we go. This is Jasmine Crockett.
4 little black girls were Thank you, Mr.
All right, this is titled Crockett Questions American History Museum Director and Smithsonian Oversight Hearing.
Welcome to the Republicans' White Pride.
This hearing happened today, by the way. Everything I'm playing stuff that happened today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that way we can all interact, share our opinions, and have a YouTubeville watch party. So thanks for everyone that's hanging out.
Welcome to the Republicans' White Pride rally disguised as a congressional hearing. It might be uncomfortable for some people on this committee to hear.
Yeah, she came out on fire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the Republicans' White Pride rally disguised as a congressional hearing. It might be uncomfortable for some people on this committee to hear about the true history of America, and I hate that for them, but facts are facts. And it's a fact that there is a violent, exclusionary, discriminatory, sexist, and racist part of American history, where our indigenous populations were forcibly displaced from their land, where thousands of Black people were unjustly lynched, where Black people were denied the right to vote, and they still trying to do it today, where women needed their husband's permission to open a bank account, where people with disabilities were routinely excluded from schools, workplaces, and public life, where 4 little Black girls were murdered by the KKK at the 16th Street Baptist Church. And a lot of this wasn't that long ago. In fact, 3 of those little girls would be 77 and 1 would be 74. More than 40 members of Congress serving right now would be older than them. Ruby Bridges, who was the first Black child to desegregate an all-white school, is only 71 years old. More than 100 members of Congress serving right now are older than her. So attacks on the Smithsonian or any other institution that's willing to tell the true history of America is not only an attempt to rewrite history, it's an attempt to erase history. So Dr. Blight, if Republicans are going to ban books, penalize schools and universities, attack museums, if states continue to change curriculum, where do Americans go to learn about the complicated, sometimes racist and violent parts of American history?
Thank you for the question. I think they will have to keep going to the same institutions, and we have to keep fighting to preserve what we are doing in those institutions. They have to keep going to public schools. They have to keep going to the public libraries. They have to keep going to the great Smithsonian. Look, the purpose of history is to enlighten us, inspire us, trouble us, bother us, sometimes make us angry. I find it hard to believe that a young person could go through the Museum of American History and not come out at least inspired with the single most important thing, a sense of the past, a sense of history. Americans have to keep going to those places they trust. We have to keep those institutions trustworthy.
Thank you so much. In fact, that takes me to Dr. Hardig. They accuse you and the Smithsonian of sowing division in this country. However, before the White House deleted it, the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security found the biggest domestic threat to the United States is violent white supremacists. So I have a couple of questions for you. First, to the best of your knowledge, has the museum ever been linked to any violent act that has occurred in the United States or against the U.S. government?
Thank you, ma'am. Not to the best of my knowledge.
I don't think many of these white supremacists can even read, but to the best of your knowledge, can you identify a single artifact in your museum that would divide the country?
To the best of my knowledge, ma'am, no. I hope that they unite the country through a shared understanding of our past.
Do you think, or do you ask the political affiliation of any of your employees before you hire them?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
I'm glad that you know the law, but nevertheless, do you ask if they've donated to political campaigns?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
We need a briefing in this building, but nevertheless, do you only hire non-white people?
No, ma'am.
In fact, almost 60% of the Smithsonian's total workforce is men and more than 50% is white. 90% of Smithsonian employees making senior level pay are white and 60% of them are men. I don't understand this fetish that these white guys with fragile egos have with trying to feel oppressed. It reminds me of the same people MLK was referring to when he said, quote, "They believe that American society is essentially hospitable to fair play and to steady growth towards a middle-class utopia embodying racial harmony. But unfortunately, this is a fantasy of self-deception and comfortable vanity." I want to go back real quick, though, Dr. Blight, because you talked about the World Cup. The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last 2 teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess, if you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists in
Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Jasmine Crockett. She's not afraid to throw the punches. All right, let's go check out. Let's go see. This is Senator Presley from that same hearing.
Other neo-fascist or fascist.
Thank you. Our shared American history is under attack. Donald Trump is working overtime to turn our museums into instruments of MAGA propaganda, rather than places where American people and visitors from around the world can encounter our factual history. I had the privilege this weekend of visiting the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, a Smithsonian affiliate. And what I took in there was factual, it was powerful, it was equal parts devastating and also instructive, which is why people are working so hard to erase it. And let me just be clear, try as you might to erase Black history and to erase Black people, you cannot erase us. But I digress. The work of our museums is so very important. Dr. Hardig, that work deserves visibility, gratitude, protection, not vilification and threats. Since taking office, the Trump administration has become synonymous with fascism. While there's no one set definition, historians have generally agreed upon several characteristics. Dr. Blight, you were selected to be the president of the Society of American Historians, so I'm going to ask you to keep me honest on this. Now, what I've learned is that fascism usually includes elements like undermining fair elections, a constant targeting of vulnerable people and labeling them as enemies, and an overwhelming amount of government corruption. Sounds eerily familiar. A damning and devastating deja vu, the moment we find ourselves in right now. The element I want to focus on today is the fascist hostility to our history, academia, museums, and the arts. Dr. Blight, looking at history, why do fascists and autocrats attack cultural institutions like museums?
Madam Congressman, it's because they believe that's where you can control people's minds. You can sustain a social order, you can control education, you can control the arts, you can control writing and creativity itself. It is not just the Nazis, there have been plenty of other neo-fascist or fascist regimes that have attempted to do that.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, this is anti-freedom agenda. They want to control what books we read, what is in our museums, what we do with our bodies, attack the free press, degrade free speech. It's an anti-freedom agenda. Dr. Blight, what warning signs do you look for when society starts drifting towards fascism and authoritarianism?
First, I look for the breakup of political parties. Then I look for this kind of assault on cultural institutions, on things like the National Park Service, which reaches more students than any of us who teach in universities. I look for attempts to control the media, which is the dissemination of knowledge. And I look for any attempt at the control over free minds, free speech, freedom itself.
Thank you. History gives us a chilling example of what happens when a government decides that it alone will define what counts as good art and acceptable history. I've heard the stories passed down in Jewish families of Germany in the 1930s. As the Nazi regime consolidated political power, it turned its attentions to museums and to galleries. The regime started with criticism, labeling art as degenerate and claiming it didn't fit with the national culture. But then they started attacking museum directors and curators, and eventually art pieces were confiscated from museums and locked away or sold. In 1939, Nazis publicly burned thousands of paintings that they couldn't profit from. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum details much of this history. Fascist attacks on museums are not just about history. Today, the occupant of the White House labels entire aspects of American history as quote unquote divisive and uses the power of his office to pressure the Smithsonian to remove, whitewash, and to rewrite our stories. I'm not here to exaggerate, just to educate. And what is spurring this all on? What fuels this? Fear of a Black planet, fear of a multiracial democracy. The occupant of the Oval Office, Project 2025, this cult of MAGA, they are fueled by fear and hate. Dr. Blight, when people see the warning signs that you mentioned, why is it important that they speak up and take action?
Well, it's important because if the people don't stand up, they lose these institutions. And as you just suggested, the black world came to America for the World Cup. I wonder if people notice that the world is black and brown, and the teams from European countries were black and brown. And we ought to take some lesson from that. And by the way, to that point earlier, that they were getting disinformation. Well, who are they getting the disinformation from? And let's remember, what fascinates the world about America is our contradictions.
Your time's up.
All right, that's from that Smithsonian hearing that happened earlier today. Here's another one from that same hearing, Walkinshaw. Let's see what he has to say.
Doge wasn't about efficiency. It was.
All right, that's Walkinshaw from that same hearing.
Mr. Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually glad we're having this hearing today of the Subcommittee on Government Efficiency, because finally we have abandoned the pretense that this subcommittee has anything to do with government efficiency. Just like Elon Musk's Doge wasn't about efficiency, it was an ideological purge of the federal government. This assault on the Smithsonian has nothing to do with efficiency. It's an ideological effort, to quote Mr. Gonzalez, a cultural battle. But let's go ahead and talk about rewriting history. Let's talk about it, because that's what the Trump administration is doing as we speak. It's Jackie Robinson. Before he stepped onto Ebbets Field, he wore the uniform of the United States Army. He broke Major League Baseball's color barrier in 1947. He didn't just transform a sport, he challenged one of the last great institutions of legalized segregation in America. He helped move our country closer to the promise that talent and character matter more than the color of your skin. I guess for President Trump's Department of Defense, he was part of the DEI problem we've heard about today, because he got erased, removed from the website, canceled, restored only after public outcry. The Tuskegee Airmen flew more than 15,000 combat missions during World War II, escorting American bombers over Europe. They didn't just help defeat Nazi Germany, they helped to dismantle segregation in the US Armed Forces. Somehow, they're also part of the DEI problem we've heard about today, because they were erased. The Air Force removed a documentary on the Tuskegee Airmen from their course instruction. Navajo code talkers. Young Navajo Marines developed an unbreakable battlefield code that Japanese forces couldn't crack. It helped American forces win some of the toughest battles in the Pacific, saved countless American lives. Also, apparently, part of the DEI problem, because they got erased. Now the Trump administration and my Republican colleagues are focusing their anti-DEI erasure efforts on the Smithsonian. Last week, they released this report we've discussed today.
Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Eric Klein? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. What up, Dan Fries? What's up, Amber? What's up, Long Bong? Hey, what's up, Multi-Chick? Good to see you. What's up, homies?
Saying the museum has been captured by, quote, extreme political activism. It's pretty extreme, deleting Jackie Robinson. Why the report? Because the museum tells the full American story. It examines slavery alongside liberty. It discusses immigration alongside citizenship. It recognizes the struggle for civil rights alongside our founding ideals, and yes, the flaws of our founders. But according to this administration, that's not patriotic. They erased Jackie Robinson. They erased the Tuskegee Airmen. They erased the Navajo code talkers. And now they want to take their big orange eraser to a proud American institution, the Smithsonian. We should reject this effort to erase our history Because in America, the truth has always been our strength. It's not a weakness, Mr. Gonzalez and Dr. Spalding. Dr. Blight, can you tell us the damage that is done when history, Jackie Robinson, Navajo code talkers, Tuskegee Airmen is erased from websites, from course instructions? How does that hurt America?
Well, if you want inspiration from history, you can't start any better than this. Delete Jackie Robinson and he'll come back. His name was Hank Aaron. His name was Frank Robinson. His name was Bob Gibson, and I could name 1,000 more. Good luck trying to delete anything that people really care about in our history. They're going to find out about it. And the fact that you can even delete it is something they can take because they have some faith in institutions like the Smithsonian, which they love and want to go to. We'll bring that story to them. What's lost is curiosity, understanding. You know, our job as historians is to understand the dead. Sorry, you become relevant when you're dead. But the reason we want to understand the dead is so that we can really understand the living. And to delete the dead because somehow they don't fit a category that we like in the present is to soil the present.
Thank you. I yield back.
That was cool right there. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see what's up with the homie Jim McGovern made a move today. Let's see what he has to say. This is Jim McGovern from the House floor today. It's titled, "This is the Republican Economy. These are their prices. McGovern slams GOP over failed policies." All right, this should be pretty good.
Such time as it may consume.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary time, and I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this Congress is an absolute mess. The gentlelady from North Carolina says that our rhetoric doesn't carry a bit of substance, but let me begin by asking a question of the American people, a very simple question. Are you better off today than you were a year and a half ago? It has been 18 months since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Republicans have controlled every lever of power in Washington for over a year and a half. They control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they even control the Supreme Court. And that is the one simple that we will debate today. In fact, it is the only thing that matters, really. Is it easier to fill up your gas tank? Are your rent bills more affordable? Are your groceries cheaper? Have your prescription medicine costs gone down? Does your paycheck go further? In short, Mr. Speaker, life has gotten easier. Has life gotten easier for anybody over these last 18 months, or has it gotten harder? I think most people, including most Republicans, if they're being honest with themselves, they know the answer. They don't need a politician or a fancy economics degree to say that things are not better. They are not better. In fact, they will tell you that things are worse. Much, much, much.
Hey, what's up, Almost High? I think I put you in a 10-second timeout on accident. My bad.
They see it every time they tap their credit card at the gas station. They see it every time they check out at a grocery store. They see it every month when their rent is due, when their electric bill comes in, when the pharmacist says their kid's medicine is more expensive. They see it when their paycheck just doesn't go as far as it used to. This is the Republican economy. These are their prices, and it is their policies that have failed America miserably. Donald Trump and Republicans promised they would use their power to lower costs on day one. Well, it is year two, and costs are not lower, which by any definition would make that a broken promise. So why are prices up? Why is life harder? Why are things worse off now? The reason is simple. It's because instead of working with Democrats to fight for everyday people, Republicans have made one decision after another to help the rich and the powerful and basically hurt everybody else. I have example after example. Are things better off because of Trump's tariffs, Mr. Speaker? The tariffs that the New York Federal Reserve says are almost exclusively paid by American consumers, American farmers, American manufacturers, and American companies. Does that make anybody better off? I don't think most people would say that tariffs have made their life better. I think they would say that the tariffs have made their life worse, more expensive, more difficult. Well, what about the war in Iran? A new, endless, illegal war. Another one of Donald Trump's broken promises. Does anyone think that's made life better for the American people? Maybe it's made life better for defense contractors. Maybe for the crazy neocon warmongers, they get a kick out of another war. But not for everyday people. Not for everyday people. We have spent probably well over $100 billion on this illegal and reckless war. $100 billion. That's not on helping make sure that Americans don't go hungry. That's not on lowering healthcare costs or lowering people's rents or lowering gas prices. It's on this crazy war, a war of choice that the president had no plan for. Doesn't know what the hell he's going to do next. This is nuts. In fact, we're now 5 months into a war that these guys said would only last a couple of weeks. They've declared victory like 6 times, yet the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. More American troops, sadly, were killed this weekend. Gas prices are back above $4 a gallon. Inflation continues to skyrocket. Does anybody think that's made life better for most Americans? 5 months of war in the Middle East.
Oh yeah, Trump does not care. He even said so himself. He doesn't care about Americans' financial situations. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, Trump doesn't give 2 diaper poops. He's just going to keep on escalating this Iran war so he can, he's going to do whatever he can to, take over the elections.
You go right down the line. Republicans promised better health care. Instead, they passed a law that takes hundreds of billions of dollars out of Medicaid and leaves millions more people uninsured. How the hell does that make anybody's life better? Republicans promised lower taxes, except they chose another tax giveaway for those at the very top, and they pat themselves on the back for the pennies they gave to everyone else. Has that made life better for people? And after 18 months of higher costs, more inflation, new wars, costly tariffs, and stunning corruption, now they're bringing us a continuing resolution that kicks the can down the road. They're bringing us a pathetic excuse of a stock trading ban that fails to address the much larger culture of corruption and self-dealing coming out of the White House. And they're bringing us a budget framework authorizing $73 billion for Trump's illegal Iran war, $12 billion as a Band-Aid to help farmers that their policies continue to hurt, and another $10 billion to rig the November elections. That's nearly $100 billion in new spending with no offsets, meaning this bill could very well increase the debt by over $100 billion. Whatever happened to the old-fashioned Republicans who wanted to pay for things, who didn't want to increase the deficit or the debt? I guess that's a thing of the past. Not one thing in this reconciliation bill, by the way, not a single damn thing will be about affordability. Not one thing will lower prices. That's called being out of touch, Mr. Speaker. And there will be time to debate their crummy bills on the floor this week. But this hour is about priorities. And Republicans have their priorities all out of whack. Their agenda has only made things better for those at the top, for the Mar-a-Lago members and CEOs with private jets, the donor class and the corporate special interests. Things are better for them. But for the rest of America, their agenda has been a disaster. The policies of this Republican Congress are a dumpster fire for everyday people. A total disaster. Their tariffs are crushing people. Their war is driving up costs. Their toxic environmental policies are filling our air with smoke and our food with parasites. And Americans are dying in the Middle East for their war. Again, Mr. Speaker, when I go back home and I ask people, are you better off than you were 18 months ago? They don't even answer. They laugh because it's such a ridiculous question, because it is so obvious that all of us are worse off because of this Republican majority and because of this administration, which cares only about not hurting the president's fragile feelings and delicate ego. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
All right, so that was Jim McGovern right there from the House floor. All right, let's go see what else we got in the queue here. Let's see, we already seen MAGA Mike Grinder Johnson. Got Jeffries, don't want to see that. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Start from the top. All right, all that stuff we can watch later. We can watch that later. Let's see what's up with Sheldon Whitehouse.
Let FIFA occupy.
All right. You know what? Let's go check out. All right. We're about to go hard. Let's go check out this hearing. It was like a hearing about Donald Trump's crimes against humanity. Let's go check this out. Let's see if I can find it. All right, here it is.
The American people are struggling.
All right, this should be pretty good.
Well,
all right, this is Dems hold major shadow hearing on Trump scams. All right, this is a hearing about Trump's corruption and his crimes against humanity and his war crimes.
Thank you for being here. To Representative Garcia, Chairman of or ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, and to my wonderful colleague, Senator Whitehouse, who has been instrumental in the topic that brings us here today. We're here for another important hearing and investigation into the Trump administration's brazen, unprecedented corruption and disregard for the American people. As we all know, everyday Americans are struggling to man's meat, put food on the table, buy gasoline, and most everything else. Donald Trump has embarked on a series of 18 vanity projects costing more than $1 billion. Corruption has consequences. Corruption has costs. And we are seeing the costs in dollars and cents, but also the desecration of iconic national monuments that symbolize America at this 250th anniversary of our great country. Donald Trump's taste for gilded excesses has long been known, but over the past year, we ought to be shocked at how far he has shown he's willing to go. And let me just quickly outline for you how bills have ballooned and quality has cratered. The East Wing renovation, as it was called, has ballooned in cost from $200 million to $400 million and now $600 million in a no-bid contract, single source with Clark Construction. The reflecting pool, which itself is a disaster, in now empty and fenced off from the public, has gone to a total so far of more than $17 million, but the work has to be redone. So likely that cost will be doubled. Lafayette Park, which originally was supposed to cost $3.3 million, is now again with Clark Construction at a cost of $17 million, and the reflecting pool was a single source, non-competitive, no bid contract with Greenwater Services, which is owned by a Trump donor. In fact, that donor has given to Trump's campaign and other projects.
Oh, you're all good, almost Ty. Yeah, sometimes things get misconstrued or whatnot, but you know, we're all team FDT.
More than $500,000. Those are just some of the projects we see underway. I want to go back to last October when President Trump announced on Truth Social that he was remodeling the Lincoln bedroom, and most particularly the Lincoln bathroom of the White House in, quote, polished statutory marble. Of course, he didn't tell us how much the renovation was going to cost, but estimates suggest that it has put burdens on taxpayers of about $1.6 million. And that was just the beginning. In the months since, he's treated the entire Capitol as his personal Versailles, a palace on the Potomac. He's destroyed a full wing of the White House, repainted the reflecting pool, shuttered the Kennedy Center name, and he's planning to build a massive ark to glorify himself. Meanwhile, he's consistently refused to do anything to help the American people with the struggles they face, whether it be extending the ACA subsidies, providing funding for SNAP, or simply signing a housing bill that passed Congress with overwhelming support. These actions aren't the hallmark of a president. They are.
Yeah, this is going to be a good hearing. I'm looking forward to watching this whole thing. So appreciate anyone that's here hanging out, sharing your opinions. Shout out to all the mods. Thanks for hanging out and keeping the chat a nice place for everyone to express those feelings. You know, we all want to be heard and we all want to hear what everyone has to say. But yeah, Blumenthal. This guy's a good senator right here. I like Blumenthal. He's cool.
Like hallmarks of an authoritarian dictator who's only concerned about himself and not the people he was elected to serve. And the people profiting are Trump cronies who are paid inflated sums from taxpayer dollars through shady, no-bid contracts for work they are not qualified to do. When the American people aren't overpaying Trump or his friends directly, major companies are getting rich with contracts awarded or lawsuits dropped after they make donations in untold millions. This story of corruption has human costs as well. President Trump wants to be king. He doesn't care who gets hurt or lost along the way. Arlington National Cemetery is hallowed ground. It's hallowed ground for all Americans, not just veterans. It's a solemn resting place with a view overlooking the Lincoln Memorial in recognition.
Hey, multi-check, that's a good observation right there. I never thought of that. Interesting. Yeah, I can't even run my AC at my place because of Donald Trump's failed economy, LOL.
But servicemen and women give or have given to our country. President Trump wants to desecrate Arlington by building a massive ark in tribute to himself, which will cast an imposing shadow over that sacred place. The American people have lost a bipartisan cultural touchstone, and artists across the country have lost a place that should be recognized for their achievement without regard to political affiliation. The East Wing of the White House stood for over a century as a place where ordinary Americans entered to tour the house built for presidents, the people's house, our house, to reside as custodians of our shared history. They're not the owners. They live there for a while. They're temporary occupants, but President Trump knocked it down as though he were the owner to construct a massive ornate ballroom that we now hear the American people are supposed to contribute hundreds of millions of dollars to construct. He promised it was going to be funded all privately.
The funny thing about these maggots is they'll never even step a foot inside that ballroom.
Indeed, tens of millions were raised from companies that have business before the government. Of those donors, more than half have received new contracts or expanded the ones they have now. Pay to play is the MO here. These actions are a microcosm of how the president views our whole country. He expects all of us to glorify him at every failing act and pay money to his friends and family whenever they ask, and even while everyday Americans struggle to meet the needs of life. That's not the America our founders fought for 250 years ago. It's the America they sought to prevent through the Emoluments Clause, which forbids benefits going to the president. And it's not the America we want to live in today. I turn to Representative Garcia for his remarks.
Well, thank you as always, Senator Blumenthal, and for your leadership in these joint hearings, which have all been really instructive. And today is so important. And I know that the Senate and certainly us in the House care deeply about our history, America's monuments, and the future where we go from here. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. It's a really important hearing that we're having. And we're here today to call out the disgusting vanity, incompetence, and corruption of President Donald Trump. The American people are struggling. The rent is too damn high. Grocery prices are up. Gas prices are up. Every American family is paying the costs of Trump's tariffs and economy. But the president doesn't care about working families. He claims affordability is a hoax. His only priority is himself and his family. And he is obsessed with weaponizing his office for profit, collecting over $2 billion in his first year in office alone. And his family is looting billions more from the American taxpayer. And today we're going to talk about his obsession with rebuilding DC as a monument to his own ego. Now, there's currently a $14 million renovation happening that's plagued by algae and a bottom that's chipping away and falling apart at the reflecting pool. This pool has been drained twice just in 3 months for repairs. Built so incompetently that they're trying to put an innocent man to jail to cover up their shoddy work, with contracts going to Donald Trump friends and donors. What a disgrace and completely shameful. And then, of course, there's the East Wing and the White House, demolished with barely any public notice or public process. To make way for what? A ballroom that'll cost up to $1 billion, funded by taxpayers and shady corporate donations, so that Donald Trump and his family can host balls and dinners and galas for himself, I'm sure, and for his friends and rich donors. What a shameful moment for our country, and just disturbing to see what he's doing at the White House. And we can't forget about the Kennedy Center. He not only tried to take over the board, of course, installing himself as chairman, but he placed his name on the building, turning a cultural institution, a memorial to a great man, a president, into some sort of war vanity project to himself. Thank goodness for the courage of some and the courts in stopping these horrific and illegal and corrupt action. And now, of course, he's also pushing this triumphal arch between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington National Cemetery. This arch, of course, when reporters are asked who the arch was for, Trump said, quote, "Me." This is a sad, pathetic, lonely man who's trying to turn America's monuments into monuments for himself. And in the process, he's destroying institutions and properties that belong not to him and his family, but to the American people. He's dishonoring our history. He's dishonoring our veterans. He's dishonoring a former great president, and he's dishonoring the American people. And of course, what's crazy is every single project is marked by corruption and actually incompetence. No bid contracts, as we know, unqualified companies, including campaign donors, and blatant violations of the law halted by the courts. Donald Trump claims to be the biggest, most successful builder of all time, but he can't even refurbish a pool. Trump also likes to talk about vandals in DC and crime in DC and all the vandalism that he sees wherever he goes. Well, the biggest vandal in Washington, DC is the President of the United States. He's corrupt, he's incompetent, he's ripping off the taxpayer, he's obsessed with himself and only himself, and he's willing to destroy important American institutions for his own grievances and his own vanity and narcissism. He literally destroyed the East Wing. He doesn't care about real priorities of the American public. Now, we are investigating all of this, and I thank our Senate partners in their incredible work and investigations on these issues. Now, we want the contracts, we want the documents, the communications, the payments, the paper trails, and we're going to find out who is profiting from these projects and find all the grift and the waste. And of course, what Donald Trump and the administration should know is that we're just getting started. And with that, Senator, I yield back.
Thank you. Thanks, Representative Garcia, and thank you for your partnership in this effort. And we're going to be demanding the facts. We're going to want the evidence and documents, and we'll stop at nothing to get them. And together, we're going to make sure that we uncover this corruption, because it has costs. Corruption has costs and consequences for everyday Americans. And nobody knows better the importance of getting the facts than my good friend, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. I want to thank him for his leadership in battling the administration's grift and corruption. Particularly, I want to recognize the tremendous work he did just last week in bringing to light the new whistleblower allegations that the administration is once again performing shoddy work, cutting corners, and issuing no-bid contracts for millions of dollars at the Kennedy Center. Thank you for being here, Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Ranking Members Blumenthal and Garcia, for convening us here today to discuss monumental waste. If you want to see monumental waste, look no further than the Kennedy Center. Beginning last summer, whistleblowers came to me with documents showing that after President Trump had declared himself chairman, his hand-picked leadership team let FIFA occupy the entire campus for 3 weeks for a grand total of $0. Zero. That gift cost the center over $5 million in lost revenue, but it let the president hang a made-up FIFA Peace Prize around his neck. Invoices and receipts also showed a pattern of unprecedented spending on staff meals, jobs going to Trump world family and friends with no qualifications, and long-term stays at the ritzy Watergate Hotel for their new hires. So as ranking member of the Environment Public Works Committee and ex officio member of the center's board, I launched an investigation into the management of the Kennedy Center's finances. Since last November, more whistleblowers have come forward with documents that demonstrate even more corruption and self-dealing, from multiple no-bid contracts going to preferred contractors, to rushed jobs that need to be redone, to management telling staff to do whatever it takes and not to worry about the repercussions because we'll deal with the lawsuits later. And to what end? All this waste occurred in the service of gratifying the president's monumental ego. That meant delivering for him 2 dates, December 5th, when he'd take to the stage to accept his phony baloney Peace Prize, and December 7th, when he'd take the stage again as the self-appointed host of the Kennedy Center Honors. The columns rusting through fresh paint, the reflecting pool that may now have to be rebuilt, Trump's name appearing on the building less than 12 hours after an illegal board vote. None of this is an accident. Everything was rushed to make sure the monuments looked the way the president wanted. And now Americans are left to foot the bill for the shoddy work itself and for the still needed repairs never properly done. My fellow ex officio member, Representative Joyce Beatty, is here. She filed the lawsuit that forced President Trump's name off of President Kennedy's memorial, restored the statutory voting rights of ex officio members, and halted a complete closure of the entire center that looked more like a cover-up for their inability to run the place. So my work on the Kennedy Center continues, and I encourage all those with information to keep coming forward. My staff remains ready to meet with anyone in confidence and at your convenience. I'll also recognize that Norm Eisen, who was Joyce Beatty's lawyer in that matter, is here as well. So you guys are backstopped in that. As a ranking member of EPW with jurisdiction over public buildings, I'd be remiss not to mention other victims to the Trump cavalcade of corruption. You know the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool story, the peeling paint, the made-up claims of vandalism, the gash that grew with every retelling. What you may not know, that $1.8 million contract ballooned to a $14 million no-bid giveaway to Trump's preferred contractors, including a Palm Beach neighbor who has twice pled guilty to federal bribery and campaign finance violations. Same at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Last October, I wrote to President Trump regarding his illegal demolition of the East Wing for his vanity ballroom. First promised at $200 million in private donations. Its cost has now more than tripled, including a defeated attempt to fleece taxpayers out of $1 billion. Ranking Member Garcia and I led an amicus brief urging the court to stop construction of the $1 billion ballroom without congressional approval. And now turns out there's more. The Washington Post has since reported that the White House awarded a $500 million no-bid contract routed through the executive residence. Conveniently, the place exempt from federal rules requiring competitive bidding. The Trump motto, don't like the rules, break them. Manufactured vandalism, bulldozed buildings, no-bid contracts. None of this is happening in isolation, and none of it's really about paint and plaster. It's a story of cronyism, corruption, and contempt for anyone who engages in oversight. It's a deliberate hollowing out of American institutions that are supposed to outlast any one man until there's nothing left of them but the name on the door. Or, if you don't like that name, just a tarp to cover it up. Thank you very much to both of our co-chairs.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Whitehouse has already partially introduced the witnesses, but I'm going to do a more formal job. And I want to tell the witnesses and everybody here that Senator Whitehouse and I spent a lot of time in this hearing room. Rarely is it as packed as it is today when we have a formal hearing. So I want to thank everybody who is here, but also just to tell the witnesses, you may feel that this hearing is of lesser value because we're sitting down here instead of on the dais. We should be on the dais. This hearing should be bipartisan. Republicans should be doing what we're doing now, investigating this corruption and cronyism. But make no mistake that America is watching. In fact, our investigative hearings have been watched on live stream by many multiples of the numbers of people who ordinarily watch the hearings held in this hearing room. So thank you to everybody who is watching remotely today. We're very honored to be joined today by Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who has represented the 3rd District of Ohio since 2013. She's here today to discuss her role as an ex officio member of the Kennedy Center's Board of Trustees and her successful efforts to fight the Trump administration's attempts to rename the Kennedy Center. Ben Folds is a world-renowned songwriter and musician who spent 8 years as artistic advisor to the National Symphony Orchestra at the Kennedy Center. He stepped down from that role in February 2025 after President Trump fired many members of the Kennedy Center's formerly bipartisan board and had himself elected chairman. Jimmy Shaughnessy is a combat veteran whose great-grandparents served in both world wars. They are buried in Arlington. He is here to share his family's story and how Trump's proposed art would honor or dishonor his great-grandparents and so many other brave veterans who are buried at Arlington. John Gollinger is a democracy advocate and public citizen, where he has led groundbreaking research uncovering the corruption and grift epidemic in Donald Trump's ballroom pay-to-play. Ambassador Norm Eisen, retired ambassador, is the co-founder and board member of Democracy Defenders Action and co-founder and executive chair of Democracy Defenders Fund. He has combated the Trump administration's efforts to establish a $1.776 billion slush fund. I call it a thug fund for the benefit of the January 6th insurrectionists. He served as counsel to remove Trump's name from the Kennedy Center. He represented Olympian David Byrne in his criminal case regarding the reflecting pool, and his testimony today will focus on anti-corruption efforts. So with that, Congresswoman Beatty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ranking Members, Senator Richard Blumenthal and Congressman Robert Garcia and other members of this distinguished hearing. I'd also be remiss if I did not thank my colleague and ex officio board member Sheldon Whitehouse for his comments. Today's hearing, monumental waste on how Donald Trump is spending taxpayers' dollars on national landmarks like the Kennedy Center. My testimony will focus on fighting back against Trump's unlawful renaming of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, the only living memorial for President Kennedy. It's about whether powerful people can rewrite history, seize public institutions, and silence dissent. The unlawful renaming of the Kennedy Center is another example of Trump's disregard of the rule of law and our Constitution. I became the face of this fight because someone had to stand up. At the end of the day, it wasn't about fighting for myself. I was fighting for the rule of law and for an institution that belongs to the American people. Trump began his takeover of the Kennedy Center by handpicking his sycophants to the Board of Trustees to rubber stamp his plans. By law, certain members of Congress serve as ex officio members of the Kennedy Center's Board of Trustees, like myself. Trump then illegally stripped ex officio members of their rights to vote in board meetings. During the December 18th, 2025 virtual meeting, I was muted, silencing me when the vote occurred to change the name. On December 22nd, 2025, I filed the lawsuit, Beatty v. Trump, in federal court to remind the president that there are consequences for unlawful actions and that one cannot simply rewrite federal law. From December 2025 to March 2026, a series of filings and hearings occurred. I appeared before the Federal District Court Judge Christopher R. Cooper on March 12th. Might add, that was my birthday, 2026. On May 30th, 2026, Judge Cooper ruled that the Kennedy Center trustees acted unlawfully when they renamed the institution to include Donald Trump's name. Further, the court reaffirmed separation of powers by stating that only Congress has the authority to rename the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Judge Cooper also ordered every reference to Trump's name to be removed, including the website, branding, transportation, and signage on the front of the building. On June 12, 2026, the day the sign was ordered to come down, I stood with hundreds of people at the Kennedy Center for approximately 11 hours as scaffolding and a tarp were erected. At 4 a.m. on Saturday, June 13th, I witnessed the name had been removed. In addition to the name being removed, Judge Cooper also blocked Trump's planned 2-year shutdown of the Kennedy Center. Justice prevailed. No longer silenced, no longer prevented from attending and voting in board meetings, the name had come down. The Kennedy Center is the home to the National Symphony Orchestra and thousands of artists, performers, students, advisors, and families like many here today, especially Mr. Ben Folds. Once it became apparent that the Trump and the board's unlawful actions led artists to canceling and refusing to play the Kennedy Center, it appeared that Trump decided that his own personal ego outweighed the thousands of artists and the workers who rely on the Kennedy Center for their livelihood. The court's most recent ruling made clear that the Trump administration must explain two things by July 31st. Why the Kennedy Center remains covered by a massive tarp, and what is he covering up, and what concrete plans they have to keep the building open. I'd like to convey my appreciation to the House Oversight Committee and the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations for holding this hearing today. In these difficult times, American people deserve better than a president who is more focused on slapping his name on buildings than helping people lower the cost of groceries. Yes, I would have preferred to be here talking about affordability and helping working families rather than discussing Trump's vanity projects and petty acts of defiance. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman B, and thank you for your great work. I want to just say, ordinarily, we would have a presiding officer sternly gaveling down the applause. But actually, there's something very refreshing and inspiring about your approval, and thank you, Congresswoman B, for that excellent testimony. Mr. Folds, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committees. Thank you for the invitation to speak for you today. My name is Ben Folds, and I've been a recording artist and touring artist for 30 years, and half my career has been focused on the orchestra. In 2017, I was appointed the first artistic advisor to the National Symphony Orchestra, NSO, at the Kennedy Center here in Washington, D.C., where my role was essentially curatorial. We sold out shows for 8 years straight without compromising the orchestra's integrity. Contemporary artists like Sarah Bareilles, John Batiste, Regina Spektor, as well as country artist Jamie Johnson, all played their first orchestra shows with us, and then carried those scores to perform with other orchestras around the country, because it's a common challenge for orchestras across the U.S. to bring in younger audiences, and their survival depends on this. So we saw an opportunity there. This is one of the many things that the Kennedy Center and the NSO can lead as a mission-based federal arts institution, not a run-of-the-mill profit institution. Just as our efforts were beginning to make a difference across the country, in February 2025, the Trump administration staged a brutal board takeover. For the first time in history, a president took control of the Kennedy Center's programming and messaging. The firewall between politics and the center's nonprofit mission was eliminated. The result was a hyper-politicized environment. Gone was the apolitical sanctuary the Kennedy Center always provided. During the first Trump administration, when I was appointed, I never heard politics discussed in any meetings or gatherings at the center. Everyone involved, including the Trump board, knew we were there to create, educate, and showcase art for all Americans, not to further a political agenda. I think most of us understand that when you politicize art, you got propaganda. With the new partisan toxic environment under the current administration, I could not trust that artists I booked at the Kennedy Center would be safe from retribution if they said or sung something that might displease the president or his political lackeys who now controlled the center. I could not perform my job or the mission I was brought on to do, and for this reason, with great sadness, I had no choice but to resign. These days, if an artist agrees to perform at the Kennedy Center, they risk being seen as explicitly endorsing the Trump administration and all of its policies. Declining an invitation to perform at the Kennedy Center will have an equal and opposite political effect. There may be certain artists who will thrive in this environment, comedians come to mind, but most want nothing to do with it and will choose to create and perform their art elsewhere, and they are, and audiences are following. If you take the case of DC-based artist Yasmin Williams, who decided even after the takeover to honor a prior offer to perform at the Kennedy Center's Millennium Stage. Exercising her First Amendment rights, Yasmin had publicly taken issue with the then center's Trump-loyal executive director, and during her performance, she was aggressively interrupted and heckled, prompting the center's workers union to call for an investigation into credible allegations that the then executive director incited and even paid these hecklers to harass her. So Yasmin had to endure heckling from extremists on the right, while also getting grief from the left for even showing up to perform, treated as she was a scab crossing a picket line. And you have to marvel at anyone who would believe they could run the business of the Kennedy Center with no prior arts administration experience at all. And we can see the result has been dwindling audiences, the exit of the Washington National Opera, the dismantling of the National Public Education outreach programs, and the demoralization of our National Symphony Orchestra. Many of the NSO privately believe that their jobs are in danger. So the takeover hobbled the Kennedy Center, broke its once proven successful business model, and disrespected its original core mission. The unlawful addition of the president's name to the front of the building sent the Kennedy Center into further spiral. And while his name has been removed, thank you, the center's future and the future of the NSO is still uncertain. Our beloved institution needs to be resuscitated. We need a vibrant Kennedy Center whose leadership once again understands how to run its business, who will keep politics checked at the doors, who will ensure that only the most qualified arts administrators are in charge. Because we can see the damage that it's caused when arts are run by politicians rather than people. I greatly appreciate you hearing me out. I can only hope your concerns can find their ways to the hearts and minds of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle who seem absent today. I used to work with them on various issues, bringing people into the arts, and they're absent now. Here's hoping that we can get that spirit back. I'd like to yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foltz, and for all your work. I now recognize Mr. Shaughnessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate your efforts in keeping this issue in the public eye. I speak to you today as a private citizen, a Marine Corps combat veteran, son of a veteran, and grandson of generations of combat veterans spanning nearly 200 years. Buried in Section 60 in Arlington National Cemetery, my great-grandfather, my great-grandmother. He, a combat veteran who led the charge on horseback against Pancho Villa, and would go on to serve in both World Wars. She, a combat nurse who tended to wounded young men during World War II. They didn't question whether they should serve, only how long they would be permitted to. As a young Marine, I was impressed by their example. Their commitment to service and country became values I carried through my enlistment and combat tour, a tour in which I lost friends before I could learn their full names. Now, potentially, a gigantic arch will cast a shadow on my resting family, friends, and leathernecks as vanity is rewarded with a momentous symbol of selfishness. A 250-foot arch is a profound disruption and insult at the entrance to sacred ground. The space at the gates of Arlington Cemetery exists as a threshold, a transitory passage between service and burial. To preserve that integrity, it must remain open and unobstructed. The origin of this arch was not born from conversations and contemplation with military members, veterans, their families, or the entities that serve these populations. It was not a discussion with the American people, not a discussion for the American people, but rather an attempt to gain the attention of one man. Service members and their families navigate many transitions throughout a military career and beyond. The transition out of the military is among the most dangerous periods a service member will face. That final transition, from service to eternal rest, it is not theirs to manage. It is ours. It falls to us, the living, to receive our wounded and our dead with the highest esteem and care. An arch is not what they need. Who is this arch for? Is it for me? The president has already answered that question, and yes, it is for him. This arch would obstruct the sight line of the Arlington Memorial Bridge, a symbol of unity and reconciliation, connecting those divided by war and grief. Rather than honoring that unity, it deepens a wound that has not fully healed. Hasty construction is no path to a monument worthy of this nation. Previous memorials were shaped by extensive public input and rigorous agency review, ensuring that the final design reflected our shared values. This proposal has had neither. Others have raised the serious safety hazards of placing a monument in a roundabout at a high traffic intersection, consistent with this administration's pattern of placing pedestrians in harm's way. Every view from our contemplated landscape will be dominated by an overt symbol of hasty, selfish celebration. Approaching drivers will have their view of Arlington obstructed as they gawk at the mammoth sterling white blocks of stamped facade. Once atop the observation deck, there are two choices. Gawk with an amusement-like stare at the cotton-bright gravestones diligently plotted across the hillside, or turn your back on our fallen comrades and take in the stunning views. The administration has chosen to ignore the established protocol and precedent for this project, which is allowing Congress to write into law the authorization for construction of a memorial structure, instead rubber stamping every aspect of this project, contradicting the very purpose of pre-established criteria meant to determine the structure's path. The precedent cited for this project is beyond flawed and outdated. 100 years old and 2 pillars apart is hardly sturdy footing for an arch. This project does not honor any living or deceased patriot of ours. Funding has been stripped from the Veterans Affairs, the National Park Service, and the Department of Interior, degrading the capacity of these very agencies that provide direct services to veterans and their families. If we are to truly support the men and women who serve in uniform, direct this money to those agencies. How will this project be funded? With our tax dollars? With redirected entrance fees from parks across the country? Anonymous donations flowing into another undisclosed fund? We deserve an answer. This is not political, this is eternal. No one needs this arch. It is inappropriate, unnecessary, insulting. It is a waste of our land, our time, and our money. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Hey, yo, what up, everyone? No, I'm right here. I'm listening. So Trump's trying to do his bogus arch over there. What a moron.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Shaughnessy. Mr. Gollinger.
Good afternoon. My name is John Gollinger. I'm the democracy advocate with Public Citizen, where I investigate corporate influence on government.
All right, I guess we could do a new poll. All right, let's do a new poll. All right, so let's see. Screw the Save the Maggot Act. And a whopping 67% of you say, yeah. F the Save the Maggot Act. Hell yeah, that's what's up. The American people have spoken. That's how the midterms are going to go. All right, let's start a new pool that's more related to what we're watching now.
The week before the wrecking ball smashed into the East Wing, a room of around 100 people gathered in the White House for a candlelight dinner. They were there so President Trump could thank them for donating millions of dollars to fund his favorite pet project, the White House Golden Ballroom, and also to hear about another of his pet projects. We saw him holding up the toy arch earlier. That was at this same dinner. The monumental arch to himself. These ballroom dinner donors were prominent lobbyists, bigwig corporate execs, current and wannabe billionaires, all kinds of government influence peddlers and favor seekers. But at the center of it all, at the head table, closest to the president, was the person responsible for raising the money. So I'm here today to focus on following the money, and I think that starts with the person and the people who are raising all of this corrupt money. That person is sitting at the center of the secretive fundraising machine that a federal judge in the Ballroom case referred to as a Rube Goldberg contraption. That person is Meredith O'Rourke. Here she is, laughing all the way to the bank, laughing at pulling one over on the American people. It's President Trump's fundraiser in chief. A profile of Ms. O'Rourke last fall in a Florida publication called Influence Magazine, appropriately titled, reported that she doesn't like the spotlight. She doesn't like it shined on herself or her work. I think that's for good reason. Doing what I'm doing right now, and I hope you do a lot more of in the days and years to come, exposes the secretive, shady schemes that Ms. O'Rourke and her friends have employed to raise all this money for the projects we've heard about today. The Ballroom, Freedom 250, the Garden for American Heroes, trashing of the Kennedy Center, probably the art.
Oh yeah, this dude's going all in for sure. Call out all Trump's corruption. That disastrous fair. Oh man, what a way. You know he grifted all that money and just gave the bare minimum. Like melting ice cream. All the grass died. Yeah, some maggot was out there doing some exposing himself.
More. Central to these schemes has been cloaking Ms. O'Rourke's fundraising for all these pet projects with the veneer of legitimacy and secrecy by funneling the money through tax-exempt charitable organizations. Some of them long-standing groups like the Trust for the National Mall, which has served as the money funnel for the $400+ million for the Ballroom. Some of the money for the Freedom 250 has been funneled through the National Park Foundation. The template for both of these projects was the same. Hijack a legitimate group, funnel money from donors who want or have gotten something from government, and allow them to be both tax exempt and secret. Steer the money to Donald Trump's piggy bank so he can dole the contracts out to friends. No bid contracts in many or most.
Oh my goodness, Dan Fries, that's crazy. The grift never ends. Donald Trump, the master grifter.
And spend wild sums to build monuments to waste, greed, and corruption. With my written testimony that I submitted for the record is the secret document public citizen obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request that lays out the Ballroom project funding scheme in black and white. It says donors who want to be anonymous can be. It says money from tobacco companies, that typically the Park Service and its
Hey, what up? Here's Troy. Thanks for tapping in. Hope you're doing well.
It can be taken and more. We did a report right after the Ballroom, the East Wing was knocked down, that found hundreds of billions of dollars in government contracts went to the people, the companies that donated to the Ballroom. Most of them also had federal enforcement actions pending or dropped. We did another one recently that found that the majority of the donors got more government contracts to the tune of $50 billion since they made their donations. And most of them, 16 out of 27 companies, are facing federal enforcement actions or have gotten them suspended. That's the donors we know about. What I'm more scared of is the donors.
I bet you if Argentina tries to take over the Falkland Islands again, Donald Trump would be on the side of Argentina.
But we will smoke them out and we will find out. Last month, along with the Revolving Door Project, Public Citizen analyzed the contracts and the corporate money related to Freedom 250. That's a Trump-aligned LLC, limited liability company created.
But then again, I think England jacked the Falkland Islands from Argentina. So I guess the Falkland Islands kind of belong to Argentina. I'm not too sure. I got to brush up on my history on that. I remember reading about that. I remember I had the Encyclopedia Britannica set when I was in high school. It was like this big 52 book set or something. I remember reading that during the summers. I'd always read that.
Side, the National Park Foundation, where conveniently Ms. O'Rourke was installed on the board in March. We found 20 corporate sponsors funded Freedom 250. This is
Yeah, I remember in high school in the mid 90s, I had the encyclopedia set. That was like Google before Google.
Oracle, Lockheed Martin, Palantir, United Airlines. Undisclosed sums contributed, no oversight. In another case, Ms. O'Rourke and her associates have simply invented their own tax-exempt charity out of whole cloth. According to the pledge agreement prepared for prospective donors, the National Garden of American Heroes Foundation was established this year to fund 2 Trump projects: the development of a Garden of Heroes at West Potomac Park and the dramatic expansion of the East Potomac Park Golf Course. The pledge agreement lists Ms. O'Rourke and her associate as the contacts and states that they will seek to retain the anonymity of anonymous donors. What all these sketchy schemes have in common is this: corporate and billionaire donors who want something from government benefit. Meredith O'Rourke and her lobbyist friends who help her raise the money benefit. The charities funneling the money benefit. Donald Trump benefits. The American people lose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bollinger. Thank you for the work that you're doing and your organization. And I'm turning now to Ambassador I.
Ranking members Blumenthal and Garcia, members of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations and the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, thank you for convening this forum and inviting me and all of us to appear today. My name is Norman Eisen. I'm the co-founder of Democracy Defenders Action. Since commencing my law practice in Washington, D.C. 35 years ago, I've worked on ethics, anti-corruption, and democracy in the United States and around the world, including as the White House ethics czar and as the United States ambassador to the Czech Republic. And in all those 35 years, I have never seen anything remotely like this. We are experiencing unprecedented corruption in plain sight. As Donald Trump moved
I like this guy. This guy's what's up. Hell yeah.
through his lame duck presidency, he's desperately trying to rewrite his legacy. He's defacing the people's landmarks, and he's carving his own name into the people's institutions. That includes civil cases that I have the privilege to work on among our over 300 matters at Democracy Defenders Action and Democracy Defenders Fund. Cases like the Kennedy Center case or the demolition of the East Wing. I'm going to talk about those cases and why our monuments, our public parks, and our public lands belong to the American people, not to any president and not to Donald Trump. Although I'm also a member of the legal team representing a criminal defendant, Davey Hearn, in the Reflecting Pool case, I will not be discussing that matter today. We've just had a trial date set in that case. Let's begin with the East Wing of the White House. As we've discussed, the president tore down part of the People's House to build himself a $600 million gold-plated ballroom. And then he dumped the wreckage on the People's Park. Now we have more than 35,000 cubic yards of demolition debris hauled into East Potomac Park, land Congress set aside to be held forever, for the recreation and pleasure of the people. The East Potomac Golf Links is their public park where families go. They use both. Trump dumped this waste with no environmental review, with no historic preservation review. Is it any wonder that months later, the Park Service's own testing found elevated lead, arsenic, and mercury in the park? And just this past Friday, the government admitted to a federal judge that it never finished testing that soil before declaring it safe.
Damn, Donald Trump doesn't give two diaper poops about the environment. He's over there destroying the environment, just polluting everything with his soiled diaper.
Proud that our team joins Democracy Forward and Lowland Associates in representing the DC Preservation League and local residents in court, and we do that work in our sister organization, Democracy Defenders Fund. Second, you've heard today from my wonderful client and friend, Congresswoman Beatty, that Congress named the Kennedy Center for President John F. Kennedy. This president, Donald Trump, tried to remake that, to etch his own name on the facade. We've learned that that's illegal. We're going back to court to deal with that tarp. The name has come off. And if there's one principle that's been established in today's testimony and in our case, is that no one mutes Representative Beatty. I'm not really, I've been up here for 35 years. I'm not really accustomed to the applause, but I love it. It's a lot of pressure as it builds for each additional witness. Kennedy Center case we're very proud to do. We believe in doing these cases in teams. Very proud that the Washington Litigation Group and Nathaniel Zelinsky is also here today, is co-counsel with us in that case. There is so much more that we could talk about, and I look forward to discussing in response to your questions another form of vandalism, that $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Perhaps the ultimate landmark of our nation is our Constitution. And by making a deal with himself and trying to establish a slush fund and an endowment for insurrectionists past and future, he violated the Constitution's case and controversy clause. We were so proud to represent 35 bipartisan former federal judges who went to court, who stopped him, and who built a different kind of a landmark. Judge Williams' opinion saying that in the United States, the law is king, none other. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. We're going to have a 5-minute round of questions, and we're going to be hopefully somewhat strict on the 5 minutes because I want to make sure that all of our colleagues have a chance to ask questions. I'll begin. And by the way, Ambassador, there's no ethics czar now in the White House, is there?
I think there's a czar who's in charge of destroying ethics, not defending them. So.
The ethics czar is an ethics czar in charge of destroying ethics and morality, not protecting it. I think the challenge that we face here is making sure that Americans understand that corruption, whether it's no-bid contracts or self-enrichment or favoring pals and donors, has costs. It has costs in ballooning the bills for these projects and in cratering the quality of the work that's done. So corruption is not just an abstract issue of morality or ethics. It has real costs to taxpayers. And Ms. Bollinger, I was really interested in the research that your organization has done. The ballroom was supposed to be privately funded. As a matter of fact, now hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be diverted from the Secret Service to pay for this $600 gilded boondoggle. But there are also private donors who have been awarded $50 billion in taxpayer-funded contracts in just 6 months. That is a startling revelation. Many of these ballroom donors made donations while facing federal enforcement action. They had regulatory action pending against them, in addition to receiving contracts for work that profited them. The SEC dismissed charges against some of these companies. Meta made a donation while facing CFPB investigations and FTC litigation. Coinbase made a donation while the SEC dismissed charges against them. Tell me what you think about the impact of these donations on law enforcement that protects taxpayers in our country?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Well, I worked in law enforcement before I became a public citizen in 2023. I spent 3 years in the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, and I went in because of a public corruption scandal. I was hired, I was a lawyer, but I'd never worked in law enforcement. I was hired to head up public corruption investigations there. And what I learned in my 3 years, we did some good cases, good meaning bad corruption that we uncovered and prosecuted, was that in San Francisco, which is a little city with a lot of money, in every city in this country, in the federal government, in every state, the number one corruption crime is procurement fraud, i.e. corrupt contracts, right? I'm sure as you well know from your experience. And that is because, as was famously said by a bank robber in the 1800s, why does he rob banks? Because that's where the money is. Government contracts are juicy targets for thieves and juicy targets for corrupt government officials. And these sort of hangers-on and associates, as I've been alluding to and discussing, you can figure out how to steer those contracts to the people they want to raise money from. And that's what we're trying to see if actual deals were made. I don't have evidence before you today, but I also, unlike when I was a prosecutor and an investigator, I don't have this power of search warrant. But if you are the chair of this subcommittee next year, you will have that subpoena power. So I will lastly just say, when contracts are given to donors as pay to play, it means the costs of government services go up, taxpayers pay more, and good, honest businesses pay the price. If you want to play by the rules, you end up losing out, and that's wrong.
And we will use that subpoena power, both Representative Garcia and myself, if we are fortunate enough to have it next year. I went out to the reflecting pool at the end of last week, and my heart broke. We've all been to the reflecting pool. We know it's a historic site, the civil rights demonstrations. It's also a place where visitors go, an iconic symbol of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It reflects America. It reflects the Lincoln Memorial, where Abe Lincoln must be turning over in his grave on this day, and the Washington Monument. And, the destruction of these kinds of symbols of America have real resonance. And I wanted you to be here, Mr. Shaughnessy, because you reflect America. Our veterans reflect America. Our veterans have never been consulted about the building of this arch. I wanted you to be here, your face and voice, since veterans have had no representation in this decision that will vitally affect Arlington Cemetery. What does it say to you that this president is constructing an arch without consulting any of the community that will be directly affected by it as they go to visit their loved ones who are buried in this sacred place?
Thank you, sir. It's a very tall order to represent all the veterans in the country. I do my best. There's a couple of different reasons why I find this so insulting, is that there's already a process in place that ensures that monuments that are constructed represent all of America. We have a lot of different opinions, and that process has worked. It's worked for previous memorials, previous war memorials. Every other monument in DC has gone through such a process. And now to bypass that process, it tells us, one, it reminds the service member they're expendable, their opinions don't matter, and that the commander-in-chief can do what they please. By putting, it's the location. Doesn't matter what goes there. If it's a massive structure that obstructs the view, it's because none of the details have been thought through. This is incredibly hasty. I've been at the National Capital Planning Commission meetings, and these folks have not thought about the details. So let me just highlight the noise that's required to complete a project of this size. The digging and the boring and the pouring of concrete and the trucks, the thousands of them, the cranes that will tower 300 feet high, the porta potties that will be lined up for the workers, the sewage trucks that will empty these porta potties and refill them. It's a carnival of trucks that will circulate around this roundabout in front of the only entrance to Arlington. It's infuriating. How can anyone conduct a remembrance ceremony with all of this noise and distractions happening around them? And that's just during the construction phase. These folks who want to build this arch think of this as an amusement. It was even said so at the last National Capital Planning Commission, that the amusement at the state fair of folks visiting the arch is one of the most attended portions of the fair. And that's what it is. It's an amusement to them. Our service members are willing to give up everything. They're willing to give up their time, their lives, time with their family. And the administration is willing to consider poured concrete and rebar and a stamped facade. He can place marble in his bathroom, but he can't consider a marble structure outside of Arlington Cemetery.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Representative Garcia. The Senate is having a vote at 5:15, so I may have to run. I'll leave you in charge if that's okay when I have to go. And after Representative Garcia, we'll turn to, we've been joined by a couple of our Senate colleagues. We have great representation from the House, and we'll get everybody in.
Thank you, Senator. And I want to, before I begin the question, just real briefly, I do want to thank our Ranking Member Huffman, who's here, our partners at Natural Resources, obviously, are doing incredible work protecting America's monuments and treasures. So thank you for being here. Also, just want to also add to Representative Beatty, truly heroic work that you've done at the Kennedy Center. I just want to personally, on behalf of Oversight Democrats, thank you again for being here and for your incredible work. And also, we recognize we have Councilmember Robert White, who is here, and of course our Shadow Senator Ankit Jain, who is also here. So thank you both for being here and for your representation. We obviously have a lot to discuss today, and again, it's outrageous for a president to put monuments ahead of himself. To put monuments to himself ahead of the American people, and of course, the affordability crisis. Now, we want to take a look at each of these projects because they tell us so much about Donald Trump and his vanity and narcissism. And of course, it tells us a lot about corruption. Now, we've seen, of course, the images already of the reflecting pool, just a horrific shoddy job that's happened. But it's important to talk about who actually is doing some of this work. Now, this is J.J. Carafaro, of course, a neighbor of President Trump's, who actually resides just right next to Mar-a-Lago. Now, President Trump called JJ a fantastic man. He's a major Trump donor, by the way. He gave President Trump $250,000 in 2020. And he previously pled guilty to corruption and campaign finance violations. This guy right here. Now, this guy got a $1.7 million contract to install a nanobubble filtration system, which has been a total and complete disaster, as the president would say. It is a shame. It is disgusting that Donald Trump is enriching donors and friends by using America's monuments. Now, Mr. Gollinger, we know the White House claims they weren't involved in the contract. I mean, shocking that he would, of course, get the contract. But the facts look pretty obvious. Would you say this is an example of potential corruption that we should be investigating in the Senate and the House?
I would say if it were my case, I would be opening an inquiry into this potential corruption in a hot minute.
And Oversight Democrats have. We've asked Mr. Gollinger and his company a series of questions, and that will continue. Now, we're taking on Trump's corruption at the monuments and the corruption happening in the private sector here as well. Who are these donors? Why do they finance these projects? Why do they finance the ballroom? Why are they involved in the arch? The list goes on, and we're going to get those answers. But there's other important issues here. President Trump's vanity projects in D.C. show also his dishonesty and all of the lies in the administration. Now, the contractors President Trump used to renovate the pool were clearly incompetent. We've all seen the images, the lining at the bottom of the pool, and then the embarrassment of the lies of the president himself, essentially saying that vandalism is what caused all the problems. Now, we've seen, of course, one of the president's really unhinged True Social posts that he likes to do in the middle of the morning or the middle of the night. Now, this is, of course, a pretty long, unhinged rant, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But to summarize it, the president of the United States especially spends his time claiming that someone gutted the surface of the pool with a knife. He claims somehow that knife and somehow some chemicals that got poured into the pool is what caused this massive destruction of the pool, which they've had to, of course, now try to rebuild on multiple occasions. I mean, this is just blatant lies and an embarrassment to our country. Mr. Gollinger, has the administration actually produced any evidence of the president's claims?
Not that I've seen.
Not a single one.
Not at all.
These lies are ridiculous. And now we have the U.S. DOJ, our Department of Justice, trying to prosecute innocent people who are looking at the pool, who, of course, are being arrested, who are being moved away, children, families, athletes, all because of the president's incompetence. Once again, the person that calls himself the best builder in history can't actually fix a pool here in the district. I also just want to say, Mr. Foltz, thank you for your testimony. We of course, our institution at the Kennedy Center is so important. Now, President Trump's allies claim that they took over the Kennedy Center to stop woke propaganda. Is that true?
He said it was woke and broke, which rhymes, and that's nice. No, I'm not really sure what that means, but I mean, our job at the Kennedy Center was to make sure every kid, especially that went there, saw themselves represented on stage. The Kennedy Center is the people's art institution. So if that's what woke is, then yeah, sure. I don't know what that means.
Exactly. And I'll have you been to the Kennedy Center to see some performances. They also claim that nobody was going to the Kennedy Center, that it wasn't connecting with audiences. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely not. As I was saying in my testimony, we had straight sold out shows on our programs. And as far as I knew, at least a few years came up in the black there, meaning that they ran a surplus, which is really, really impressive. And so, no, I think the Kennedy Center was going through some golden years, in my opinion.
Thank you. Finally, Congresswoman, I just want to thank you for being here again. I know that, President Trump kept saying that the board was rigged at the Kennedy Center, literally silenced you from speaking during the vote, if I'm not correct. And in response, of course, you led the lawsuit to fight and save the Kennedy Center. I want to close my questioning here. Just what went through your mind seeing this destruction, and after, of course, you won the suit with others on behalf of the Kennedy Center?
It was devastating. As I was sitting there, it was the first that I'm sitting there as a board member, as a U.S. member of Congress, and to be silenced. And so that was the first part of our journey in working with Norm and Nathaniel for the lawsuit. I also thought about all the performers, the artists, the people who work in the boxes, the people who sell tickets. And it's about jobs. And at this critical time in our country, when we're talking about affordability, when we're talking about putting food on the table, I thought about all of those folks, and they love their jobs. If you've ever been to the Kennedy Center, they do it with such grace and pride. So the fight wasn't about me. It was about it being unlawful. So I've always said consistently, it was about the rule of law. We cannot let individuals like Donald Trump get it twisted that he can do any and everything he wants without pushback. And it was about the arts. And being a board member, serving with Joe Kennedy when I first went on the board, it's the love of art for me, love of that institution, but it was really about the American people. It was much bigger than the Kennedy Center. While it was all about it, it was about jobs. It was about making people feel that there is still hope in this country and that people will still stand up and fight. And when we fight, we win.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Reed.
Well, thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Thank you, Congressman Garcia. Thank you all to our witnesses. First, I want to thank and salute Mr. Shaughnessy for his service in the United States Marine Corps. Thank you very much and your continued connection. And I share your concern about the arch. It will desecrate Arlington National Cemetery. So thank you for your work. But let me ask Ambassador Eisen, one of the other proposals is to take West Potomac Park and make it the National Garden of American Heroes. And I have this feeling that most of them will be donors to the Trump campaign, but that's beside the point. Oh, no. And then the other issue is taking the East Potomac Park and making it a golf course, which will not be, I think, accessible as it is today to the public. Could you give us the legal issues surrounding these things and what might be done to frustrate this strategy?
Thank you, Senator. On the utilization of these parks or the Kennedy Center or other public monuments, Congress has spoken and it has dictated uses for these public places. Take, for example, putting in a Trump Country Club style golf course in the East Potomac Park. This is a piece of parkland where you have a historic public course that is truly a public course. When I go out there, you see people of all ages from every different part of DC and the larger areas, families, grandparents golfing with their kids. It's affordable, it's accessible, it's one of the first of its kind anywhere in the country, so it's also a landmark. Other public parks around the country have been built on that. It is a desecration to take that at great cost to the American people, because Donald Trump's corruption is something that we all pay for. To take that and to convert it to this kind of a Trump Country Club style course that we don't need, we don't want to pay for. We certainly don't want 35,000 cubic yards of toxic dirt there where children are playing, being dumped from the East Wing, destruction. So and that's why we've gone to court to address it in terms of this illegal dumping on the land and other related legal issues.
Well, thank you very, very much. I must confess, having flunked golf at West Point, I'm not the biggest golf fan, but I want to see that course maintained as a public course with access for everyone. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Ranking Member Huffman.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Garcia and Senator Blumenthal, for holding this important hearing and for inviting me to participate as the ranking Democrat on the House Natural Resources Committee, where we're working shoulder to shoulder with our Oversight Committee colleagues to bring some transparency and accountability to this mess. Every president thinks about their legacy, what they'll leave for the American people. Most of them try to earn one. Donald Trump is skipping that step. Instead, he's using his presidency as a huge grift to build himself vanity projects covered in lots of gold paint and to pay for it with other people's money, including a lot of our money. Now, earlier this month, the Natural Resources Committee Democrats released this 55-page report, From Vanity to Insanity. And it describes how President Trump hijacked America's 250th, turning it into an opportunity for raising and spending money in service of his own ego, his own political agenda, and in many cases, his own personal and family enrichment. While American service members die and the global economy sputters because of a wrong-headed and illegal war he has started, while working families struggle with the cost of living, the President of the United States is weirdly obsessed with picking out marble for his ballroom and pushing plans for a massive arch to honor himself. And he's paying for all of this with a combination of public money and also money from corporations who are vying for business from the Trump administration and foreign interests as well. So let's start with the public money. You know, when anyone in this room goes to a flagship park like Yosemite, most of the money that you pay for your entrance fee is supposed to stay there to help fix trails and repair facilities. The rest of that money, though, goes to fund smaller parks with fewer resources. And instead of allowing that to work as it should, Trump has diverted over $90 million of these shared entrance fees to prepare for his vanity arch, to decorate the White House, and to fix up DC statues. And for many families,
Hey, what's up, Martin? No, I mean I'm live streaming this right now. I'm right here. What up, YouTubeville? But this is a hearing that happened earlier today that we're checking out regarding Donald Trump's corruption.
the only affordable vacation option they have. But this summer, they are arriving to struggling parks, understaffed parks, unsafe parks in many ways because of Republican funding and staff cuts. And now on top of all of that, the president is siphoning off more parks money to spend on his vanity projects. So Mr. Shaughnessy, you work with veterans in our national parks. Tell us what is happening this summer and what $90 million would have paid for if it had stayed in the park system where it belongs.
Certainly. Our parks and public lands are intended to showcase the democracy of our nation by setting aside accessible land and spaces for all people, citizens and visitors to our nation for access. Our national parks are specifically for recreating and telling the story of America. The recreation and storytelling is managed by people, and people need assurances like job stability and adequate pay. Diverting fees from parks that collect them further jeopardizes the ability of park staff in those parks to facilitate safe operations and tell the complete and accurate story of our country. I was just recently in Shenandoah for 4 days, bringing my nephew on his first camping and hiking trip, and I saw 2 park rangers the entire time, at the gate and at the campground. The trails were washed out, trail signs were missing, the bathrooms were cleaned by the camp hosts, but the equipment was faulty and outdated. Wildlife were in the campground, grazing next to tents and cars. All of this makes camping and recreating less safe and less inviting. These spaces should be accessible to all, regardless of outdoor recreation experience or their comfort with roughing it. Parks are not just for the super fit and terribly rugged. They're for everyone. Park staff are there as a guide and a symbol of safety. Those park staff deserve to have adequate pay and adequate budget to address the needs of the unit they manage.
Thank you, Mr. Shaughnessy. Now let's talk about the corporate money, these so-called donations, although it seems to me donations is a generous word for checks that are written, for example, by a company that just happens to have a merger decision sitting on the president's desk. These are secret, tax-deductible payments to the president's monument fund. And in return, the donors, massive corporations like ExxonMobil, Oracle, and Palantir, get access to the White House. One of them hasn't reported, only one of them has reported a dime on their lobbying disclosures of all of this dark money. So, Mr. Gollinger, Public Citizen's been tracking these corporate donors. Of all the companies writing these checks, which one has the most to gain based on your investigation? And what is it that is sitting on the administration's desk right now?
Right. That's a hard question because of the secrecy, right? So from the contract, we know they're secret donors. So we don't know what we don't know yet. But from the ones we do know, of the 27 corporations that have been identified as donating to the ballroom, I would single out NextEra Energy. So this energy company is already massive, just announced a massive $67 billion merger with Dominion to become largest energy utility around, and that would potentially be a monopoly that would raise rates. So that decision whether to approve that merger by Federal Energy Regulatory Commission or to challenge it through antitrust in the DOJ run by Todd Blanche, who reports, as we all know, to Donald Trump, I fear is effectively a done deal because of the money. So we and Public Citizen and others are challenging it. It's being challenged in multiple states. I would also single out Lockheed Martin, which has massive government contracts, already has received tens of billions, but of course, as a defense contractor, stands to gain tens of billions more because of the massive military funding the president's trying to jam through for his Iran war.
Thank you, Mr. Gollinger. As I wrap up, let me say, if the White House is watching, you're not going to get away with this. We have more documents, we have more whistleblowers, and in the months and weeks to come, the American people are going to see all of this. There will be a full accounting. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal. Congressman Garcia, it's been good to work with you on Epstein projects and other priorities. And I particularly want to follow up with Congressman Huffman's remarks because they touch on the parks, and these cuts to the parks are hitting our communities like a wrecking ball. And in particular, it seems to me, and I want to direct this conversation to you, Mr. Shaughnessy, the Park Service should have used that money that has been wasted to do hazardous fuels cleanup and reduce the risk of wildfires to protect visitors and local communities. These fires that we're seeing in the West are not your grandfather's fires. They're bigger, they're hotter, they're hitting our communities like a wrecking ball. And this summer alone, wildfires have forced the closure of Oregon's Painted Hills National Monument because the park staff doesn't have the resources they need to protect our treasures. That's really what's at stake. They're filching this money to take from our treasures. Now, Oregonians, said the people Senator Merkley and I are honored to represent, have been left literally as a result of this negligence in the line of fire, all because Trump has filched the money for vanity projects that ought to go to protecting our communities. Here's my question. The Parks Conservation Association that you know works so well with local communities to support projects and policies that make our national parks safer. How has the Trump pursuit of vanity derailed projects that we need to protect American communities in Oregon and around the country during the wildfire season?
Yes, sir. Thank you. In 2014, I spent some time on the fire line with BLM and out of Klamath Falls, so I'm deeply familiar with the landscape and the fire needs of Oregon and Eastern Washington. And what I can say is that any dollar that is spent on new construction projects from fee collecting parks is a dollar that cannot be spent on enhancing the firefighting ability of that entity and unit that receives the money. These units base their annual budget on fee dollars, and if that budget has a bunch of zeros and question marks, wildfire preparedness will at best stay stagnant and at worst decline. The best way to fight fire is prevention. By the time the fire crew arrives, it's already too late. Smokey told us that only you can prevent forest fires. And it's absolutely true. In the national park, everyone plays a role in ensuring fire does not start or spread. Every ranger is given some degree of fire training, and there are daily rules and tasks all uniformed personnel have to accomplish to prevent fire from starting. When the fire crew arrives, it's suppression time. Diverting fees can impact the ability to pay staff. Without paid staff, those folks will need to find other employment, thus removing the knowledge and experience of fire prevention. In addition to the staff, the visitors have a role in preventing wildfire, and those visitors cannot be properly informed if there are not staff there to inform them on how to prevent fires from starting. Any dollar diverted from a national park to a new construction project is furthering the harm of these increasing wildfires.
Well, Mr. Shaughnessy, first of all, you're being way too logical for the Trump administration. And the point really is we have to get the message out. And we want to work with you because you're making a big difference. And I don't think it's just Oregon that's going to be hit by this fire wrecking ball. It's going to be all over the West. We just appreciate your leadership. Let's give Mr. Shaughnessy a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Norton.
I strongly oppose President Trump's attempts to make the District of Columbia in his image, including his militarizing of the streets, a takeover of the Kennedy Center, demolition of the East Wing, installation of permanent fencing at Lafayette Park, transformation of West Potomac Park into a statue garden, and construction of an arch. I strongly oppose his redevelopment of East Potomac Park, while the Gulf Coast there needs investment. It must remain affordable and accessible for all Gulfers. Furthermore, federal law requires the park to quote, be forever held and used as a park for the recreation and pleasure of people, end quote. The park, which is beloved by residents of the nation's capital, region, and visitors, must remain available for public recreation, including walking and running, biking, picnicking, and fishing. The administration is also must immediately remove the more than 35,000 cubic yards of toxic debris which the East Potomac wing is dumped there. Mr. Shaughnessy, what would be lost by Trump's redevelopment of East Development Park?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I will try my best to answer this from my personal experience visiting our national parks in DC. Our public lands and spaces are to be public. Golf is a very popular sport. It has a hefty price tag to pay with the clubs, the gear, the shoes, the time. It's very expensive. Allowing a public course gives people operating on a budget the opportunity to play a sport at an affordable price. Allowing them to access at a reduced cost furthers the possibility they can improve their game, maybe enter a tournament and compete. Seizing public land for private interests is reminiscent of Robert Moses, and we're still dealing with harmful effects from that. If privatized, certain portions of this population will not be able to afford entry. Maybe that's the intent.
Thank you.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you all very much, and all of you who are attending for coming together to talk about the egocentric projects of this president and how it's betraying the very values of our nation. But first, Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, I know you're retiring in January. I want to thank you very much for your decades of service advocating for the District of Columbia.
I'm so glad we were able to honor you here in the Senate, Congresswoman Norton.
You know, I was here in DC for the 200th anniversary of our nation, and I don't know how that's possible because I'm not even 50 years old yet. So how did that happen? But I came here as an intern for Senator Hatfield, and it was such a joyous summer of America coming together with no partisan divisions and the celebration of the American heritage on the mall all year long. And the mood couldn't have been more different from this summer, where Trump basically ruined the national celebration of our values by turning it into a partisan, self-serving affair. And he sucked all of the color and joy out of that national celebration, just like, and I was thinking symbolically how I was reading how the color in the reflecting pool, the blue, had turned to gray, and thought, well, that's symbolic of really the whole affliction of this president on the national mood. And in particular, it's so offensive. We've talked about these ego projects and how much they're costing and that they're not approved by Congress, and he's using slush funds to achieve them and all of that. But I want to talk for just a moment about a piece of this, and that's his putting his image on coins, on park passes, as well as the Kennedy Center, and why that is just so offensive. You know, our founders said, there's King George, and he puts his name on everything because he's a king. And it's all about him. And power flows through the king down to the people. But we don't do that in the United States of America. Our founders were saying, no, we don't do that because here power flows up from the people through their electeds to achieve that vision of government of, by, and for the people. Do you all find it offensive that he put his vision on the park passes? Well, amen. It sure is, and it's like, because it represents two things. One, he's an authoritarian promoting himself rather than celebrating the values of our nation on our 250th anniversary. And the second aspect of this is just like, he doesn't care about our parks. So he's the last person who should ever appear on a park pass. And so I do have a bill that prohibit partisan park passes. It says no sitting elected or president can appear on a park pass. Let's get the wildlife back on the park passes. And then he's putting his image on a coin. And that really is something emperors and kings do, not leaders of democratic republics. And I do find it kind of ironic that it's a fake gold coin. And in that way, maybe it represents so much about this president and his fake values. But nonetheless, his image does not belong on a coin. No president has done that. No sitting president has done it while he's serving. And we even had law that said you can't put your image on a coin, but it had a little loophole in it because it just said on one side, and it's been interpreted mean, well, if you can put it, you can't put it on one side, you can put it on the other side. So that's what the administration is saying. And so my Change Corruption Act would ban any repeat and stop this coin from being distributed. So I realize it's symbolic, but it's symbolic of something fundamental to our nation, that our public spaces are for the public and our leaders take the power from the people, not the other way around. Let's restore the vision of government of, by, and for the people. And I really intended to invite you, Ambassador, to comment if you'd like on my diatribe.
The distinction between the United States, which was born in the rejection of kings, and other countries who put living monarchs on their coins speaks to the spirit of the law, Senator, including the Thayer Amendment, which is one of the laws that you're referring to. And whatever the precise legalities, no prior president would have imagined flying in the face of that meaning and purpose and history of our laws. So it is yet another offense. I will say it is very fortunate. The American people see this and they understand that this is a presidency that is not about them bringing down their costs, fighting corruption, and delivering competency. We've got a cost crisis that's driven by a competency and corruption crisis. And we will all be able to see that when the fake gold coin is out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Christian Worthy.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you to the witnesses. I'd like to start first with a quick game that captures just how absurd the vanity projects have become. Mr. Gollinger, I want to ask you a question. Which leader named a brand new class of warships after himself and moved so unprecedented and absurd that none of his predecessors even considered or proposed doing the same? Here are your choices. Donald Trump, Muammar Gaddafi, or Turkmenbashi?
I'm going to take a leap and say Donald Trump.
You are correct. Who put his own portrait in our country's passports? Trump, Gaddafi, or Turkmenbashi?
I'm going to take another long guess and say Donald Trump.
You're correct. It was President Trump. Even Turkmen dictator Turkmenbashi, a man who famously renamed the months of the year after himself, did not do the same. Last question. Which leader wanted to add a 60-foot granite monument of himself carved into the side of a mountain? Trump, Gaddafi, or Turkmenbashi?
That one I know is Donald Trump.
President Trump. Room for one more on Mount Rushmore. The president wants to know. I think the answer is no. What do you guys think?
No.
Let me turn to my next topic. On a more serious note, it appears that President Trump is mirroring the actions of dictators worldwide. Ambassador Eisen, the giant posters of President Trump draped over federal buildings here in Washington evoke the same looming display of Erdogan in Ankara, Turkey, wouldn't you say?
I would, Congressman.
And as the Washington Post has reported, years before Trump gutted the White House to create his golden ballroom, Erdogan built his own vanity project called the White Palace. I'm sure it has a nice ballroom as well. But the similarities don't end with these vanity projects. Under Erdogan, Turkey descended into electoral autocracy through voter roll purges and the intimidation of election officials, right? Mr. Eisen?
Yes, that's correct,
And
Congressman.
here at home, the president has demanded voter list audits, pushed for voter purges, and just last week, Politico reported that Secretary Mullen threatened election officials with prison time, if they did not cooperate with the administration. You don't dispute that either, right?
I don't, and I'm very proud that our organization quashed a criminal subpoena for one of our clients, a county, Fulton County. It's an abuse of government power.
Totally. Mr. Gollinger, I want to turn to my next topic. I'm sure you are aware of at least 7 individuals who've been charged in connection with vandalism of President Trump's vanity projects, correct?
I've heard what I've read in the news.
It's fair to say that many, if not all of these defendants have been victims of overzealous prosecution, right?
That's certainly what it looks like from the news reports.
Well, let's look at who has not been subject to investigation or prosecution. Leslie Groff. Leslie Groff worked for Jeffrey Epstein for 18 years, scheduling countless massages during which Epstein sexually assaulted underage women. It seems surprising that the Trump's DOJ has not announced an investigation of Groff, correct?
That's troubling.
Leon Black. Leon Black has faced multiple allegations of sexual assault and helped bankroll Epstein to the tune of $158 million. And yet the DOJ has not announced a single investigation of this man either, correct?
That's troubling.
This contrast says everything about Trump. If you damage one of his vanity projects, such as the reflecting pool, the DOJ will pursue you. However, when extensive records implicate you in the worst sex trafficking ring in modern history, this DOJ will look away. Mr. Gollinger, last month, the New York Times reported that President Trump's construction spree could cost at least $1.2 billion. You don't dispute those numbers, right?
That sounds right. It's probably an undercount in the end.
It's probably an undercount. Let's see how this money could be used otherwise. In my home state of Illinois, countless families will lose SNAP benefits under President Trump. $1.2 billion could restore all those SNAP benefits this year. You don't dispute that, right?
No.
Medicaid. Countless Illinoisans are going to lose their Medicaid under Trump. $1.2 billion would restore Medicaid for 130,000 Illinoisans this year.
Yep.
You don't dispute that either.
I don't.
Ultimately, this is a story of priorities, right? Congresswoman Beatty?
You're absolutely right.
President Trump found billions of dollars for his vanity projects, but he cuts billions of dollars from the vital safety net programs that struggling families every day rely on, including, as this woman has pointed out on her excellent sign, 67% of American workers who are living paycheck to paycheck. And that is what today is about. It's one man's vanity over the priorities of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Brown.
want to say thanks to Ranking Members Garcia and Blumenthal for holding this shadow hearing today, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I represent Ohio's 11th Congressional District, where families are forced to do even more with even less under this administration. They are worried about whether their rent will increase again, whether childcare will consume an entire paycheck, whether they will lose their health care, and whether there will be enough to make ends meet and put food on the table. 2 years ago, Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but his attention has been on just about anything else, anything that glorifies him or enriches himself and his wealthy friends. This president had a choice, and he chose wrong. He chose warfare instead of healthcare. He chose to cut taxes for billionaires instead of cutting costs for working families. He chose donor giveaways instead of helping families put food on the table. He chose to build shrines unto himself, billion-dollar ballrooms, gilded renovations to the Oval Office, $100 million arch, putting his name on the famed Kennedy Center, $16 million no-bid contracts to donors for botched reflecting pool renovations. That tells the American people everything they need to know about how out of touch he is with reality. When President Trump wants a ball himself, there is urgency. There are wealthy donors, there are no-bid contracts, and there are efforts to move hundreds of millions of dollars that Congress appropriated for other purposes. He isn't operating the White House as the people's house. He's operating it like an extension of Mar-a-Lago, a private club where money, access, and loyalty buys influence. It's the new Gilded Age, with Donald Trump acting as the party boss, rewarding friends, enriching insiders, and using public institutions to consolidate his personal power. But when a family needs housing assistance, childcare assistance, food assistance, a stronger child tax credit, or help paying for college, suddenly Republicans' hands are tied and there's not enough money, they say. Meanwhile, they're cutting every basic social safety net where we have to pay so that we have to pay for tax cuts for wealthy people. The White House is not a private club. The national mall is not the president's personal property, and taxpayer dollars are not a slush fund for the president's vanity or private enrichment. The true measure of a leader is not the size of a ballroom, the amount of gold on the walls, or whether a public building bears your name. It's whether a child has enough to eat, whether a family has a safe and affordable place to live, whether a parent can afford childcare, and whether someone has a fair chance to pursue an education. President Trump is building monuments for himself while millions of Americans are simply asking their government to provide some help and stability. Congresswoman Beatty, it is always good to serve alongside a fellow Ohioan. And you bring firsthand experience as a trustee. From that perspective, what has President Trump's takeover and politicization of the Kennedy Center done to its governance, public mission, and standing as an institution that belongs to all Americans, not any one president or political faction?
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you, and thank you for your service in asking me that question. I think as you've heard from all of the witnesses here, what he has done is led what many of us already were aware of, that he has no interest in the American people. He has no interest in the services that you just outlined for us, because when you think about how he is putting millions, if not billions of dollars into these vanity projects. And as you talked about our children, when you think of in your great state, some 50,000 children have lost their SNAP benefits. Overall, 1.5 million children. When we talk about retrofitting housing for those who are in need of one of our top priorities, he's cut those funds, and the list could go on and on. Part of the reason that we are here today is to make sure that the American people who are watching us know that they don't have to stand for this. Their voices are powerful. We have heard from experts here in all avenues of the historic landmarks that he's ruining. And so I think the number one answer for me is enough is enough. And we can be victorious by continuing to speak up. But we need the American people to stand with us. That's probably the greatest message that we can have. We've been victorious in the courtroom. We're going to be victorious with the people. And so we need to make sure that people go out and use their voices, that they vote their voice, and they're voting for the things that will help them have a better quality of life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if the chairman will indulge me, you spoke on experts. Mr. Gollinger, when wealthy donors with businesses before the federal government finance the president's preferred projects, politically connected companies receive no bid contracts and public funds are redirected, it begins to resemble a modern political patronage machine. What safeguards are being passed and what information must Congress obtain to determine whether access, contracts, or favorable government treatment are being exchanged for political or financial support?
I mean, the point of having a free and fair marketplace is that the best product, the best service wins for the best price. That's the opposite of what you just described. Giving wealthy donors, politically connected folks, people who are engaging in backroom deals for the ballroom and these other projects, a leg up on competition that's trying it the real, honest way, distorts the system, costs the American people more, and destroys trust in government. So every single donor to all these projects should be sitting here answering questions about how much they gave, who they talked to, and what they got for it. They should be doing it today under the current majority in the Senate and the House, but I hope they will be doing it next year because it's a red flag when you donate to a politician who then gives you something back. It should be the opposite.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Senator Hirono, who has joined us. And just as I know a lot of us have been going a little bit over, which I think everyone has been guilty of, so I'm going to try to keep us a little closer to those 5 minutes if possible. But Senator, thank you.
Thank you. To focus on the corruption of this regime, I call it regime because of its authoritarianism. And at this point, there are over 800 lawsuits that have been filed to stop Trump from doing all of his illegal actions, whether it's holding back appropriations that Congress has already provided, and the list goes on. I did want to ask, I think that we have two lawyers on the panel, Mr. Gollinger and Ambassador, is it Eisen? Okay. I want to ask you, do you think the president believes that the rule of law applies to him?
Do I think that Donald Trump believes the rule of law applies to him? Is that the question?
Yeah, do you think that he thinks the rule of law applies to him?
No. This individual thinks he is above the law.
Okay. What happened to Mr. Eisen?
I think he just stepped out.
Okay, I can't quite make you all out. Okay, so meanwhile, the Supreme Court decided in I would call it the infamous 2024 immunity decision, where basically that they gave the president immunity from criminal prosecution. Do you think that this is a decision simply caused Trump to truly believe that the law was on his side when he decided to do all kinds of things that are probably highly questionable from an ethical as well as a legal standpoint?
Well, I wouldn't, neither as a lawyer nor as an American, try to get inside Donald Trump's head, because that's a losing battle and I don't want to be there. But I would say that it's certainly, in my experience, exactly how crooks operate, is that when they're given an open door and no oversight, they raid the bank, and that's what this president's been doing every day.
Well, do you, I want to thank all of the panelists for testifying today, but do you think, for any of you, do you think we have a democracy without checks and balances and rule of law?
Absolutely not under this president and this administration. They have no respect for the rule of law. And certainly when you talk about our democracy, I think that's why we're here. We're fighting to restore our democracy and to have fairness for all American people.
So in your view, we do not have an appropriate checks and balances at this point?
Definitely not. This president acts as a dictator.
And the rest of the panel, do you think that we have checks and balances? as far as this regime is concerned? You have to speak into the mic.
I would like to have hope that we still can.
Sure. I mean, I think I'd say the same. My title is democracy advocate, so that's what I fight for every day. But I've never seen it more in danger, certainly in my life. And I don't think in the 250 years, the existence of this country, that a real American democracy with checks and balances, which ensure that we don't have a king again, which is what Declaration of Independence had 27 grievances against. And unless we get that back, we fear it could slip back into what we fought against.
So what do you think we need to do in order to restore checks and balances and the rule of law in this country?
I think we need to put a spotlight on every single problem that's been outlined today. I think the American people, I trust the American people. I don't think most hardworking Americans want a government that steals from them, that enriches themselves, and that gives us bad outcomes. I don't think that's what the people of this country want, but I think they have to see it. So there's a lot more that people are seeing now than they were a year and a half ago, but I do think it's the job of everyone in this room, everyone watching, and everyone who has a platform and a chance to investigate, to put the spotlight on the corruption. I think the American people, when they see it, they'll vote. They'll do everything they can to stop it.
Oh, I agree with you. I think that's why the spotlight hearing is so important. When we have the executive branch, the House, U.S. Senate, controlled by one person, the president, we do not have checks and balances, and the only entity that is preventing the total annihilation, I would say, of democracy are the courts, and we have a president who believes that judges ought to be impeached, judges who hold against him, which they do, thankfully, in about 75% of the cases that are filed, that he thinks that those judges ought to be impeached. What do you think?
I mean, I think that's a horrible way to show respect for the rule of law.
Do the rest of the panelists agree?
Agree.
Is my time up, Mr. Chairman?
Almost, but if you have another question, please.
Thank you very much. And once again, I think it is very important to shine a spotlight literally on all of the illegalities, I would say, of this regime, and the fact that he believes he can do whatever he wants. I mean, whoever heard of any president who would destroy half of the White House, who will build a fight ring behind the White House, who would do all these contracts, non-bid contracts to his pals, who sells everything he can sell, including now coins. It's just amazing to me. And thank you all for shining a light on all of his illegalities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And now we have Representative Stansberg.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I want to just start out by saying, Congresswoman, Madam Joyce Beatty, you are an American hero. And I am certain that this era in American history will go down as an era. I don't know what we're going to call it yet, but I know the history books are going to remember the heroes who stood up. And I know that Congresswoman Beatty, I know that our advocates, I know that the attorneys who are on the front lines litigating these cases will be in the history books. And I also know that this administration and this president, which is filled with grifters, scammers, scoundrels, and yes, sketchy schemes, as you said, sir, who are selling access, favors, pardons, and just making money every single day for their friends, are not only going to go down in history for the malfeasance that they have committed against this government and our people, but I am also certain that this Congress is going to investigate every single inch and hold them accountable. And that is what this hearing is about today. Now, I want to just talk a little bit about how these sketchy schemes are really centering around our monuments and our most treasured places. Let's begin with the White House. The White House has never simply been the president's house or a residence. It is the people's house, a symbol of our democracy, a symbol of our commitment to transitions, peaceful transitions of power, and it belongs to the American people. And not only has this president broken the law by demolishing the East Wing and destroying irreparably history that has existed on that property since this nation's founding, they have given it away to the highest bidder, 27 corporate donors, 15 individual donors who have given millions of dollars in exchange for over $50 billion in contracts by the federal government. Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, Google, HP, Lockheed, Palantir. These are the people who bought the demolition of the White House. Arlington National Cemetery. Arlington is one of our most sacred places as a nation. More than 400,000 service members and their families are laid to rest here. Every monument, pathway, and memorial exists to honor the sacrifice of the men and women who have given their lives for this great country. And now Donald Trump wants to spend $100 million of your taxpayer dollars. He's not even asking for his illicit donations to put an arch up to himself that would block the view of one of our most sacred memorials of unknown soldiers. The Kennedy Center, opened in 1971 as a living memorial to President John F. Kennedy. It is a symbol of bipartisan culture and arts that has hosted artists, programming for decades, for generations, representing the best of this country. Not only did he try to inscribe his name on this building, he has set up a pay-to-play scheme that has involved self-dealing and replaced some of the most important programming that this country puts on every day, and this amazing center remains closed right now. Our Smithsonian and our National Mall. Today, we had a hearing in the Oversight Committee in which our Republican colleagues were ordered by the White House to hold a hearing under the pretext that they are going to take out the leadership of the Smithsonian because they don't like the way they're telling our history. Donald Trump has given no big contracts to his friends to tear up the National Mall. And he has, as the chairman and ranking member of Natural Resources has revealed, used Freedom 250 as a front for fraud and money laundering and actually diverting private donations from corporations like Oracle, Lockheed, and yes, Palantir once again to his own nonprofit. Our public lands. I'm from New Mexico. Our most sacred public lands include places like Chaco Canyon and Bears Ears in Utah, places that are completely irreplaceable, sacred to the tribes all across our state and all across the West. And this president has just announced that he is going to revoke the protections as giveaways to the oil and gas industry and to uranium miners in Utah. This is not just about defacing our American monuments. This is not just about his ego. Donald Trump is using the American taxpayer dollars as a personal piggy bank. He is defacing our most sacred places, and he is doing it for just everyday grift to make himself and his friends rich. In fact, we know, because of his own financial disclosures, that he made over $2 billion last year in crypto schemes, real estate deals, and I just learned today by more insider trading on the stock market than all of the members of Congress combined last year. We think we have insider trading problems here in Congress. Donald Trump made more trades than all of Congress last year while a sitting president. And so we want to make clear, loud and clear on these bicameral committees that we will investigate. Where possible, we will refer to prosecute. We will recover damages. We will get the American people's money back, and we will save our democracy just as the heroes on this panel today are here to do. Yeah.
Congresswoman. I will now recognize myself. The Trump regime is the most corrupt in American history. The corrupt authoritarian wannabe king, Donald Trump, is selling off America's national monuments, also that he can turn the White House into his own version of Versailles, and so that he can turn Washington, D.C. into his own personal playground. And I want to talk about the context in which he is doing all of this. Last year, Trump and Republicans very happily and excitedly ripped away healthcare from millions and millions of Americans. It was the most unprecedented cut to Medicaid and food assistance in American history. Then Donald Trump decided to cover up the Epstein files. And now we have Todd Blanche in front of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, and he is about to maybe become the Attorney General of the United States, as he has led the most egregious cover-up in American history. And then Donald Trump also decided to start an illegal, reckless war. This last week, a 19-year-old woman named Isabella Gonzalez was killed, an American service member, was killed in a war for nothing, for absolutely nothing. ICE has murdered 11 Americans on our streets, and just in the last week, we lost a 52-year-old and a father named Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, as well as a 26-year-old father named Joan Sebastian Guerrero. These are murders that should never have happened. And I bring all of this up because when you contrast all of the horrific things that Donald Trump and Republicans are doing, quite literally killing thousands upon thousands of people, with the corruption, the staggering corruption that is occurring at the White House, and corruption that is benefiting Trump himself, his family, his donors, it's enraging. I mean, it's actually sick. And we, as Democrats, and hopefully in the future with Republicans, need to investigate every single piece of corruption that has taken place, and we have to prosecute people for their crimes. Ranking members Garcia, Huffman, and I wrote to the president back in October regarding his obscene demolition of the East Wing. We stated that this demolition of an iconic symbol of democracy run by and for the people is slated to be funded by major donations from billionaires and corporations. There was this lavish White House dinner, of course, we've talked about it, donors enjoying this extravagant meal with beef Wellington and butterscotch ice cream with pear jam filled meringue to discuss how to bankroll Donald Trump's luxury ballroom and other vanity projects. Some of the people at that dinner were powerful lobbyists, dozens of whom are now under investigation for their ethical misconduct in supporting these luxury Trump projects. We demanded a list of every donor, how much they've contributed, and any access, favors, contracts, or decisions that they expected from the federal government in return. It took nearly 5 months to get a response from this administration. And when they finally did respond, they answered essentially none of our questions about one of the most brazen corruption schemes being run by the White House. Maybe they did not want to admit that ballroom donors later received roughly $50 billion worth of federal government contracts. That's quite a return on investment. These mega corporations made back nearly 100 times every cent that they funneled to Donald Trump's $600 million ballroom. If that's not pay-to-play corruption, then what is? And then there's this guy. You saw him earlier. He's back up here. John Carafa, a twice convicted felon. He somehow received a $1.74 million no-bid contract to maintain the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. How did somebody with those qualifications land a no-bid federal contract? Well, he donated more than $300,000 to Donald Trump's political operation. It's that simple. This is exactly what corruption looks like. This is not government serving the American people. It is government serving Donald Trump's donors, Donald Trump's family, and Donald Trump. And it's sickening. Mr. Gallinger, I'd like to start with you. Can you give us your best sense of the scale and scope of the compromised ethical standards and theft of taxpayer dollars we are seeing throughout the federal government?
The scale and scope. I mean, it's massive. This looks like, smells like, and I think is a pay-to-play scheme from top to bottom. So everyone associated with everything you just mentioned has a lot to answer for to the American people, to Congress, I hope, and potentially to prosecutors. If there is evidence that conversations were had, whether even if they were on Signal chats that they think disappeared forever but maybe didn't, or on some other method around why they were going to these dinners, why they were giving this money, what they wanted, who they wanted to meet. I mean, I've heard that some of the fundraisers involved have done a lot more than just raise money, that they've arranged meetings, they've merged interests and money into one thing. I mean, that's the very definition of pay to play. So we need the evidence to make sure we can tease it out, but that's what investigations are for. And I found in my experience investigating public corruption that it takes a long time and you got to get the documents. But once people realize that they're caught, some people start to talk. And so I think it's incumbent upon everyone involved in anything shady to start talking now and get ahead of it rather than wait until they're the ones in the chair.
And in a future administration, how might that investigation play out? What could the Department of Justice or the White House do?
Sure. I mean, certainly Congress has got to play a big role. Inspectors general have to play a big role. I mean, the Department of Justice, obviously the public corruption unit needs to be rebuilt. But U.S. attorneys' offices in every state, there's a lot of good people, I imagine, who still work in all those places, and a lot of great people who would be happy to get hired back up. What it has to begin with is witness interviews, knocking on doors, inviting people in, asking people to talk about what they know, document requests, and if they don't get the documents voluntarily, search warrants, subpoenas. That can include communication records, financial records. I mean, money has to go through, unless it's a bag of cash. I mean, even if it's a bag of cash, someone can take a picture of a bag of cash. But if it's money that's gone through financial transactions, there is a record, even if that record people think will never be found. I found bank accounts that the people who I prosecuted thought no one would ever figure out were routed through banks in Chicago when they lived in San Francisco, but we found it. So the records exist, they just need to be found.
Thank you very much. And I know we're over time. Really quickly to all of our witnesses, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the level of corruption Donald Trump has authorized, encouraged, and participated in the federal government? And I will say that 10 would be Putin level kleptocracy, and 1 would be the most ethical administration you can imagine. We'll start with Ambassador.
11.
I'll say 11.
I haven't dealt with corruption before, so I'm going to abstain from answering.
Can't imagine much more.
No number high enough, off the charts.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to recognize Representative Bell.
I'd like to start just by putting ourselves in the shoes of a working family in St. Louis right now. Since President Trump took office, families are paying $310 more a year for groceries, $622 more for housing, and $110 more for electricity. The price of gas has jumped by over $1 nationally, a direct consequence of an unpopular, unauthorized war in Iran that has no clear end goal. And economists project this administration's tariffs will cost the average household another $960 this year. That's not just a statistic, that's a young mother in North County deciding between the energy bill and new shoes for her kids. That's a retired postal worker in St. Louis, in South St. Louis, watching their fixed income buy less every single month. A North City father already working 2 jobs, deciding if he can fill up his gas tank or if he needs to skip a meal. And while families do that math at their kitchen tables, President Trump has spent nearly 4 out of every 5 days in June talking about his vanity construction projects in Washington, D.C. That's more often than he's talked about healthcare, wages, or the cost of living crisis he created. That tells you everything about this administration's priorities. And it's not just where his attention goes, it's where the money goes and how it gets there. This administration has made a habit of funneling these projects through friends, donors, and insiders instead of the open, competitive process that's supposed to protect taxpayers. That's a system built to reward loyalty over accountability. The result is exactly what you'd expect: rushed, sloppy work that has to be redone, monuments and public spaces treated like personal property, and a bill that keeps growing while my constituents in St. Louis are told to tighten their belts. Mr. Gallinger, you've looked closely at how this administration has financed and awarded contracts for these projects. In plain terms, can you walk us through the pattern you found, who benefits, and why bypassing the normal competitive contracting process, why this should worry taxpayers?
I think that's a good question. We talked, no bid contracts have been discussed a lot today. And certainly intuitively, I think many people, maybe most, understand that that means done in a way that's going to cost us more money and going to potentially engender corruption. But I think it's important to walk through it a little bit more. So I think this was mentioned earlier, the Washington Post unearthed documents from the executive residence of the White House, which is traditionally a small office in the White House that keeps the White House running, right? These are the people who make sure the art is protected, make sure the building is kept up to speed, the windows are repaired, and the president has what he needs, what he or she needs to do their job. The executive residence of the White House and the offices associated with it have been turned into the Donald Trump vanity project corruption machine. And specifically the ballroom is, that is the office under Joshua Fisher, who's the director of administration, assistant to the president. All the money for the ballroom has been given to charity, to the Park Service, and then back to that office. But the Washington Post reported that documents all the way back in August, long before anyone of us knew their plan was to demolish the East Wing, with Clark Construction, no bid contracts were awarded by Donald Trump and the folks in that office to Clark Construction without going out to bid. So that means that no other developer, no other construction company got a chance to offer the same services for less price. Obviously, it means the American people didn't know what they were planning to do, so they did it in secrecy. They invoked an unusual and compelling urgency exception. So there's rules, I know you all know, but there's rules, federal rules to require competitive bids unless there's an exception. The exception they invoked is that it's unusual, compelling urgency, that without no bid contract, the government would be seriously injured, that there was a compelling need. What was it? That Donald Trump wanted it, apparently. So that's a legislative space where Congress, the next Congress, can close that loophole and make sure the executive residence can't give out no bid contracts. And if they do invoke exceptions like that, they have to sit here and explain why.
Thank you. And Ambassador Eisen, you spent your career studying government ethics. When the American people can't tell the difference between the president's personal interests and the government's priorities, what does that do to their trust in the institution?
It demolishes trust in our institutions and the officials who lead them. When I was the ethics czar in the Obama White House, we decided that President Obama wouldn't even refinance his modest family home in Chicago at the time of the Great Recession because he regulated the banks. We didn't like the way it looked. It would have saved him a couple $100 a month. The flip side of that erosion of trust, Congressman, is when you see that political leaders are putting the public interest first, it builds trust and makes our American democratic experiment work.
Working families in St. Louis play by the rules and live within their means. It's time the administration did the same. And Congresswoman Beatty, thank you for your work. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Congressman Menifee.
Thank you very much. And Congressman Beatty, I just want to echo everybody's sentiments about the fight that you endured on behalf of the Kennedy Center and on behalf of the American people. I want to be the first person to say that President Trump's attempts to remake all of these institutions in his likeness is incredibly tacky. Congresswoman Beatty, one thing that struck me was in your lawsuit, when the government argued that changing the name was necessary to revitalize the center, which would go into financial and structural collapse unless they attached the Trump name to it, I wonder if the government was aware of Trump Steaks and Trump University. In my hometown of Houston, like in many other places across this country, families are struggling to make ends meet. They can't afford their first home. They can't afford the cost of utilities. Many can't afford summer camp for their kids. So it's hard to watch this president spend $1 billion on ballrooms, on gold trim, and on fonts for a Trump Center, while telling the rest of us that there's no money left. There are no kings in America, and the American people didn't sign up to personally fund one man's vanity projects. I want to start with you, Mr. Bellinger. In April, the administration handed out 2 no-bid contracts. No competition, no public bidding process to clean and repaint the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. One contract worth $1.7 million went to a company owned by this gentleman that we talked about, Mr. Cafaro, who has pled guilty in 2010 to campaign finance violations and had previously pled guilty to conspiring to bribe a federal official. And we all know that he's given big money to President Trump's campaign. Weeks after that cleanup was finished, the pool turned green with one of the biggest algae blooms in years, and the fresh blue paint started peeling and floating on the surface. Now, I've got 5 years in local government, serving as the county attorney for the largest county in Texas, as the chief civil lawyer, 10 years before that in doing investigations for large companies. I have never, in all of my time, seen a no-bid contract handed to somebody with a bribery conviction. So my question to you is, in your work tracking government contracts, and I know you have some experience in local government as well, how often does the government hand a no-bid confidential contract to someone with a bribery conviction?
It's a very bad idea. I mean, I certainly would say in San Francisco where I worked, that was a deal breaker, obviously, immediately. The line is, the only line would be if someone is accused, people have the right to defend themselves, but that doesn't appear to be the case here. And the problem, of course, is that at minimum, the public faith that this contract was done properly and effectively, and that most of the money is going to actually do the job instead of back into someone's pocket, is completely eroded. So that should be that should be something that absolutely never happens again.
All of the incentives are eroded, and if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Ambassador Eisen, we are kindred spirits. You've talked a lot about all of your litigation experience against the Trump administration. In my last job, I spent a bunch of time litigating and beating the Trump administration because their lawyers are not good. But I want to talk to you about the rule of law and institutions in this country and the role that they play in holding this administration accountable. We have seen action after action taken against the Trump administration because they have stepped outside of the bounds of the Constitution and the law, from layoffs of federal employees to what we've seen at the Kennedy Center, the reversal of the plain text of the Constitution and birthright citizenship, cuts of grant funds, which impacted local governments and nonprofits across this country, and of course the firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook. This is just a few of the list of things. How important are the courts in ensuring that we keep a rogue president within the confines of the Constitution and the laws of this nation?
We were very honored at Democracy Defenders to help put together the team, to serve as part of the team that defended Dr. Cook up to and including the Supreme Court. Winning at the Supreme Court, it was a bipartisan team protecting her and the Federal Reserve, the independence of our nation's monetary policy, and the prosperity of every American. The courts were essential in that case, Congressman, as they have been in our over 300 matters, well over 600 cases that courts have addressed. And in particular, I want to salute the trial courts of the country. We just had a tremendous win in front of it. A judge who was appointed by Donald Trump, but he quashed a subpoena. You know how hard it is to do that. He quashed a Trump administration subpoena, unduly interfering with election processes in Fulton County, Georgia. And so our trial judges have been absolutely essential. We've been keeping them busy. One said to me from the bench, "We can't do our job unless you do yours." So we're going to keep these cases coming. And in particular, we're going to protect this election. It all comes down to that, the future of our democracy. We're going to defend it.
In closing, Madam Chairwoman, there are 3 co-equal branches of government, and when the president steps out of line, you need the other 2 to step in. So I'm so grateful for the folks who have been involved in ensuring that the courts step in, but it's time for Congress to do its job, and for the Republican members of Congress to exercise their authority to investigate and hold this administration accountable. I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. And finally, I will recognize Congresswoman Tlaib.
Thank you all so much for being here. And I know Congresswoman Beatty that you might not feel comfortable constantly us thanking you, but thank you so much for your courage. I know you were tenacious and determined, and we are very grateful for you. And of course, all the folks at Kennedy and those that helped, again, organize and push back against the administration. So I want to play a little game since he likes games too. I want to talk about what did Trump say it would cost game, okay? Yeah, Ambassador, this is going to be fun. Because you know why? Because they constantly come to me when we talk about healthcare, food assistance, all these programs, waste and fraud, waste and fraud, waste and fraud. I want to talk about what did Trump say it would cost. Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, does anybody know how much he said it was going to cost us? 1.5 to 1.8 million. You know, Congresswoman, how much it's going to cost? It's already at $16 million. I want the American people to understand, okay? Second, Ballroom said, oh, it's going to cost us $200 million. It's our money, y'all. $200 million. He says private, folks, but guess what? It's not. He's pocketing that money. The Ballroom, $200 million. Guess how much it is now? It's exceeding $1 billion. The 200-foot tall arc, I don't know what the hell he calls it, but it's an arc. How much the initial cost? They're saying $100 million. Experts say it's going to cost a lot more. These are architects. These are folks that do this kind of work. And on top of that, there's all these lawsuits because the arc is I guess, exceeds the height limitation. This is ridiculous. Talk about waste. Now let's talk about golf courses. You know anything about that, Ambassador? The hell is going on with the golf course? I think the American people need to know. He wants to take 50 acres of public land, a bike trail, historic grove of cherry trees, to put a freaking golf course. Talk about waste. Do you know about the golf course?
A little bit, yes.
Who benefits from the golf course?
Well, right now, as you know, Congresswoman, families, children play with their parents, the grandparents. He's going to turn it into a Trump Country Club style golf course that average folks can't afford to play.
It's incredibly sickening. I mean, I think, you know, and I know my colleagues know this, we go to our communities, and to quote a Detroiter, I'm from Detroit, you know, my seniors just tell it like it is. What the hell is he doing with our money? Why aren't you guys stopping them? No, I'm being serious. And I tell them this is pretty unprecedented, the incredible amount of fraud that Republican leadership and those around him continue to allow him to commit. You know, when I talk to folks about, you know, everybody talks about him filing bankruptcy with his hotels and casinos, but no, really, how many times do you think he filed bankruptcy? Once? Twice? 6 times. 6 times he filed bankruptcy, and he's in charge of our public money. I mean, we're going to push back. We're going to use litigation as resistance. We all know that. But at the end, I think it's really important how painful it is to watch the American people. American people, it's very painful for them to watch 15% cut to SNAP benefits, telling them they don't have money for clean water. Yet you see all these projects again, over and over again. My colleagues come to us and say it's going to cost this or cost that. I really appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate this hearing. I think at the end, though, and if anybody has advice, I mean, at the end, I think it's what do we do on day one when we get the gavel back? And we need to be very aggressive about it from day one. What do we do? Because I don't want to just get the gavel back. That power means something for our people. They're giving us a chance to, you know, be able to get accountability and justice. So day one, what do we do? Ambassador?
I would focus on the biggest grifts and go deep. Get every witness. Let people know you're focusing on the At the Contrarian, where I'm the publisher, we have a top 10 corruption list that we update every couple months. The temptation, Congresswoman, is to go very broad because there's so many hundreds,
I also want
thousands
to
of
prevent it.
examples.
Like, I want to think of ways of how we can prevent it.
But I think if we can focus on those and then learn the prevention lessons
I
from
didn't know, you know,
those.
emoluments clause is in there, and I'm, but there's no enforcement mechanism to the emoluments clause. John, Mr. Gallagher.
Well, I was going to say, there's no better enforcement mechanism than a perp walk. If corporate executives
I like that.
who
I
are
like you.
who
That's very good.
are discovered engaging in pay to play corruption are walked in front of the cameras, first of all to a hearing room, and then if they committed a crime, to the courtroom. That's the best deterrent of all.
Yeah, Mr. Chauncey.
I may mention the parts in my comments here. I'm just an ordinary person, and thank you all for having me here. But funding to the Park Service is incredibly important. Rehiring all those vacant positions and the folks that were fired in the past year, and improving veteran and military access to nature and outdoor recreation opportunities. That's what I would do on day one.
Yeah, restoration. I like that, Mr. Folds.
Well, since I'm here, is my experience in the Kennedy Center.
All right, so that's pretty. Hey, what up, everyone? Hey, we're gonna do an all-nighter. Fuck it, just why not? You know, it's Wednesday morning. Hope you're all doing well out there. So there was this other hearing that happened today. I mean, there's so much crap going on with Trump. Got to keep up with all this stuff because tomorrow it's gonna be so much more stuff going on every day. So let's go check out this other hearing that happened. Technically yesterday now, but nonetheless, it's a really good hearing because I saw like bits and pieces of it, and it's definitely worth watching. So this is about Trump's DHS, ICE, and his crimes against humanity, and like the border wall or something, or protecting the border. I don't know, but that's what this hearing's all about here that we're about to dive into.
Why rise in support of?
All right, let me go to the beginning, guys. I skimmed through it, and there's a lot of good politicians that pull up to this. Jamie Raskin's in this, so he's the MVP, most valuable politician. Yeah, Jamie Raskin's MVP, most valuable politician. All right, here we go. This is the beginning of it. Let me get to the beginning. All right, shit, I went too far. All right. Oh, and it looks like we got Jim Jordan as the chairman. The weirdo, that weird pervert guy, Jim Jordan. He did some weird shit at Ohio University, I heard. All right, here we go. Here's the beginning.
Chairman.
All right, I guess this is titled Trump's Secure Border Act. So this should be pretty good.
Further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure, matter, or adopting an amendment, which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. First order of business today is adopting an updated subcommittee roster. This roster was distributed to members yesterday and updates the subcommittee assignments of a few of our Democrat colleagues. Is there any discussion before we vote on approving the roster? Maybe I would ask, does the ranking member have anything to say about the roster? I think we're...
Yes, let's see. Summer's not here right now, but she's been added to the committee. I'm not sure if we had a moment to welcome her yet, Mr. Chairman. We can do that later. And
she arrives, we can do that.
Yeah, and let's see. Are we going to do the subcommittees now or no? Because
we update the subcommittee roster. That's next. The question is on approving the updated gentleman yields back. The question is on approving the updated subcommittee roster. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the subcommittee roster is approved. Pursuant to notice, I call up HR 9773, the Permanent Trump's Secure Border Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. Clerk will report the bill.
HR 9773.
Without objection, the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for an opening statement.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we're doing the AS.
Oh, you did? Go ahead and get the
statement.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I keep asking my colleagues, what's it going to take? What's it going to take before we work together to make sure the border remains secure, no matter the occupant at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? When I started working as a staffer in the United States Senate shortly after September 11th, and a group of visa overstayers murdered nearly 3,000 Americans, I thought surely Republicans and Democrats could agree that we should close the loopholes that allowed 19 foreign terrorists to game our immigration system. But the Democrats were...
Man, that 9/11 was an inside job just to do everything they're doing now. The whole Patriot Act and all that.
Interested in amnesty. The loopholes remained. During then President Obama's administration, I want you to hear this, under President Obama's administration, after surges of unaccompanied alien children and families crossed our southwest border illegally, the president, along with then Secretary Jay Johnson, asked Congress to close certain loopholes that allowed those surges. Democrat president. House Republicans passed a fix, but Democrats in Congress wouldn't come to the table to do what the president of their party had requested. The loopholes remained. President Trump called for additional legislative tools to help secure the border during his first administration. Our Democrat colleagues refused to work with us to help the president. The loopholes remain. And even after the Biden-Harris administration unleashed the largest mass illegal immigration in United States history, our Democrat colleagues refused to fix the statutory loopholes that they were abusing to allow and incentivize that mass illegal immigration to occur that resulted in the deaths and destruction of thousands of American people and the flow of fentanyl into our communities. Tens of millions of illegal aliens later, after thousands of Americans were murdered or otherwise violently victimized by illegal alien border crossers, the loopholes still remained. 3 years ago, this committee mobilized to pass the critical border security components in H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, leading to its passage on the House floor, bringing different corners of the Republican conference together to codify common sense border security. We did it then, and we can do it today. Our nation's future depends on it. I suspect that today, my Democrat colleagues will once again refuse to support common sense statutory changes to secure the United States border. And again, I want to clarify, statutory changes. That is to make permanent changes, irrespective of who occupies the White House. But my GOP colleagues cannot lose focus. We must ensure that border security is not a byproduct of whoever is elected to the presidency. President Trump has succeeded where none other has even tried. He's done so using nearly every...
All right, so since this is a new hearing, let's start a new poll. All right, so our last poll for the last hearing got 459 votes, and a whopping 68% say screw Trump's arch and ballroom. So that's another indication of how the blue wave tsunami is going to go. It's going to be a wipeout. All the maggots are going to get wiped back out to sea, back out to Jonestown. All right, we're going to start a new poll for this hearing.
Statute and administrative authority.
Hey, thanks for everyone that voted, by the way.
He has done so despite constant rhetoric.
It looks like 32% of the people out there want a ballroom and an arch, LOL. What a bunch of losers.
Open borders advocates, including my Democratic colleagues in Congress. He's done so because that's what he promised the American voters he would do. But the president only has so many tools at his disposal. And the statutory loopholes that were present decades ago and during the Biden administration remain today. Meaning that when President Trump's administration's actions to secure the border go away, the border could once again be abused. Today, we consider the permanent Trump Secure Border Act, which closes statutory loopholes that allow the Biden-Harris administration to flood our country with millions of illegal aliens. Title I enshrines statutorily the changes that the Trump administration made to asylum law and policy by regulation and other executive action. The changes include additional criminal bars to asylum, a requirement that the alien claim fear at a port of entry, an increase of the credible fear standard to deter frivolous claims, and reining in immigration and federal courts' abuse of asylum grounds like, quote, particular social group, end quote. Title II clarifies in statute that the DHS secretary must remove or detain illegal aliens who arrive at the border or place them into a remain in Mexico type program. There would be no other options. The aliens cannot be paroled or otherwise released into the United States unless an immigration court grants the alien's asylum claim or other immigration benefit claim. If an administration refuses to follow the law, state attorneys general have standing to sue under these provisions. Title II also allows the DHS secretary to suspend the entry of aliens at the border to gain operational control. Title III helps end mass unaccompanied alien children migration. It requires that current law
Man, this guy right here is a jerk off.
unaccompanied alien children from Mexico and Canada be applied to children from other countries. This means that UACs from non-contiguous countries will be screened for trafficking or a fear of return, and if none is found, will be sent home and reunited with their family in their home country. Title III will help disincentivize parents to pay violent smuggling cartels to transport their children across the border, and it will reduce the exploitation of UACs once in the United States. Title IV closes the so-called Flores Settlement Agreement, that loophole that has for many years prevented families who cross the border illegally from being detained for the pendency of their immigration court proceedings. As many know, the number of real and fake family units illegally crossing the border skyrocketed over the last decade because these aliens knew they will be promptly released once they get to the United States. Title V puts visa overstay, currently a civil infraction, on par with illegal entry as a misdemeanor crime and increases penalties for overstay. I will remind people how I introduced the statement, that it was overstays that attacked the towers on 9/11. Finally, Title VI helps end the abuse of immigration parole. Over the years, administrations of both parties have abused statutory authority to allow classes and other large numbers of aliens not otherwise admissible to the United States to enter and remain in the country indefinitely. This despite the purpose of the provision to be case by case. The Biden-Harris administration took such abuse to the extreme, creating several illegal categorical parole programs and paroling into the United States at least 2 million illegal aliens. I just want everybody to remember what was happening. You can build a wall from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean, and I support constructing barriers and support such a wall, but you can do that, and if you open the doors wide open to the abuse of parole and asylum, then it does you no good. President Trump has rightly ended that practice. Title VI brings the use of immigration parole back to its intended purpose to allow a foreign national to enter the United States for an emergency purpose for a short period of time, like a surgery or getting access to some family member or something that's an emergent case-by-case issue. Americans deserve an administration that is interested in securing the border. In January 25, they got that. They also deserve a Congress willing to do the hard work to ensure the next president can't unilaterally open that border. Kayla Hamilton's family deserves that. Laken Riley's family deserves that. Jocelyn Nungary's family deserves that. Rachel Marin's family deserves that. Sheridan Gorman's family deserves that. And to that end, I urge my colleagues to support the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking members recognized for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
All right, here's a man of integrity right here. Unlike that last jerk off, this is Jamie Raskin right here. He's a real politician. Unlike that last guy.
For the entire 119th Congress, which is now limping to an historically unproductive finish, we've been urging the majority to set aside the demonization of immigrants to pass comprehensive, common sense immigration reform on a bipartisan basis. We should be able to agree that we need to make it a whole lot harder, as close to impossible as we can, to enter or stay in the United States unlawfully, and a whole lot easier for people to become Americans lawfully. After all, we've got crying labor shortages in nursing, construction, farming, seafood, landscaping, and the hotel and service sectors, to name just a few. And after all, America is an immigrant society. All of us here, except for Native Americans and the descendants of people who were kidnapped and enslaved and brought to the country, all of us are descendants of immigrants in this country. And yet, that's not what's happened. We should be able to agree on these basic values. We should be able to legislate accordingly, and we should be able to get the administration to stop poorly trained ICE officers from killing American citizens and immigrants in service of a lawless, authoritarian, and brutal clampdown on American communities. 2 more people have been shot down in cold blood in 1 week, on July the 7th and on July the 13th. But instead of engaging with us to map out a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, which the president promised to do a decade ago, instead of working with us to fortify the border, to expand the categories and numbers of lawful immigrants, instead of trying to get ICE to change their terrifying police state tactics and just to focus on the worst of the worst as they promised, our colleagues are wasting the last few days of this Congress playing summer rerun anti-immigrant propaganda and ignoring the brutal and often lethal federal government assault on the rights of both Americans and immigrants. Masked immigration officers have shot and killed in broad daylight 6 human beings in the streets of America. 3 of them, American citizens exercising their First and their Second Amendment rights. 3 of them, immigrants posing no threat to anyone, and 2 of those, not even the target of the operation by which they lost their lives. ICE killings are like having the death penalty in your state, without a crime, without an arrest, without a prosecution, without trial, without conviction, without sentencing, without any judicial due process. Just the sudden, violent death of mothers and fathers in states that don't even have the death penalty, like Maine and Minnesota, administered by poorly trained and hastily recruited, unqualified agents, courtesy of billions of dollars provided by the taxpayers via the permanent Trump Republican caucus. Is there no one left in Donald Trump's party who will speak up for the rights of the American people against a federal government killing spree under the pretext of immigration raids? DHS agents have tear-gassed babies and shot pepper balls at pastors and members of Congress. They've packed tens of thousands of immigrants into mismanaged and dangerous for-profit detention centers whose corporate owners are plundering the taxpayers for billions of dollars while overseeing the deaths of a record 53 people in their custody. ICE has separated families, stolen breastfeeding mothers away from their infants, and caused the death of a 3-year-old boy and the sexual abuse of a 3-year-old girl. Our refugee system was once a proud, robust, well-vetted program that helped desperate people fleeing tyrants and dictators all over the world. Now it's a closed, whites-only presidential perk operation catering to Elon Musk's fellow Afrikaners and white South Africans. To be fair, Trump has also issued an emergency visa to a corrupt right-wing Polish minister evading justice while categorically barring anyone from 40% of the countries in the world from even applying for a visa to flee oppression. President Trump today has among the lowest polling numbers of any president in the history since polling began. Immigration used to be his strongest issue, but after the lawlessness, cruelty, and corruption we've seen, it's now one of his worst issues. A post-Ipsos poll from last week found that nearly 60% of Americans disapprove of the way he's handling immigration in our country. And yet here we are again today, rejecting oversight to curtail this reign of terror or the prospect of any reforms to repair our broken immigration system. The majority brings us another partisan red meat enforcement only bill to make Trump's policies permanent. Congress has pumped an extraordinary $240 billion into immigration enforcement, and yet this committee has done no oversight of ICE and no oversight of the CBP. Republicans have not brought in a single official from either ICE or CBP or from GEO Group or CoreCivic, the private prison companies that are collecting billions of dollars from our constituents every year to operate these facilities. The only DH official who's appeared before this committee was former Secretary Kristi Noem, who refused to apologize for defaming Renee Good, a mother of three, and Alex Preddy, a VA nurse, as, quote, domestic terrorists, and failed to provide any explanation for her spending of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to buy luxury jets and lavish personal PR campaigns with pictures of her on horseback at Mount Rushmore. She was fired within 24 hours of appearing before this committee because she actually had to take questions. And one saw the inevitable departure of Ms. Noem. Why are our Republican colleagues abdicating responsibility to oversee and rein in the continuing corruption and lawlessness at ICE and CBP? ICE has recruited domestic abusers who go out and kill people. In shooting after shooting, we're told there's no body-worn camera footage, either because they lack the funding to provide them to their agents or because the agents who have them can't turn them on because ICE is not paid for the subscription required for the cameras to work, all despite having an unprecedented $240 billion of taxpayer money. Why do our colleagues have nothing to say about the waste, fraud, and abuse that we're seeing throughout that system? The majority wants to give the MAGA ICE bureaucracy even more power to make this cruelty machine permanent. The bill before us today would take the asylum system already decimated by Trump and then permanently destroy it. It removes protections for unaccompanied children and opens the door to sending them to war-torn countries, traffickers, and abusers. It would allow for the indefinite detention of children and the evisceration of long-standing safeguards for children. America's had enough of the violence and bloodshed and lawlessness. It's time to stop these lawless tactics in the streets of America. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment of the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a
Objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purpose of the amendment. The chair is now, the gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
This amendment makes technical changes to the bill to clarify that state attorneys general have standing to sue an administration for non-compliance with parts of Title II of the bill and provide an effective date for Title III. I yield back.
It's back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Okay. This bill is yet another example of how incredibly out of touch Republicans are with the views of the American public. This weekend, 3 more U.S. service members were killed in Trump's most unpopular and illegal war on Iran, now making it 17 service members killed, even as gas prices continue to go back up, squeezing Americans everywhere. Despite all this, Republicans are moving forward with another $60 billion check for this war this week. Trump has called affordability concerns a, quote, hoax, and even refused to sign a once-in-a-generation housing bill that addresses the housing supply crisis we have across the country. And then there's immigration, the number one way that Republicans have tried to distract Americans from all of their problems by criminalizing and blaming immigrants. Last year, Trump and Republicans handed ICE and CBP $140 billion, even as they stripped healthcare from tens of millions of Americans because apparently we couldn't afford it.
I mean, Trump even said the uneducated love him. That's why he loves his MAGA cult base, because they're all low IQ. I mean, if they weren't so low IQ, they wouldn't be Trump-turds. They wouldn't be MAGA orange meat-riding, ball-licking, spineless patriots.
Then a few weeks ago, they gave them another $70 billion of taxpayer money to continue to unleash a rogue militia on the streets of America with loaded up arrest quotas of 2,000 people a day that have led to the killing of at least 6 people in ICE enforcement activities and 65,000 people every single day being incarcerated in for-profit detention facilities that cost U.S. taxpayers billions of dollars and don't even meet basic required conditions of human decency. Now, just last week, ICE agents killed Lorenzo Salgado.
Nah, all maggots need a self-deport back to Jonestown. Or go to Carg Island. Make America great again.
Aho, and Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Houston, Texas, and Biddeford, Maine. Two fathers who left behind U.S. citizen children families. A 3-year-old in bluey pajamas watching what they did on the streets of America as they snatched people away in unmarked cars with agents that have no body cameras hiding behind men.
Yeah, what's up, Mark? Yeah, I tried to get a job, but Trump took away all the jobs, so I guess I'll just have to wait to get a job when Newsom's president in 2028, your new daddy. So yeah, I'll get a job when Newsom's president.
Just imagine the ICE agent who shot Mr. Guerrero has a record of domestic violence and threw his 13-year-old daughter through a glass coffee table. These are the people who are implementing government policies in our cities and towns. And on Friday, the outrage continued when an employee of Geo Group, who operates ICE's detention center in Aurora, Colorado, shot a 42-year-old woman. Let's just play a short video of footage from just 3 of these ICE killings.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Not a single bit of accountability for any of these. Imagine that they pulled a man who was shot multiple times out of the car and handcuffed him on the ground while his daughter was watching. Americans, including those who supported Donald Trump in the last election, are clear that this is not what they want. Polling across the country has shifted dramatically, and today 2/3 of Americans are rejecting this cruelty, this lack of accountability, and the outrageous actions of these lawless agencies. Is today's bill recognizing any of this? Demanding accountability? Putting a stop to ICE and CBP's actions? Quite the opposite. This bill is doubling down on cruelty in a massive sign of disrespect to families across the country, including the many U.S. citizens and people of every immigration status who have been the targets of ICE and CBP. This bill eviscerates asylum, strips due process protections for unaccompanied kids, and allows for the indefinite detention of families and children. It is so extreme that it is not clear that it can even pass the House floor because there are some Republicans who oppose it themselves. Instead of demonizing immigrants, we should work together to reform an immigration system that has not been modernized in over 30 years because of Republican opposition. We should recognize the value of immigrants who keep our country going every single day, and we should demand accountability for an out-of-control ICE and CBP and stop unleashing cruelty on our communities across the country. I strongly oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, our nation was built by immigrants. For generations, we have welcomed people to our shores, whether they were fleeing violence, seeking a path out of economic despair, or simply hoping to start a new life. And our country is much richer for it, both economically and culturally. Our communities have benefited from their ingenuity, their hard work, and their vibrant culture, enriching our society and helping our economy flourish. If our tradition and history of welcoming immigrants to this country represents the very best of America, this bill and the Trump administration policies it seeks to bolster represent the very worst. This xenophobic and cruel legislation would essentially shut down our asylum system while stripping needed protections from vulnerable children and subjecting them to indefinite detention. It is a shameful abandonment of our fundamental values and ideals. Even worse, this bill completely fails to address the cascade of cruelty and chaos emanating from the White House, ICE, and CPB as they carry out the Trump administration's failed immigration policies.
Over the last 13 months, Congress has showered immigration enforcement agencies with $240 billion with no guardrails attached. With this money, these agencies have assembled a massive force consisting of tens of thousands of agents who have flooded our streets to carry out Donald Trump's brutal and reckless mass deportation campaign. Rather than going after the worst of the worst, as the administration repeatedly claims, they're indiscriminately targeting anyone they suspect of being here unlawfully, with the vast majority of people detained having no criminal record. In the process, they are engaging in racial profiling on a massive scale and using dangerous tactics that have already led to the deaths of multiple people, including 3 American citizens. And when tragedy does strike, the administration has employed a tried and true strategy. They smear the victims, calling them domestic terrorists or some other slander. And then they blatantly lie about the events, trying to tell us not to believe what we can see with our own eyes. It is straight out of the authoritarian playbook. Not only are we seeing unprecedented mayhem and destruction on our streets, but we are also witnessing the highest death rate in immigration detention facilities in decades. Despite the best efforts of this administration to deny access to these facilities, a few months ago I conducted an oversight visit to Delaney Hall, a privately owned ICE detention facility in Newark, New Jersey. What I learned there was absolutely shocking and appalling. In particular, the medical neglect, denying people access to potentially life-saving care and withholding necessary medicine is truly abhorrent. I saw people diagnosed with cancer and denied any treatment. At Delaney Hall and across the country, detainees are being held in squalor in facilities that do not meet basic sanitary needs. As if that weren't bad enough, this legislation would dramatically increase the number of children who are subjected indefinitely to such deplorable conditions. That is the very definition of cruelty, but it is standard operating procedure for this Republican majority. A year and a half into the second Trump administration, a clear picture of its immigration policies and their consequences has emerged. They have sent masked agents to terrorize our communities with aggressive and violent tactics, arresting and in some cases murdering American citizens. They are tearing children away from their parents, and when they are caught violating the law, they've deliberately lied to the American people and even to federal courts, which have called them out at unprecedented levels. And where is this Republican Congress? Rather than holding this administration accountable, they have served as its enablers, fueling its reign of terror with hundreds of billions of dollars and no accountability measures. And today, they seek to pass legislation that would codify some of the worst and most cruel policies. I understand that marking up this bill was the price that some members extracted from the Speaker in order to allow action to proceed on the House floor. But if this bill were to become law, it is the American people who would pay the cost. I urge all members to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition.
Would you mind moving the mic in front of your? Thank you.
Appreciate you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this bill, the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act. This bill expands detention, reduces due process, strips protections for children, and hands even more unchecked authority to agencies that have already harmed communities like mine in Los Angeles. We already know what an ICE with unchecked power looks like. At Dilley Detention Center in Texas, it looks like children reporting mistreatment, contaminated food, sleeplessness, and inadequate medical care. In Hawthorne, California, it looks like Carrie Lopez Alvarado, a 9-month pregnant U.S. citizen, shoved against a truck, handcuffed, chained, and interrogated by ICE agents about where she was born. She later went to the hospital with abdominal pain and gave birth early. In Huntington Park, California, it looks like federal agents using explosive devices outside Jenny Ramirez's home while her 1-year-old and 6-year-old children were inside. Everyone in that home was a United States citizen. And in my district, I saw firsthand what it looks like. During my visit to Adelanto ICE Detention Center, I met my constituent, Carlitos Ricardo Parias. He's a recognized by the city for his good works. He is a father and a husband, and he was shot in the arm during a traffic stop by immigration agents before being taken into custody. Mind you, the judge dismissed those trumped up charges, but he is still in Adelanto and he is still not receiving the medical treatment that he deserves. I went to visit him, and what I saw was horrifying. He reported severe pain, nerve impairment, swelling, reduced mobility, headaches, vision problems, and a bone infection. It looked to me like his arm will be amputated. And when I was able to get the medical records, it was revealed that for his gunshot wound, he is receiving vitamin D. I was told by the folks at Adelanto that pre-existing conditions are not treated. I was told that the doctors at Adelanto are not liable for treating any kind of medical issue that occurs before arrival. That is stupid, and it is malpractice. Mr. Parias remains in detention, and he is still not receiving the medical attention that he deserves. So why are we not marking up legislation to address these abuses? Why are we not conducting the necessary oversight on these conditions? Why are we so afraid to have the folks responsible for this kind of behavior come before us and answer questions? If you are not afraid of the answers, then you should not be afraid of the questions that will be asked of you. Why are we marking up a bill that rewards inhumane treatment with more authority and fewer safeguards? A bill that imprisons children, a bill that weakens asylum protections, a bill that criminalizes technical errors, a bill that empowers agencies with a documented record of abuse. None of those things in this bill will make us safer. This is a doubling down on cruelty. And yes, Republicans in this Congress have given DHS $240 billion. That is larger than the budgets of 150 countries. They have more police officers than the cities of Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, Washington, D.C., Vegas, LA, combined. And the American people don't want to see more killings on their streets. And they don't want this bill. They want that madness to stop. They want answers to their questions, and they want oversight. And this committee has an obligation to stop trying to ram this kind of nonsense through a committee and to instead conduct the kind of oversight that we all deserve. If one of these people in any of these videos was your child, your friend, your neighbor, even somebody you didn't like, you would still be pressing for oversight. So let's get to that business instead of this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Oh, gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, which would codify some of Trump's cruelest immigration policies and does nothing to combat the atrocities committed by the Department of Homeland Security on our communities. When immigration officers violate people's constitutional rights or physically harm people or kill people or terrorize communities, it's not an accident or an outlier. It's the Department of Homeland Security's planned policy. It's also not unique to this administration because immigration enforcement was designed to be cruel and callous and lawless. When DHS was formed, it took power away from other agencies that may have been better served to provide the individual services and stuffed them together all in the name of national security. But since its start, it's been responsible for the targeting, the detainment, and family separation of hundreds of thousands of people. The courts are separate, the judges are unaccountable, and detention networks remain deplorable. This isn't just Trump administration manipulating an otherwise effective agency, though. It is rogue by design. DHS has caused so much harm to our communities, yet Republicans keep wanting to throw money at it with no oversight mechanisms to rein in their bad actions. In the last 13 months alone, they've been given $240 billion. DHS has taken that money and hired incompetent and unqualified immigration enforcement officers. They've thrown the money at private prison corporations to expand detention centers. They've even purchased spyware and people's data to get around the Fourth Amendment protections. 6 people have been killed by ICE and CBP during immigration enforcement actions, and another 53 people have died in ICE custody. The agency has gone out of its way to not cooperate with local law enforcement to investigate these killings, though. There have been no reports that agents responsible have faced any discipline or consequences. Often, DHS won't even identify them. DHS has also racially targeted people, smashed into people's houses without warrants, and disappeared people. These arrests are usually based on no cause, no investigation, no hearing with the judge, and no due process. The immigration officers don't care about a person's status, whether a person is actually a citizen, if that person has a child at home, or even if they physically harm the person during an arrest. This committee should be holding hearings with DHS officials demanding transparency and accountability. We should be examining how DHS's creation allowed the agency to operate outside the law and the Constitution. We should be listening to refugees and asylum seekers about how to improve the intake process and better protect them. Cruelty is the point of the Department of Homeland Security, and this bill fully supports that. I urge my colleagues to grow a conscience and to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone seek recognition? Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California, the other gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, once again, our nation is at war. So far, 17 American service members have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Hundreds others have been injured. These are soldiers that take an oath to defend our country, to make the ultimate sacrifice when necessary. These soldiers need to know that we back home have their back. My amendment essentially codifies current President Trump administration policy. H.R. 2 protects for only the children and spouses of active duty servicemen. My amendment would essentially, again, codify current Trump policy of protecting children, spouses, and the parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans. As you know, today, actually, very sadly, ICE is willing to go after the military families, and specifically the parents who are not protected by this bill. Again, ICE is going after the parents of soldiers who are serving in our battlefield today. In my district, Santa Ana, Narciso Barranco, a hardworking, law-abiding man and father of 3 U.S. Marines. Folks, you make movies about individuals like this. He was pepper sprayed, handcuffed, and beaten while being restrained by ICE agents. After the incident, Mr. Barranco was held in custody for 3 weeks by our government as they tried to deport him. After a judge ruled in Mr. Barranco's favor, DHS still worked to appeal the ruling, to pause his parole in place application, and to deport him. It's important to note, he had a parole in place application, a father of 3 Marines, and our US government, DHS, was doing everything in its power to deport this father of 3 Marines. The second case, in Huntington Beach, Humberto Martinez was stopped and taken into ICE custody to school. He was removed to Mexico within hours. At the time of his arrest, he had a pending parole application in place based on his other daughter's active duty military service. His daughter, Jessica Martinez, a Navy aviation ordnanceman serving aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. 20 years old, Navy Abraham Lincoln. On the same day her father was deported, Jessica was deployed aboard the Lincoln to the Middle East amid the conflict with Iran. Folks, this is not the way to reward our soldiers. You have to make sure you let our men and women in uniform that are fighting for our country know that our nation has their back. My amendment, again, is simply codifying President Trump's current policy of extending parole in place to parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans. Since 2013, USCIS has approved over 40,000 applications for military parole in place, including 20,000 applications approved by the Trump administration from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. This gentleman insists on his point of order from California. Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Under current law, members of the United States military can seek expedited path to LPR status. The legislation that we have contemplates very specifically dealing with the spouse and children with respect to parole for members of the United States military. We believe that is directly reflective of what the administration is doing and reflective of the appropriate policy, that this amendment is unnecessary. Now, I would add, in response to some of the rhetoric from my colleagues in their statements regarding the legislation, I want to remind everybody out there who's viewing this, this is legislation that we passed. The construct of this was passed previously in Congress and out of this committee. This legislation is designed very specifically to codify current practices which have objectively and irrefutably slowed, stemmed, eliminated the border crisis that was resulting directly in the deaths of American people. I'll in a moment, but I just want to finish here in response to the amendment. That's the purpose here. And I heard my colleagues bringing up other matters involving enforcement, ICE, and things going on, which we could have a full-throated debate about, and we have repeatedly in this room and elsewhere. But what we're talking about here is stopping what happened. I mean, again, we've had repeated testimony in this room from people who were victimized by folks that were released into the United States. In a little bit, I'm not going to do it right now. I've got an entire folder here, an entire folder of the examples of people that I'm going to ask to insert in the record in a little bit of Americans, hundreds, dozens, like all of these pages right here. These are all Americans, all people, and by the way, all immigrants who were abused by people released into the United States under the previous administrations and my colleagues' policies of abusing asylum and parole that resulted directly in these rapes, murders, and destruction, and death, and fentanyl, and impacts on the state of Texas to the tune of $11 billion of incalculable impact that we're trying to deal with. So here, we have legislation designed to codify it. I remember, my daughter's here, and we were watching an episode of The West Wing from 1999, 2000, the Shibboleth episode. And they were talking about, there were some Christian refugees from China. And there was an entire episode dedicated to credible fear and trying to figure out and determine whether there was in fact credible fear. And here, fast forward, and we are long gone from the days of Chuck Schumer taking to the Senate floor and talking about the need for border security, or our Democratic colleagues going to the House floor and talking about the need for border security, or a relatively left-leaning television show talking about the law and following the law with respect to credible fear. And instead, we have seen this evolution to abuse credible fear, make it completely meaningless, drive a truck through loopholes of that, parole, asylum, and all of the things that are designed to allow us to be a country that does the things I think the gentleman is referring to, right? That we have a country that wants to say that when there's a baby at your doorstep or when there's somebody that is deserving of a parole so they can come here and have a kidney transplant or see their grandmother or do the things we all as human beings and people of faith want to do, we are left having to deal with the exploitation and using loopholes to undo the purpose of the law. And so thus resulted in the countless millions of people in the United States that then harmed Americans. So the purpose of this bill is to leave in place paths. As I said, military, if you're here, there's a path, expedited path to LPR. If you're the spouse or child of that person, there is a path under parole. This legislation would leave in place a path for asylum, a path for parole, a path to be able to deal with unaccompanied children, be able to seek asylum, all of the paths we want to do as people of faith to help individuals, but not allow it to be exploited, to dump people onto the streets of our country that have resulted directly in the death, destruction, murder, mayhem of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
But we're still on the other amendment.
Oh,
we're still.
Gentle lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield time to Mr. Correa.
My from Texas, I want to get you back on point on my amendment. Again, this is President Trump's existing policy on his website. You mentioned children and spouses of military personnel. My amendment simply adds parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans. I have my colleagues here in this committee focus on what we're talking about here. On this amendment, you have Jessica Martinez, a Navy aviation oarsman on the SS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier. Her job is to, again, load up those F-18s with ordnances as they go off to another mission. This is a 20-year-old off naval personnel in an aircraft carrier. What are we telling her the day you deport her father? The next day you say, please make the ultimate sacrifice for your country. We're talking about keeping this country strong, defending this nation, about soldiers who are human beings. And more importantly, my friend from Texas, I am essentially codifying with this amendment current Trump administration policy. This is the Trump administration policy. And if we're here to keep America strong, we got to make sure that we watch the backs of those military officers, those military personnel, men and women fighting for us across the country. This is a common sense legislation, common sense amendment to keep our country strong. Again, Narciso Barranco, the father of 3 U.S. Marines, who was both of these fathers were following the legal process to adjust their status, to stay in the United States. ICE went out of the way to arrest them. They deported one individual. The second one, they're trying to deport. What is this all about? Narciso Barranco, father of 3 Marines. We should be getting ready to make a movie about this guy. His 3 sons he raised to be patriots, and we want to deport them. Mr. Martinez, daughter, Navy, proud American, and we're trying to deport her father. Chairman, I yield. Yield back to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, but the Trump policy that's on the website is what this amendment is about. The bill that is in the bill, the military parole option only benefits the spouses and minor children of active military service members. And so in doing so, it leaves out the service members' parents and the families of U.S. veterans. It leaves out the families of individuals who served or are currently serving as reservists. That is different from the Trump policy that is on Trump's website. So Mr. Correa's amendment seeks to codify the one parole program that the Trump administration is actually using. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues want to restrict a parole program that is actually being utilized by Donald Trump for members of our military. And to your broader point about the work that we need to do, if only we would actually reform the immigration system. We have spent between $400 to $450 billion on border security over the last 10 years, instead of actually providing more legal pathways. You can't do one without the other and expect one to work. What we need is a functioning immigration system that allows people to have a process whereby they come to the United States. It is orderly, it is humane. We respect the rights of those who are here. We don't try to throw out people who are here and who have committed no crimes, who are working, who are doing all the things. And we have not provided a pathway to citizenship for people in this country, including those who have lived here for 30 years. Imagine how this country would suffer if we actually succeed in kicking out everybody that Trump and Stephen Miller want to kick out.
The gentleman, lady, yield for a question. So my question is this. They're calling this the Permanent Trump Act, but it seems like there's at least one Trump policy they don't like. They're positioning this legislation to the right of Donald Trump. Why are they doing that?
That's my question, Ranking Member. That is my question. They are taking away the one parole program for our U.S. service members and their families that Trump actually codified or put onto his website. They don't want to codify
Time
that.
has expired. Is there further discussion on
I yield
the
back.
amendment?
I move to strike the last word.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield my time, Mr. Chairman, to the gentleman from Texas.
I think the gentleman from Wisconsin, a few data points here that I think are important. Number one, this policy dates back to Obama. It was a Biden policy. So to say it was a Trump policy is not accurate. Number two, this amendment was offered. This amendment was offered when we debated this bill in the last Congress before the current Trump administration. But this amendment was offered under Biden being president. So the idea that you're trying to say that, oh, this is somehow a Trump policy, it is a policy that I acknowledge has spanned several administrations of folks across the other side of the aisle and Republicans. I agree with that policy has existed, but it was put in place. Hold on a second. That it was put in place under Obama, that it was carried forward under Biden, that we debated it when Biden was president. We offered the same amendment during that time, and then now, yes, it has stayed as the policy. The point of the statutory change is to make the statutory change very specific, that does not do anything to change what is already law, that you can seek LPR status if you're the active duty member of the military. That's currently allowed and under the statutes lawful. But it is putting in place a specific parole category for spouses and children. That is what the legislation does, I think, in good faith to deal with this issue, broadly speaking, for the men and women in the military. And to provide for that for the direct spouse and children. And whatever the policies are of the administration, they can do that. This is Congress speaking with one voice, with a tight definition with respect to how we handle the men and women in the military and their spouses and children. And that's the purpose of the legislation. I yield back to
the gentleman from Wisconsin. The gentleman from Wisconsin controls.
I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman goes back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just clarify one thing that my friend from Texas said. It's not a Biden policy or Obama policy or Trump 1.0 policy. We're talking about what the policy is right now under this administration. So stop deflecting to try to put the blame on somebody else for a policy that you don't like. It is this administration's policy. That's what we're talking about. But I want to go back to something that my friend from Texas said earlier, a couple times, that people of faith are just trying to help other people, I believe you said. That trying to find that inner humanity and that faith to do what is right for the American residents and the American people. The question then becomes, why don't you care about the immigrant children who are being absolutely terrorized and abused by this Department of Homeland Security? First of all, this administration tried to stop providing counsel to unaccompanied children. Obviously, these unaccompanied children are not making these decisions of their own volition. They are children. Many don't speak the language, have no idea how this immigration system works. And this Department of Homeland Security wants to take away their legal counsel. Well, thankfully, a judge intervened and required the administration to abide by the contracts that it had to provide counsel for unaccompanied children. Now, recognizing they can't prevent it or withhold it, the administration is now withholding payment under those contracts to the legal services providers. And in fact, they are demanding private, confidential information, some of which is subject to the attorney-client privilege, in order to send that money that they are owed. These are not big law firms. These are small nonprofit organizations that cannot survive without getting paid. And yet the administration refuses to do it. And as of today, more than 6 months of payments have not been made. But that's not it. The average length of time for unaccompanied children in ORR custody in October 2024 was 35 days. In November of 2025, it was 185 days. This administration, on average, is putting children in jail for more than 6 months. Many of them are actually eligible for SIDGE, for their own protection as unaccompanied children who, if they are returned to their country, will face abuse from a parent. So now this bill says we're going to actually reduce the protections for those children who can show an abusive or violent parent by saying that if they have one parent that they can be with that is not abusive, then they don't qualify for SIDGE. But the problem is that one parent is often here in the United States, and so by denying them this lawful parole, they are then going to be deported back to the one parent who is abusing them. So if you really are a person of faith who cares about the humanity of people and wants to do right by people, then why don't you care about children, whether they are immigrant children or American citizen children? Why are you punishing children who often are not making decisions of their own because, as we know from our own law, children generally are not considered capable of making decisions on their own? So I call on your faith of all of us, to care for children, basic human decency. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, I have a very simple question. I would ask a gentleman from Texas, does he oppose supporting parents of soldiers in the manner that the gentleman's amendment would do? I'm yielding you the time to answer the question.
If a member of the armed services seeks LPR status, then that individual can then go seek green under. Well, but that's the path right now under current law. They can do that, and this legislation contemplates spouses and children.
Yes,
and
but
that's what
why
this
would you oppose this legislation also contemplating parents?
Well, first of all, the legislation has a number of flaws in it, which we can go into it, and that are issues involving.
Reclaiming my time, the gentleman's amendment would cure this one flaw. Why would you oppose it?
There are numerous issues with the amendment. We believe the legislation as it is crafted does exactly what we intend to do to ensure that armed services folks have a path, that their spouse and children have a path, that if you seek LPR, the parents have a path if you seek LPR status. And that's a tight and good way to do it. That's what the legislation contemplates.
I fail to understand the grounds for opposing the amendment that would give parents the same status as children and spouses here.
As I've said, the legislation allows for that possibility for the member of the armed services to seek LPR. Well, because
we allow the possibility.
Because our laws, that way you know whether the individual is serving the armed services, they want to become an LPR, there's a path to do that expedited, they can do that, and then they can seek status for their parent. But it establishes as the parole status for the spouse or the child.
It is
which is a good policy.
Reclaiming my time. It establishes the status of the spouse or the children, but not for the parents. It seems to me there is no logical reason not to establish the same status, the same rights for the parents of a soldier. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank the gentleman from California for introducing this amendment and for spotting this outrageous departure from even current policy. As I understand it, military parole is in place today and available to people who are the immediate relatives of U.S. military service members and veterans. I'm assuming these are people who've had honorable discharges and people who have nobly served the country. Many of them are decorated, but certainly they all have honorable discharges, okay? And so the military parole is available to people who are their immediate relatives, including their spouses and including their parents. Now, despite the fact that this legislation is called the Permanent Trump Act to codify his policies, they want to reject the policy and not codify the policy of allowing these immediate family members of veterans to get in. Categorically, even spouses. They just want to go to active members of the forces, but not allow these people to come in with veterans who may even be decorated war heroes. They want to get rid of that. And I heard you mention a case of some people who live right near you, which is perhaps why this caught your eye, Mr. Correa. But I wonder if you would tell us exactly what we're talking about in this case, because as I heard you say it, we're talking about 3 sons, all of whom serve in the U.S. military, and they want to be able to deport their father. And that's something that is an ongoing case. Is it right? Would you just apprise us of what's happening?
Yes, and let me say to you that one of them is a veteran and 2 are active Marines. 2 are actually in the Marine Corps now. One of them honorably discharged, okay? Under the existing policy, Trump policy, the father applied for parole in place, submitted the application, moved ahead, and that's why when he was arrested, okay, he was not immediately deported, but deportation was paused. He went before a judge. The judge ruled in his favor. DHS is essentially coming back and appealing that favorable ruling. You're talking about 3 Marines, 2 active, 1 essentially a veteran. Always followed the law, has not been an individual with any criminal record. And this is the individual we're talking about.
Okay, and so if your amendment doesn't pass, it's not say you served honorably and dutifully in Iraq or Afghanistan, and their father is now petitioning to be part of the military parole in place, he would be rejected because they're veterans at this point, and because they're not active service members. I understand in the case today, it's a mixture of, but they just want to categorically say, if you're just a veteran of the United States, you don't get the benefit of this policy. And I gotta believe that this is an oversight, although I'm a little stunned to hear the distinguished gentleman from Texas substantively defend this policy instead of just saying this looks like an oversight. Certainly the families of veterans should be included as they were under Trump and Biden and Obama. It's a policy so obvious that it has had bipartisan participation by all the presidents. And now, for some reason, I guess in an eagerness to demonstrate the anti-immigrant bona fides of the majority, they want to go way to the right of what the current policy is and do some serious damage to people's families. Mr. Correa, yield to you.
Yes, just wanted to, this is even more shocking. Jessica Martinez on the SS Abraham in the Middle East. Her father also had a parole in place application, but when ICE picked him up, they took him to the Santa Ana ICE Detention Center. Instead of checking his status, which would have enabled him to stay in the country, when they walked him in, they said, our computers are down. Sorry, we're sending you to the border immediately. That is what they did. They said the computers are out, we're deporting you immediately. This is a violation of the Trump administration current policy when it comes to the family members of soldiers.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing,
Ms. Chapel.
It's already spoken on.
yeah, Mr. Chappell's already spoken. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes appear to have it. And
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Yeah.
Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes
Let's fast forward these votes. Let's see what she says here.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, you're not recorded.
They're doing their votes real quick.
Clerk report.
All right, here we go.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment. and the
Objection,
nature-
amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. It would ensure ICE does not use any of its warehouses that it's purchased over the past year for family detention. It's honestly shameful that we even need to offer this amendment, but unfortunately, cruelty knows no bounds under this administration. It's also necessary because Republicans have given ICE over $50 billion just for immigration detention with no guardrails or oversight. This country has way too much practice warehousing human beings. It's so deep within our history that we have perfected a system where we can strip away someone's humanity and put them in a holding pen, where they are treated as lesser human being, less deserving of rights and dignity. We have the highest incarceration rate of any developed nation, and Republicans want to expand it further. In February, internal ICE documents revealed plans for what the agency called the ICE Detention Reengineering Initiative. This proposal would replace the current detention system with one centered on 34 ICE-owned facilities, including 8 large-scale detention centers that would each hold 7,000 to 10,000 people in refurbished warehouses. ICE has since acquired warehouses in my Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, as well as Georgia, Michigan, New Jersey, Texas, Arizona, Maryland, and Utah at a cost of $1 billion. These 3 of these facilities are intended to be large-scale facilities with 7,500 to 10,000 planned beds. A warehouse in Social Circle, Georgia, located 50 miles outside of Atlanta, a warehouse in Socorro, Texas, in the El Paso metro area, and a warehouse in Tremont, PA, in central Pennsylvania. The other 6 which have already been purchased, are smaller processing centers with plans to hold 1,000 to 1,500 people each. The goal of the revamped detention and deportation system would, as former acting ICE director Todd Lyons put it, be an Amazon Prime, but with human beings. A reminder that Amazon Prime is also a distribution warehouse. So what does that even mean? But needless to say, this is disgusting.
Damn, Trump's out there trafficking human beings like a Jeff Bezos Amazon warehouse.
The agency has partially reversed course and is now planning to offload 7 warehouses by either giving them to other federal agencies or selling them outright. But the casual cruelty of this scale of detention cannot be overstated. The government is essentially treating these people, mothers and fathers and grandpas and little kids, like livestock. These are human beings being held in inhumane conditions, and Republicans want to convince people that this is the source of pride rather than shame. History will treat these actions as shameful, just as enslaving people was shameful and putting Japanese Americans in internment camps during World War II was shameful and the Trail of Tears was shameful. Geographical borders should not be the lines that determine how we treat other human beings. If that's the only standard, then we may find that one day we too are not worthy of compassion. Isn't the golden rule in our Christian Bible, do unto others as you would have them do unto you? These actions, are they not inviting the same sorts of treatments upon our descendants one day? And none of this touches on the fact that our country has, in many cases, played a significant role in the destabilization of the countries people are being displaced from in the first place. Republicans are taking away all context and saying we must herd these human beings into inhumane warehouses indefinitely. It's imperative that we ensure the remaining facilities are not used to detain families. The conditions in the regular facilities are already unconscionable. When I visited Moshannon Detention Center in Pennsylvania and spoke to the women detained there, they told me about bad food and toxic water and a lack of proper medical care. Delaney Hall, New Jersey's conditions were so bad that detainees conducted a hunger strike. Rather than do something to improve these conditions, whistleblowers and protesters have been transferred around the country to break up organizing power. These facilities designed for detention with the right infrastructure, and it's still terrible. We've seen the disaster that was Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Millions of taxpayer dollars funneled into a failed makeshift detention center. Detainees at the facility reported difficulty accessing lawyers and poor conditions like worms in the food or toilets that didn't flush and floors flooded with fecal waste and mosquitoes and other insects everywhere. Detention is bad enough, but a commercial warehouse is no place for a child. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. Then we'll come to Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, but I've got to respond. I don't know that there was one word that I agree with my colleague from Pennsylvania, what she just said. I, for one, have been to some of these facilities, and I actually have been overwhelmed with how the reality of those facilities operate differs from the narrative that we're hearing from the other side of the aisle. One in North Carolina that I was at recently, they have workout facilities, they have recreational courts, they have a video game portal where these detainees can go and play video games. They have movie rentals. They had unbelievably sufficient dining options. They even cater to individuals' faiths on an individual basis. They have worship facilities. They have free attorney portals. The idea this is somehow anything other than a professional and very humane option is simply dishonest. And for my colleague to say that the United States destabilizes countries in the world and therefore we should welcome millions and millions of people into our country illegally, that's the most specious claim I think I've heard in several weeks, if not months, in Congress, which is saying something. My question to the Democrats on the other side is there a number that we should cap enrollees? Is it 10 million, 20 million, 50 million? What about 100 million? If destabilized countries in the world is your threshold, we could triple our nation, our population in a week. We're not talking about people who come here legally, mind you. We're talking about people in the country illegally. And there is the reality that our immigration system that your party has supported has weakened the country. So with that, if anyone on this side would like to respond, I'll certainly yield the time, Mr. McClintock.
I would. There's one other detail about these detention centers that I think needs to be added. Those who are detained in them can leave them anytime they want for any country that will accept them. They're simply not allowed to return to our country.
Right.
And the reason for that ought to be self-evident. In fact, the whole purpose of these detention centers is simply to arrange for transportation back to their home countries.
Right.
Back to the gentleman.
Anybody else on this side?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. You know, I see the outrage from my colleagues about what's happening at DHS, and I just didn't see that in the Biden years. And the border was wide open. The whole reason we've got this bill before us today is because of the damage the Democratic administration before this one did. And we wouldn't be talking about this had the border remained secure in the 4 years prior to President Trump coming back. But we're in this situation because of mismanagement and because of a DHS that harmed the American people for 4 years. We could never get answers from the Homeland Secretary when he was here, Mr. Mayorkas. He sat right there and defied every question that was asked, said the border was secure, lied to this committee, and now here we are. And it's a shame that we've even come to this place. But I applaud your pushback, and I thank you, Mr. Roy, for this bill.
And I'll just close, Mr. Chairman, again. I do want to know from the Democrats, is there a number that we should cap it of illegal aliens inside the country? Because there was, without any question, an unchecked harm has been inflicted on Americans because of—
Gentlemen, you.
Yes, sir.
Scott, thank you for that question. And I would say that it takes two, okay? Not only undocumented, these are undocumented workers, taxpayers, hardworking individuals who are hired by honest, law-abiding businesses.
That's a broad stroke,
sir, is how many employees do our growing economy need to sustain that economic growth? That's the answer to your question, sir. It's not a singular statement or a singular subject. It's the economic growth of the United States. That's the answer to your question, sir.
That is not the answer to my question.
Yes, it is, sir.
For you to say,
Sir, yes,
I'm
it is.
reclaiming my time. For you to say that we should hire anybody, we should allow anyone that can be hired.
We need immigration reform, and that would be the answer to your question.
That doesn't answer the question. We have millions and millions of people who are here illegally that take rather than produce. And your side cannot condemn them.
Workers that are here supporting our national economy.
Will you say that if someone is taking more than they're producing, they should leave? I'm just saying that's a very simple yes, no question.
Immigrants
to say that every illegal immigrant is a net producer for the country.
Support this economy.
Dude, this clown right here takes more than he produces. What's he talking about?
Absolutely and provably false, and I think that you know that. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New York, then I'll go to Washington.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what universe some of the gentlemen on the other side inhabit. But a couple of months ago, Mr. Goldman and I inspected Delaney Hall, which is a large facility, privately operated ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. What we saw there was terrible. We saw maggoty food. We saw that the food was not prepared at proper temperatures to kill bacteria. I saw a girl who had been in this country from 1 year old, who was taken from high school a week before her prom and had no idea what was going to happen to her. I saw 2 people with advanced cancers who are not being treated at all. Literally not being treated. We were told that doctors were available Monday through Friday at 9 to 5 p.m. We were there from 3 to 5 p.m. on, I think it was a Wednesday. There were no doctors available in the facility at all. A facility that had several thousand people in it. So I don't know how you can say that these are humane facilities. I don't want to say they're designed to, but they certainly have the effect of killing people for lack of cancer treatment, for example. And there is shame on this nation. I can't speak for every single facility, but I certainly can speak for Delaney Hall, which is one of the largest facilities, and the one that Mr. Goldman and I inspected. And that facility is terrible, life-threatening. The inmates at one point went on a hunger strike to protest the maggoty food, which they couldn't eat in any event. So I just wanted to inform the committee of what we actually saw, not what somebody else may say or what the administration may assert, but what Mr. Goldman and I observed with our own eyes and ears.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
Well, just to give you some peace of mind, everything I said was firsthand account as well. I went and visited. And I am working with the department to go to Delaney Hall. And I'm going to try to do so with very little notice to see if what you're saying is accurate today. It shouldn't be accurate. But even besides that, I do have to ask, should the American taxpayers be forced with a bill to cover the world's sick? I mean, this is a fundamental question that I think a lot of Americans...
You're claiming my time. The American taxpayer should not be forced to cover the world's sick, but the American taxpayer should certainly cover the medical expense of people seized by the government and kept in confinement. Just as they
were here illegally.
Whether they're here illegally or not, if they're put in a facility and kept there, they should not be killed by lack of medical attention. When we have people in our prisons, we hopefully, guilty of whatever crime they may be, we hopefully give them adequate medical treatment. Same thing here. If someone is held in a facility, for whatever reason, valid or invalid, they should be given adequate medical treatment. And I don't think anybody can quarrel with that. And I would hope that if you tour Delaney Hall, you don't give reasonable notice, you give no notice at all. You have a right as a matter of Congress to do that.
I agree.
And if you give notice, they may
dress up.
They may clean up what you're permitted to see.
Sure.
So go there with no notice, as Mr. Goldman and I did.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
May I be heard? Back, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank the chairman. So I was in Delaney Hall. I looked at it. I heard all the stuff. People are eating maggots. People are being beaten. They don't have medical care. The whole bit. We didn't give them a whole lot of notice at all. We showed up there. We went through everything, not just on the regular guided tour that they give, but went through each and every part of it. Let me tell you, this comes from a congressman now who was the head of the prison gang task force for the state of New Jersey. So let me give you some information. Delaney Hall was nicer, cleaner, better than any facility that the state has, the state of New Jersey, any of the prisons they have, period. And quite frankly, that's under repeated Democratic governors over and over again. In fact, recently New Jersey just got in trouble for their state facilities. So let's talk about what I saw. We went there, I saw the law library. I saw the computers and the iPads they can have. Okay, then we saw the lending library. If they're not interested in law, they can get regular books. I'm a dentist. I met with the physician. The physician showed me the prescriptions, showed me the charts, showed me the people who for the first time in their life ever had medical care. Came into Delaney Hall, never really had medical care before. He's found diabetes, found high blood pressure, find just about every condition that you can think of, high cholesterol, and now they're getting medications that they never had before. And now, especially if they request it or they think it's needed, the food that they get is for salt-restricted diets or for people that have any kind of medical need, a special diet. Let's tell the truth. This was a show that, I'm sorry to say this, that the other side put on to make things look terrible that just weren't true.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not, because I want to finish this. If I get time in the end, I will yield. And then we went through the rest of the facility. And I did speak with, I didn't have a long conversation. Some of them didn't speak English. I know, truth be told, didn't have an interpreter in me, but I spoke to people doing okay. And muy bueno, everything's fine. And by the way, I said this before, I'll say it again. I don't know how well they work or don't work, but if we want to test who's telling the truth out here, I'll go on a lie detector test anywhere, anytime, with anybody who wants to do this and say, that I'm telling the truth on this. Because I didn't know what to expect. I was hoping it would be up to state standards of the state prisons I visited and walked through when I was a state senator, and found that the standards were much better. But get this, I'm not done yet. So then they don't have recreation. They can't move around enough. And by the way, in the state facilities, they can't. In the state facilities, because our governor of New Jersey was criticizing it, they have to stand and eat over their bed. They no longer have a table to eat at. But here, they had a place to eat, they had the things that they need. And then they say, well, they don't have recreation. Hell, I know a lot of people that don't have recreation, but okay, we're a humane society and it's America. So I asked, because they weren't going to take us to that part. I go out and I'm looking at soccer fields. They have soccer tournaments, they play soccer. Most people don't have this. I work out every morning. I know what gym equipment's supposed to look like. Man, this gym equipment was top notch, more than most people have or use. And it was typical of what a good gym would have. All kinds of machines for every body part. So come on, man, it's tell the truth time. Stop it.
Well,
And anytime somebody says this, I'm going to say it and that's why I got sick of it. That's why I went there. That's why I looked through. That's what I found. I know what my eyes see. And we look at, and by the way, the meals, bad food. Look at the food. They have halal for Islamic people. They had kosher for Jewish people. If anybody else has some other restrictions, they would work with you. That's the real deal. So I will yield.
Was the gentleman yield?
Reclaim my time.
Gentleman yield to the gentleman from California.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that an illegal alien who agrees to voluntarily return to their own country, that is, who agrees to obey the law, spends an average of 4 days in detention.
And that's a good point, by the way, and I will yield in a second. I reclaim my time. If they want to go back to their country, they absolutely can go back. And by the way, the famous hunger strike, those folks were getting money and they were going into the commissary because they also have a commissary besides the regular food you get, and they were getting food there, saying they were on a hunger strike. Nobody was on a hunger strike. Who wanted me to yield?
Your time's up.
Okay, I yield back to the chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington, then I'll go to New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I would have for my colleague on the other side is, why are you asking taxpayers to pay for the profits of for-profit prison operators? The two largest detention operators in this space that occupy the vast majority of detention contracts are GEO and CoreCivic. GEO, in 2025 alone, had a record-breaking $254 million in net profit. That was 700% more than compared to 2024, and they had a revenue stream of $2.6 billion. They're projecting, the executives at GEO have these stock portfolios that are projecting that they're going to increase their profits to $3.1 billion this year alone. So then you look at CoreCivic, which is the other one, revenue of $2.2 billion, up 13% from the year before. They just got $1.47 billion in a multi-year deal to either sell or operate specific facilities. They built 9 new detention centers in this year alone. So what you're saying is you want taxpayers to foot the bill for profits to these mega corporations that are using the imprisonment and incarceration of immigrants of every single immigration status. US citizens, legal permanent residents, people who are here with work authorization, people who have committed 0 crimes. You want these taxpayers to pay for the profits of these guys that go out and continue to just reap the benefits of this industry. No, I will not, has gone absolutely wild because of all the money you've plowed into this system. And you have to ask yourself, Well, who are these people that are in detention? Why are they there? Why are we having to hold people in prisons who are legal permanent residents, US citizens, people who have been here for 30 years, never committed a crime? Let's look at ICE's own statistics. Over 72% have zero criminal records, zero. Most of the people that are being held in immigration detention are being held for civil immigration violations. And I'm going to make the point that I make 100 times in this committee. I'm going to make it again. Immigration violations are civil offenses. It is a civil matter. That's why before 9/11, it was all handled out of the DOJ. These are not for criminal violations. And you're holding people, forcing taxpayers to pay for this while you cut their health care, while you launch illegal wars in Iran, while you refuse to do anything about housing or groceries or gas prices. You just want to make this over and over again about so-called criminal immigrants who are bombarding our country and taking over everything. And the reality is that this country would collapse without the contributions of immigrants. We should be providing the legal pathways. But what has this Republican Congress done and this administration done? They've taken away every legal pathway. They've slowed down all the processing of applications for legal visas, means of legal processing. People show up for their hearings and they're suddenly put into deportation proceedings when they're doing what we asked them to do. So the people that you are holding in these you had your time, Mr. Van Drew, this is my time, I'm gonna claim it. You had your time, and I was asking Mr. Knott this, and I might just see if he has a response to this, but I have a lot to say on this issue. I'm the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee. Do we have a single hearing on reforming the immigration system? No. You know why? Because Republicans have since 2013, when I was not in Congress and I was advocating for immigration reform. There was a bipartisan bill. It passed the United States Senate with 68 bipartisan votes. And you know what happened? John Boehner was the Speaker of the House, and John Boehner was pressured by his right-wing members to not bring that bill to the floor, because what would happen if we passed immigration reform, like a truly humane, bipartisan, comprehensive reform? We would no longer be able to blame immigrants for everything that you want to distract us from. And so it angers me that people keep putting out the same lies instead of genuinely recognizing that we need legal pathways, we need a reform to an antiquated system, and that is what we should be doing in this committee. I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I oppose this amendment. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim it results in indefinite detention of families, which is patently false. I mean, if you look right now, Steve, if you look at the data, which I don't have a chart big enough for people to see, but if you look at the data of the impact of what we see under this current president, you see a massive drop off here, a massive drop off what we're dealing with family units. And it's dropped and plummeted directly correlated to the enforcement measures that have been put in place and the policies of this administration that we're trying to codify here. And the reality is, I mean, I can sit here and offer into the record articles, phase out of, here we got private, Biden use of private migrant centers grows amid border crisis. Another one about Obama, expansive use of private centers. The fact is, this has been a part of our policy on this for a long period of time. The reality is that these centers include housing, playgrounds, schools, and meals for families. The guidelines state that they will offer access to reading materials and other programmatic activities such as adult educational classes, organized recreational programs, and groups focused on healthy living. And at the end of the day, the stay in these centers is not supposed to be indefinite. In fact, multiple administrations have created a fast, dedicated docket for family-based claims, and what we're trying to do is ensure that we're able to do that. As we saw under the Biden-Harris administration, the status quo simply didn't work, and for 4 years, these policies incentivized hundreds of thousands of aliens who are part of family units to travel to the southwest border. It allowed cartels to exploit them. It allowed the furtherance of the profiting of the cartel members. Cartel members are using children to pose as family units. We know this to be true. We know it was documented. And it was all a direct consequence of the open border policies that resulted in the trafficking of children using these policies to do so. We know that this administration lost tens of thousands of children, could not keep up with them, could not know where they are because of the flawed policies of what they were doing. And this legislation is designed to end those perverse incentives, to stop the empowerment of cartels, to protect children, to protect family units, and to be able to get those processed without the perversion of our laws. The fact that there are private centers does not mean we shouldn't have oversight. Of course we should. The executive branch, Congress, should have oversight over the quality of the facilities. Where they fall short, those should be addressed. But we have private prisons in numerous categories throughout our country, in state incarceration, in federal incarceration, and here with respect to dealing with those that are detained who are here illegally. And look, I mean, I was out in Aurora, Colorado after that center was targeted for protests back in 2019. And I happened to be in Colorado visiting family. So I went out to Aurora and literally spot check walked in. Wasn't announced, I just showed up to go say, what's going on? And they walked me through the facility. It wasn't pre-gamed out. It wasn't set up to be some sort of cleansed sort of situation. And I walked around the facility and I saw a clean facility. I saw ping pong tables, video game centers, phone rooms to be able to call home. I saw dental process. I saw a big storage warehouse of all of their private effects when they come into the center. I saw people there that were engaged in athletic activity and physical activity. I saw people that had iPads being given to them, and any number of things that people would, frankly, most taxpayers would say, wait, what? We're doing what? And we're giving how much and spending how much? And that's where most taxpayers that I represent would say, well, we're 40 trillion in debt. And I've got people that are trying to figure out how to rebuild after a flood and trying to deal with what's happening. And wait, we're giving iPads to people who are here in a detention center in Aurora, and then we're trying to say that somehow that's something we need to, address and undo.
All right, well, hey, folks, it's been stimulating, but I gotta go. Let's see where are we at here. We're actually at the exact 2-hour mark of this hearing. We'll continue this tomorrow, but if anybody wants to continue watching this, you can find it on the House Committee on the Judiciary channel. Here it is right here. Check it out if anyone's interested. That's the title of it. But yeah, guys, hope you guys all have a good Wednesday out there. Thanks for everyone that tuned in and shared your opinions. But yeah, I ran out of the midnight oil. I'm pooped. See what tomorrow brings, guys. All right, you guys all take care. Have a good one. Appreciate you all. All right, peace out.